Hi everyone, it's 9 o'clock in Stockholm. Okay, and great that you could join us. Catherine, I read here in chat you're joining from Tampere. Anuta, hello and good morning. Where are you joining from and what are you building? Great that we have so much energy here in the chat. Really awesome morning here. I've been here for the last 2 hours. We are configuring some of the tech, which essentially happens whenever you're running something tech, there has to be a glitch. Yeah. So, but we are trying to get over that. Great that you could make it. If some of you will be having some trouble, we'll be putting out some message on social media if there is an issue. We'll try to create a stream out of it as well, and then later put the recordings on. But a warm welcome to Nordic Startup Festival. Let's get the community power activated on the chat. Tell us where you are joining from, what are you working with, and what is your dream? What difference you want to make in the world? I think that is very important for all of us to know, like, what are we passionate about? And this is a very interactive event, even though it's digital. In the chat, the biggest thing that you can do in a community is if you can help the community in some way. Like, example, I'm a UX designer, and if you're building an application, I can help you in your first step of visualizing your dream idea. If you're looking for some support, like for example, you might have created a tech product, but might be looking for somebody who's great in growth hacking, just write that and get that power started so that people can get communicated. You want to drop in your LinkedIn profile, drop it, any product demo link that you have, pitch link. We will have a pitching section at 2 o'clock, so drop it here. Uh, I'll just do a quick share of my screen now for a quick run of agenda, and then we move directly into our panelist talks with the keynote speakers who will be joining us shortly. So I'll share my screen. Let's see where it takes us. Do somebody needs to give me a thumbs up if this is visible? Great. So Nordic Startup Festival, all-day virtual event, and the theme is what's the Nordic secret sauce for building unicorns. We are up there when it comes to per capita power of building sustainability, impact, innovation, scalable startups. So we'll be diving into that. Big thanks to our keynote speakers who will be appearing shortly here: Magnus, Anna, Steve, Marvin, Jeanette, and Mimmi. Great that you could join us and bring all your insights and energy into this session. Followed by at 10 o'clock, we'll have a topic which I love the most, which is startup funding. And there's a lot of talk going around startup funding right now. So we'll see how and what we can learn out of this session. At 11, we are diving deep into our most powerful acceleration engines in Nordics. So we'll go talk to Antler, Kios, Norgen, Connect, which is the largest angel investor network in Sweden, and Techstars, which have recently come to the Nordics. Of course, Founder Institute is trying to bring Silicon Valley to Nordics. That'll be an interesting perspective, and that'll be moderated by Startup Grind Hong Kong's director, Jens Van Bori. At 12, we dive into female founders roundtable with very interesting lineup from Reach for Change, Invest Stockholm in Venture, and Tatiana, who is an entrepreneur, and Charlotte, who is also an entrepreneur, Total Control. Mekar will be moderating that session. Then we'll jump into a global ecosystem spotlight. We are very excited about the progress that Hong Kong is making. So we'll jump into that, talk to Mats, Jane, and Ben, and learn how their startup is developing and how can we connect them to Nordics and we can get connected there. Right after that, we'll jump into a creative spotlight because creative is a huge driving engine for Nordics. So we'll be jumping into that and discussing that with several illustrious speakers, community leaders, government functionaries. So STEAM, for example, the largest music rights organization. And then we'll go into the pitching stage with some of the leading investors and see how the selected pitches, which went through a long kind of a funnel process of evaluation, how that comes out. Big thank you to Antler, J12, and Per Bjorkland for the screening stage of pitching. So guys, you're awesome. We'll run into Per Hedberg on a very interesting journey of how he, in the last 20 years, has built the Stockholm's innovation ecosystem. What are the learnings? And then we, at the last, go into some of the very interesting master classes. With Michelle, he'll be talking about social selling, go-to-market with one of the leading marketing CMOs, and pitching with Sweden's leading pitching expert, was Malcolm Larry. A big thank you to Mekar, who is the initiator and founder of Nutty Ventures, who are the hosts and organizers of today's event. And also, she's the managing director for Founder Institute Nordics. I'll stop my screen share there. We move into our first keynote address with Magnus Grimeland, who is the founder and CEO of Antler. Magnus, we are so thankful that Antler could join us. You could join us from Singapore. So over to you. Audience will be very interested in knowing. Tell us a little bit about yourself, if we could start there.
Yeah, so hi everyone. Great that you could join, and thank you, Naimul, for having me. My background, I come from a small place outside of Oslo called Sande. Grew up there on the farm, went to United College for high school, and ended up in the military after in the Norwegian Naval Special Forces, Marine Commando. Went from there to Harvard. Interesting times because a lot of great new businesses came out of Harvard those days. It was 2003, 2007. Facebook being the biggest one, but lots of other exciting ones. And then after that, I joined McKinsey, worked in the tech practice, left McKinsey to set up my first company called Zalora.com, which is, it's ZALORA.com for the people who want to look it up. It's the biggest fashion e-commerce company in Southeast Asia. We built that up to, serve a region of about 500 million customers. It's still the biggest fashion e-commerce company here, profitable, growing really well. We sold the business in 2015. I stayed on for a couple of years and left to set up Antler, basically. And Antler invests in founders from pre-seed to Series C. We like to come in as the first money in to great founders. So if there are people here on the call who are excited about building a new business, we like to back you from day one. And we source for great founders all across the globe. So if you need a co-founder, we have a great co-founder network. We have a great advisory network of 700 people across the globe to help with product market fit, problem solving. We also come in with the first capital. We have great relationships with most of the world's best VCs and can make introductions for the next rounds. And we also like to partake in those ourselves. So we're a long-term investor that like to invest in our portfolio companies all the way to their exit. So that's ultimately what Antler is, and I can share a little bit more about that perhaps before I jump into what I think is a big opportunity right now to build great businesses. Does that make sense, Naimul?
Yes, makes all the sense.
Okay, so
yeah.
So I'm going to share my screen. So ultimately, this is Antler's vision, right? We want to fundamentally improve the world by enabling and investing in the world's most exceptional people, building the defining companies of tomorrow. So if you're already doing that, please reach out. Or if you're considering to do that, we'd like to be your first backer. We have offices all across the globe. So we're currently in 25 locations across 6 continents. In the Nordics, we have an office in Copenhagen, in Stockholm, and Oslo. So anyone who want to come to the Nordics and build or are already there, go to antler.co and click apply. And the interesting thing about being global is ideas are currently, a lot of ideas within innovation are global. So a lot of the same problems people are working on solving in Europe, people are also working on solving in Asia and in the US and so on. So there's a lot of cross-fertilization in terms of ideas and helping create product market fit. Also, competency centers are global. There are some amazing competency centers in the Nordics, but within other areas, you have great competency centers in other parts of the world. Supply chains are global. So we can really help kind of introduce customers all across the globe, and competencies, and also capital has become global, right? Like Nordic VCs are investing all across the globe, but at the same time, US VCs and Asia VCs are investing very actively into the Nordics, so we can help facilitate that as a network orchestrator. We look at a lot of founders every year. I think we get about 50,000 applicants a year now. We like to back people with a tremendous amount of grit, drive, and also that has a clear spike. I think all of them can be developed as founders. And so if you're one of them or you're working on developing that, we'd love to back you. But as said, we also invest direct in seed up to Series C. So if you're doing a funding round, definitely reach out. But yeah, we really back what we believe are some of the world's most exceptional people from day one. We have a strong network, as I mentioned earlier, of we have a team of more than 200 people globally that supports our portfolio full time. We help you raise capital, hire. We have an internal talent network. So lots of support in kind of the journey of building a great business. It's much more than the capital that we can help with. But we are ultimately an investor, so we obviously want to invest in great people who will build amazing companies so we can deliver strong returns back to our LPs. Strong team, 50 partners globally, just some of the profiles here. In terms of the Nordics, we do believe that in the Nordics, there's a specific kind of focus where amazing founders are currently doing incredibly well. We are agnostics. We do invest in people who want to innovate within any industry, as long as it's a net positive impact on the world. But particularly in the Nordics, we believe there's a huge opportunity to build the leading companies in the future within this industry. So sustainable food, electrifying transportation, clean energy, industry infrastructure, carbon removal, quality education, good healthcare well-being, reducing inequality, employment opportunities. These are areas that we, particularly in the Norway, in the Nordic region, really want to address. So that's a bit about Antler. So I'm going to use the kind of last few minutes to talk a little bit about building the next unicorns in today's environment. So I find it interesting because if you look at 2020, 2021, people were deploying a ton of capital into venture capital and technology companies, and so many people wanted to go out there and build a business. If you look at 2022, things have changed a bit because of the macroeconomic environment. So people are actually thinking a little bit longer before they deploy capital, and then people are also thinking a little bit longer before they decide to take the step into build the next business, which is completely stupid. Right? It makes no sense. Right? The best time ever to start building a business is just after a peak, because then you're literally benefiting from the whole next kind of decade's worth of growth. Right? It's always been like that. The best companies over the last kind of 20 years or so were started just after the .com or just after the financial crisis, and I think now, whether it's the bottom right now or the bottom next year, doesn't really matter. Now is by far, timing-wise, the best time to start a business. And if you're an investor, it's the best time to deploy capital into these businesses. You don't want to deploy capital at the peak, and you also don't want to start necessarily a business at the peak. You want to do it at this time. So that's kind of the number one reason why you should start something now. It's you're looking for a decade's worth of growth. So that's number one. Number two, for the first time ever, markets are truly global, right? You can serve and disrupt an industry from anywhere. Like Spotify is a great example coming out of Stockholm, obviously, where a couple of people took on Apple and won the music industry, which is one of the largest entertainment segments out there. The same is happening, in Sydney. You have Atlassian. You can go to almost any market and you will see a global business being built out of there that is disrupting a global industry. And we can do that now. You were never able to do that before. If you look at the airline industry, think about airplanes. From the first commercial airplane customer until there'd been 50 million customers on airplanes, that took 68 years. 68 years. And this is only like 120 years ago, right? Then imagine how long it took Pokemon Go to get 50 million customers. It took 19 days, right? And that's because they're serving a global market. So, and you can do that within B2C, you can do it within B2B, you can do it within deep tech. So world is truly global for the first time ever. You saw the bad side of that with COVID. You saw the good side of that with being able to scale businesses incredibly fast. Third point, the cost of building a business is going down drastically. Yes, there is inflation, But due to cloud services, App Store distribution methods, lab-on-a-chip technology, portable labs, B2B SaaS sales models, so many different innovations and APIs you can plug into. The cost of building a business has gone down drastically. It used to cost $15 million on average to launch a second country when you launch a business. Now, I mean, a few of us on this call can just get together and literally launch an international business tomorrow for like $50, right? So now, obviously, as you scale this, it still costs money, but the cost relative to what it was in the past has gone down. The last point is there are so many exciting technologies maturing every year currently. If you go back a few thousand years back in time, you had hundreds of years being affected by one technological change, right? It could be the discovery of a new metal. If you go a few hundred years back, 100 years might be affected by a new type of bolt. Or you go to the last century and you could have like 40, 50 years being defined by, for example, the computer. If you look at it now, there are new technologies entering all the time. Like you're just coming out of the lab and being used to disrupt any industry, really. Like whether it's AI, blockchain, gene technology, IoT, whatever it is, there's like a dozen technologies coming out there, which literally would disrupt every single industry out there. And it's happening right in front of us, right? If you look about 50 years back in time and you look at the world's 500 largest companies, on average, they were half a century old. Now they're 12 years old. So the giants of today, you are going to disrupt. And now is by far the best time to do that. I think it's the major message I want to give. We'd love to chat more about all the learnings from working with a lot of great entrepreneurs, but I'm running out of time. So, just reach out if there's anything you can find on LinkedIn or Instagram or Twitter.
Thank you so much, Magnus. I think awesome message. Now is the right time to build right after the peak. I think that's great. You talked about the cost of business going down, the $50 model that you talked about. We'll get together and create something tomorrow. And you also talked about the strong pipeline Antler has globally. And on the global note, you talked about innovation is global. That leads to cross-fertilization. And so global being a big thing. So thank you so much for all those messages that you and audience. I suppose you're taking notes. We'll also this is also being recorded, so this session will also be available. Magnus, thank you for joining us. We welcome now Anna Gissler from Invest Stockholm, the city of Stockholm, and to talk to us about how Stockholm is keeping its lead among the innovation and other themes of startup building. Thank you, Magnus. Anna, if you could join us now.
Absolutely. Hi. So how can I proceed after Magnus? But I will try to talk a little bit about what we do in the city of Stockholm, because that's a totally different angle, of course. Our mission is mostly to attract investors and also facilitate in the best way for our mission is actually to get the best startup ecosystem in the world. We haven't reached that yet. We are on 3rd place globally, but we will try even harder the coming years, of course. I only have a team of 20 persons with me, but we are so deep into the city of Stockholm, all the startup activities there, the facilitating for the ecosystem, of course, but also in different sectors. Are we responsible for 1/3 of Sweden? So we have 54 municipalities working together when it comes to attracting everything from hotel, data centers, logistics centers, air flights, and different kind of sectors. So that's our main work within the city and within Invest Stockholm, which is a small part of the city of Stockholm.
But awesome that you bring all that experience and that knowledge from the city of Stockholm. Do you have a presentation that we could share with the audience? And I'm just looking at the clock as well. We'll try to pace up the sessions at around 7-8 minutes now. We got some initial time lapsed out in the first 5-7 minutes. So great if we can see your screen and learn from Stockholm. So entrepreneurs from all over the world are connected. Yes, we can see that.
Great. I just have, I think,
we don't see the presentation yet.
No, it's coming. I will start with a short movie of 40 seconds just to summarize what we actually wanted to do in Stockholm.
Okay.
So that's just a short, quick kind of summarize of what we're actually trying to do.
Awesome. Impact Week is a big event that's for our audience as well. Do join Impact Week happening next week onwards.
Yeah, that's great. What we tried to summarize and what we actually started to do in the city of Stockholm already 2010 was that Stockholm was selected as the first green capital of Europe, and that in one way started the sustainable work within the city, even in an even more rapidly phase, you can say. So what we are trying to do now, when we saw the figures last year about that Stockholm and Sweden actually got most VC into impact startups in all Europe, not per capita, which is often our case. We topped the case in the VC into impact startups in Europe, and that started to get us to think in the way that, okay, we need to combine this and communicate impact in another way. So what we did was we did an impact report, and you can use the QR code here, and also you get it on our website, investstockholm.com. And what we saw there was that we are so strong, we know that, of course, but when we look at all the impact startups, also the VCs coming into Stockholm, we saw that this was even stronger than we ever could have thought or thinking of at all, actually. So we did this report, and we got a lot of good communication and good press and about it. So this is where we started this year. But I will also talk about what is actually the secret sauce of Stockholm. When we have visitors and also companies trying to establish here or interested in coming to the Nordics, they say, what is the secret sauce here? How can you have so many unicorns per capita? And how can you, what is it? Is it something in the water in Stockholm? But I think it's a combination of, we have a culture of trial and error, of course. Even it started at daycare, actually. You're allowed to trial and error, and sometimes you succeed and sometimes you fail, actually. And it's a forgiven culture in that way. But you also have a lot of and you have that in all the Nordics, of course. You have the maternity leave and parental leave system, of course, and you have a lot of other social security systems, which in some way plan the ground, and also a good way to be able to start a company and also work as an entrepreneur. So when we talk about Stockholm, and I think that's kind of similar for the Nordics, and you will listen to Siv later on, of course, we often say that Stockholm DNA is free. We haven't been in war for many years. We was one of the first countries in the world that talked and also had the written word really high ranked as a ground and a platform in the society. And also we are an open city in most of the ways, and when we aren't, we try to work to even get the city more open, and also the trustworthy, not to forgive about that. The Nordics and Sweden are a trustworthy country. You can trust us. It's often it's enough with a handshake to make a deal, and I hope that your references and experience is the same. And also we say that we are a vision, the visionary part is so important, that you heard from Magnus before, and you will hear that from others, of course. So the trustworthy, free, and visionary is the Stockholm DNA, and that is so strong in the bottom from whatever we do, actually, whatever development company thinks, decision in cities that we do, actually. So that's a really strong part of it. So what are we doing more than talking about impact? Well, we want to make impact in other ways also, of course. And Spotify is just one of the 100 companies that for 2 years ago signed to be a part of the Women's Place. We call Stockholm a Women's Place, and that's not only to make it possible to all the women to make a career and create a family and like that. It's a way to communicate that Stockholm is open for everyone to make their career and fulfill their dreams. And that's often actually a little bit due to the culture, the flat hierarchies, the social security system, and many other things, together with the startup ecosystem also. So that's a platform that we often communicate out from. And together with the Impact Week, together with the Impact Week, which is actually starting the 6th to the 14th of September, we will gather, we'll relaunch the Stockholm a Women's Place with a great couple of speakers and panelists. We will also invite everyone physical in Stockholm, so if you're around, please get into impactweek.se and register there, because what we talk about now is Impact Week. And this is a try. It's a first year. We hope that this Impact Week will create an annual week, and we do it this year together with Nordic and Stockholm Tech, but also other partners as Impact Hub and other companies and a lot of entrepreneurs. So it will be a full stream on impactweek.se. So okay. I think I kind of stop there. I'm always enthusiastic about what the city do, and mostly what we do together, actually, in the startup community. It has been, I think, 10 years since we started together with Stockholm Tech, the Stockholm Tech hashtag, the Stockholm Tech monthly meetup. And what we will do this fall is also start a kind of second monthly talent meetup, and I think that's the next step. The city need to, all the talents that come into Stockholm is very much, they like the company, they like the community that they're a part of, but they don't really in all cases ended up like feeling really home in Stockholm, and that's an issue actually. They don't meet all the others and connect to all the others in the society. So we will work hard to that, to make them feel that they are really home and that they don't want to move anywhere else.
Awesome. Anna, thank you so much for these amazing insights you talked about. The core theme that I take from here is collaboration, and that's where the entire city, the entire ecosystem has really come together in creating these amazing and large-scale initiatives. Impact Week is happening. You're talking about Women's Place. We have a female founders roundtable today at 12. But thank you so much.
Hi, Naimul.
Hi, Siv. Thank you so much for joining in. Siv is CEO of Oslo Business Region. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Happy to be here and great to see all of you here. My name is Siv. I'm adopted from Korea, but grew up in a small town in Norway. I studied art in school, and after that, it's sort of been leading me towards where I am today, and that's basically following people that want to make a change. So that's why I studied art. I worked for a couple of startups in the media and fashion industry way back. Been part of building that community here in Norway as well, and been working at Oslo Business Region for the past 8 years, actually.
Absolutely awesome to hear, and love the background, art, media, and fashion. I've worked a little bit in that sector myself. But tell us a bit about the plans from Oslo. if you have something, a presentation to share, however you want to go about it.
I'll bring that up now.
And for all the audience who have connected in, these are amazing insights coming from ecosystem leaders, investors, experts in startups. So take down your notes, connect with the community here, and we'll be sharing the video later on as well for some of you who missed the session. So yeah, Siv, over to you.
Thank you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about Oslo's journey, because Oslo has really, really developed in the past few years. And our vision is the best is yet to come, because we believe that not everything is finished. We have a lot of goals to reach, and we need you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how people are a big part of the ecosystem here. First up is Amin Farid. He's the CEO of Prepio, which is a startup that addresses talent onboarding. So if you have a company that needs sort of a more fluid coordination of onboarding remote talent, Prepio is the company. Of course, I'm not going to talk about like the company Prepio, but it says a lot about, Prepio says a lot about how the ecosystem has developed, because what Amin says is that, you know, what is actually the case now is that you can get a lot of help in Oslo on building your company. And in the last 10 years, we see that where there used to be almost no incubators or accelerators in Oslo, we now have about 50 professional environments for building your company. So you can get, you know, public sector support from companies like us, or you can get from a lot of private incubators, accelerators, and so on, just such as Antler, which you've heard from already. And one of the big developments is also the funding, because I think this was a challenge 10 years ago in Oslo, that there was no startup capital. That has changed a lot. So there was a recent count, and I think in the last 10 years, there is now over 60 different investment or funding communities and funds in Norway available for startups. A lot for early stage, but also for more scale up phase as well. And I think one of the things that Amin says is that I think this has changed a lot in Oslo and Norway as well, that we didn't have startup culture, but now we see that, you know, this has changed, and he got his first investor, but just a cold email. Oslo has changed a lot because of engaged investors such as Snø. I know you're going to hear from Max Samuel in just 30 minutes or so. And I just want to emphasize, like, these people are so important for building the ecosystem here. They're currently investing in they're investing around $100 million. They're in the first year right now, and they're looking for Nordic founders. So just want to emphasize that this is not only a Norwegian VC, this is building the whole community in the Nordics. And in the last, I would say 4 years, maybe, we have built, I say we, because I take credit for the village building these companies, we've built 7 unicorns. And I think this, of course, compared to other cities, it's not a lot, but it says something about, you know, the curve is going very fast upwards. So I think from 2020 to 2021, the investments in Norway grew 270%. So there are opportunities for scale-ups as well, and because I think 70% of capital invested in Norwegian startups and scale-ups came from international investors. So there's a big opportunity for scale-ups here, but also for international investors on sort of being part of the community. Here you meet Shissam Udesa. She's the founder and CEO of Diversify in Herspace. Herspace is a co-working space here in Oslo. Diversify is a network, soon to be an incubator. And also they hosted a Nordic event last week in Oslo, and they gather around 500 people. And her mission is to build more diverse and inclusive ecosystem as well. Because we know, of course, we can say, you know, we have like 40% of women, 40% of CEOs in Oslo are women, but we know that, you know, all VC investments go to a majority of men and a majority of white men. So people like Gissler is really important for us, just, you know, to create change and to build a strong and sustainable ecosystem, because 33% of people who live in Oslo, they are either born outside of Norway or their parent is born outside of Norway. That's why I'm going to address this very shortly. I know I'm speaking a lot and time is short, but our focus for the next years and months and days to come is to focus a lot on talent, international talent, Norwegian talent, people that are part of building either companies, startups, scale-ups, working in these companies, internationals coming here to work in companies, or investment talent that we also need to build a sustainable ecosystem. And just to give you a couple of examples, talent attraction and retention will be the main priority for Oslo Business Region in the next few months and years to come. That doesn't mean that we don't focus on other things. It's not only me on the team. We are 8 people on the Oslo Business Region team, and in only a few weeks, we are hosting Oslo Innovation Week. I hope you will all join. You're very welcome to join us, and feel free to reach out on LinkedIn, Twitter, drop me a note, and then it's easier to see how you found out or found us. And in addition, if you're an international investor, or maybe you're a scale-up in Oslo or Norway, we are also hosting a fun day in October in London to bridge between international investors and scale-ups. That's it. If you want to follow us, if you want to join our newsletter, use the QR code here, and you can get immediate access to learning more about Oslo and learning more about the opportunities here.
Thank you so much, Siv. I love it. Of course, when a city or if a region or an ecosystem is expanding, talent attraction and retention is the key priority, because you want people to drive the change. Great stuff happening in Oslo with Oslo Innovation Week. Don't miss it. The links are being posted by our team as well. And so don't miss these events. And awesome that you're bringing scale-ups and investors in a matchmaking space. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Siv, for your insights on the Oslo region. We now turn to San Francisco. Marvin, if you could join us and give us a little bit of insight from the other side of the world. So Marvin is a partner at Diaspora Ventures, and he is involved in so many different things at a global level. And we love to hear from him on the ecosystem building, investment state as it exists. There's a lot of LinkedIn talk. Hi, Marvin. Thank you that you could. We got in 8-9 minutes.
I'll get us back on track. I'll do this in like 5 minutes.
What time is it on your side right now?
It's 12:40. So it's 12:40. So it's I do this all the time. I don't like to do it. I do this all the time though, so it's okay. And thank you for having me. So let me share, and hopefully this works. Do you see my presentation?
It's coming on. Let's see.
You are sharing screen. I see it on my screen. I don't know if you see it on yours.
Yes, it is. It is visible. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I'll do a quick intro. So I call myself the Forrest Gump of Silicon Valley. So I've done a bunch of different things in Silicon Valley. I've been in San Francisco now 22 years. Originally from Canada. Grew up in an immigrant family. Moved to the US to make my fortune. And so started off doing startups. So I was very, very early at a startup that raised about $45 million before it completely imploded. I joined Yahoo, back in 2001. And so I actually ran a bunch of business units there and did that for about 10.5 years, doing international expansion. Then I became a VC after that. So I actually started the SF office for 500 startups. And so I ran the core Accelerator program and helped invest. I was one of the main partners investing out of Fund 3 and Fund 4. So between the Accelerator and the funds, I invested in the 6 years I was there, I invested in over 414 pre-seed and seed stage startups. I left end of 2019, beginning of 2020, and basically I do my own thing right now. So I run a gaming holding company that's based, between sort of like Germany, Ukraine, and LA. And I also run a small seed fund, pre-seed fund called Diaspora, which is sort of, I think, where I'm speaking from here. And so I'll talk a little about the Diaspora afterwards. And I also do small angel investments, very opportunistic angel investments as well too. So my investment count is about 450 investments I've done now. And, I would say about 35 to 40% of my investments are companies outside the US market. And so it's a pretty big sample set. And so that sort of gives you context, and hopefully it's hopefully gives me, hopefully I can speak with some credibility about stuff, right? This is established credibility slide. So this is about me. Diaspora. So I run Diaspora with my good friend Carlos Diaz, who's also an entrepreneur. He's a French entrepreneur. So he runs a company, a very successful entrepreneur. He runs we run this VC fund, but we also have he's an operator. So he runs a Silicon Valley VC funded startup in the Web3 space. And so, Carlos and I knew each other from before. And, our thesis basically is that, the whole world is globalizing, right? So I think you've heard this many, many times. There's so many interesting markets, but, whatever market you're coming from, the US market is just hard, right? And I can say this as a Canadian moving to the US, I love the Americans. They're savages when it comes to business and sales and marketing. And so it's just a different market. It's 330 million people, like one massive market. Americans are just so good at presenting. They're so good at they're just different rules and the pace and hyper competitive. Not to say that isn't the case in a lot of other places, but just there's some rules you have to learn when you come here, just like Carlos had to learn when he moved here like 12 years ago, just like I had to learned when I moved here 22 years ago. And so we're basically operators who basically invest. And so we love working with early stage founders, particularly from Europe, to sort of come over here who have the ambition and interest to move over to the US market and start businesses in the US. That's our thesis. And so that's what we do. We invest in European founders coming to the US market at the pre-seed stage. So we invest painfully early. And so now we have about 31 companies we've invested in. So we're a rolling fund model. We do about 3 to 4 deals, typically a quarter. And they're all European founders, all European founders who come over here. And so, the reason why we love the market, right? Europe is just incredible design talent, incredible technology talent, cost structure. You can build these global companies where, you basically build out your, I'm going to go to the next slide, it's cross-border, right? And so, what's happening now is you're seeing these multi-country startups, right? You build your sales and marketing in the US, if you're targeting the US market, but you basically keep your tech and back office, back home, wherever country it is. And that just makes a lot of sense. And, I've had a lot of success with this strategy. So some of the best performing companies in my portfolio, like ManyChat, Printify, Aircall is another one. French, started off in France, for example, and now they're worth multiple billions of dollars of valuation, right? And I can talk a little bit more about them later on, of founders from Europe coming over to the US market and dominating the US market. And this is becoming more and more common. This wasn't common when I first started investing back in the early 2010s. It's way more common now. You look at almost every single major company, they have their companies are basically split between different regions. And so that's the opportunity. And they're not just usually based in one country. And the other thing I'll say just about the startup scene is like, yes, it is very challenging for fundraising and stuff this year, but there's a lot of dry powder. Just in the US alone, there's like $290 billion of dry powder. There's a lot of VC funds who've raised a lot of money in the last couple of years. They will need to deploy, even though they're deploying things very, very slowly right now. They're, or even not at all, because they're sort of taking a break and from the shock of just sort of like all the implosions of a lot of companies in the stock market and whatnot. But, I'm very, very bullish. This money will be spent eventually. So maybe not this year, maybe next year, maybe the year after, this money will be spent. So even though it looks really, really tough right now, things are taking a little bit longer. In general, I'm quite bullish overall. And I'm ultimately very, very bullish on the Nordic region for several reasons. For a lot of things I've seen in Silicon Valley, where like there's the PayPal mafia, there's the Yahoo mafia, like there's the Airbnb mafia now, right? Like there's a eBay mafia, like that's actually a real thing. And so I see this of just what you see in emerging sort of like, fast growing ecosystems, champion companies, right? So for example, iZettle was a good exit. Klarna is still doing well. They took a big devaluation, but still a great company, right? Zendesk, Trade Doubler back in the day. Like there's so many ex-Trade Doubler people running significant companies here. And so these academy companies really, really matter. Spotify as well too. Academy companies matter because people who've seen it done going through scaling, like a lot of times you're gonna see people spin out and actually do their own thing. And so there's a lot of critical mass in the Nordic region. There's even way more successful companies that I just haven't listed, right? I don't have enough sort of like space here. And so that's why I'm very, very bullish on the region. Where you see a lot of, where you see massive exits or you see like significant companies sort of like grow out of the ecosystem, inevitably you usually see a lot of spin outs and a lot more startup activity. And so that's why I'm bullish on the Nordic region in general. Yes, it's I expect 2022 to be fairly tough, and I think 2023 is going to be pretty tough. But in general, I'm super optimistic. I'm super optimistic about the tech industry. I'm super optimistic about startups. I'm super optimistic about just sort of all these ecosystems growing in the long run, right? Like, and so I'm in the VC business. We're investing, on a 10 to 12 year timeline. So in the 10 to 12 year timeline, like this is just going to be a blip, even though I'm not putting aside the hardship and the challenges that are going to come about, that are happening now, that will come about. Like long term, I'm really, really bullish in general. And I talked with Naimul, I'm just going to wrap up. The idea is just like, look, you just have to survive, right? And so you got to be this term, this gorilla. It's not a term I made up. And so if you're going to name a startup, like a growing sort of champion startup, like I hate the term unicorn, like $1 billion valuation. That's garbage. You can have $1 billion valuation, but have no revenue, right? And so this idea of a gorilla is like, and this is actually Aircall, like they publicly said this, they're worth several $1 billion in valuation. They did $100 million in revenue last year, right? That's what you want. And so don't be a unicorn, be a gorilla. Like that's what you should be targeting.
Awesome. Marvin, I love the energy in your presentation. You talked about the US market. What a clear description. I love the way you talked about the market being hyper competitive. Of course, that's the difference. And sometimes I coach like between 500 to 1,000 early stage founders every year. And I sometimes feel that in Nordics, we are not presenting ourselves that up. So great ideas.
You're too humble. Humble.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you don't get points with for humility in the US. It isn't. And I say this as an American now and as a Canadian, like it was a culture shock to me. I'm like, US same culture. You go there and like, no, it's not. It is not the same culture. They are savages when it comes to business. They are savages when it win at all costs. Like it's just a different culture.
Awesome. I love that insight. I also loved your optimism. And I think that resonates with what Magnus also started with. So I love that. And finally, the slide that you had on don't be a unicorn, be a gorilla. So I think that's a lot of insight coming in on even on social networks for all the amazing founders who have joined in today. How do you want to build your venture? Is it something meaningful? Is it something disciplined? Because discipline somewhere got lost in late stage startups. That's my reading. But anyway, thank you so much, Marvin, for joining us today. Mimmi, if you could join us and talk a little bit about Nordics versus rest of Europe and how your media background looks.
Thank you for that. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yes.
So I'm going to share my screen.
So Mimmi is joining us from Sifted, has extensive background in the media industry, and she was recently on a Startup Grind talk with me a few weeks ago. So very excited to hear today what we can share with the founders. Mimmi, stage is yours.
Great, thanks. Yes, so I do work for Sifted.eu, which is this European tech media. And before that, I used to be in Swedish tech media, so that's my kind of where I'm coming from. So, I mean, I love the things that Marvin was saying as well about, you know, how we in the Nordics have managed to have great know-how in tech and design, and how all the kind of alumni from these big startups back in the days like TradeDoubler and so on have really like created a startup hub in somehow. But coming back to what I actually like, my thesis about this is like what we're trying to do here, or what we have done to manage to create all these unicorns, is actually create a hype around it. And when you create a hype around it, the rest will follow. So why has the media been key for the startup scene, especially in like Sweden? Well, I mean, in 2015, we had two different media sites that actually started. It was Breakit and it was Dia Digital. Those two are competing with each other for all the kind of funding rounds and all the startup news that actually came out at the time, which made that everyone who had some funding news actually got the media attention. So creating this hype around the startups of the sector and the business and how much money you could make actually created something great. This is something that I've seen missing in maybe like in Norway, Denmark and Finland, but I'm sure it's coming. And then maybe the push will actually mean that even those countries will actually come up to the same level as Sweden has in unicorns. So if you look at the investments in the ecosystem, I think this is kind of like telling. Obviously, I mean, you can see a huge spike here for Sweden, but I just want to say, like in 2021, 1/3 of that investment that we can see in almost like 9 billion almost, and 1/3 was from Northvolt investment. So you can see this decacorns have actually made the kind of investment spike in the Swedish line there. So just going back a little bit to why the Nordics is so special. Usually from an outside perspective, we talk about the social safety net in Sweden and other Nordic countries, and how good we are in letting people thrive and actually having this kind of, you know, if you fail, you can always start again. And maybe we have the mindset that we can fail and start again, but maybe the safety net is not, the social safety net is not the key. Because in Sweden, we do say that it is actually key, but in Norway, I've heard people say that we actually fail because we do have a too good of safety net, so people don't have to do their own business and stuff like that. So, well, if you look at the startup founders, they usually come from prestigious business school. And in Sweden, it's like, well, the Stockholm School of Economics, like so many have started there, like Klarna, for example. And usually startup founders would like to say that they are one of like everyone else, like the Klarna founders were working at Burger King, I believe it was, but they were never really poor. So they didn't have that kind of socioeconomic background that so many other people have, and who do not actually start companies, not like startups who wants to become really big. So I believe that the personal safety nets are key for founders. So, which we can notice when we actually look at the people starting all this kind of great startups. So why have then the startup founder become the new dream job? Like in 2007, 2008, most people would maybe become management consultants or bankers, but now they want to become startup founders. And this is because there's plenty of role models. It's media have been hyping it, obviously. Failure is fine, and there's lots of venture capital available. So all those together means that you can actually have a much better career if you have started 1 or 2 startups and have an exit than actually becoming a banker. So I believe that's one of the key why so many people at those kind of major business schools actually want to go and create a startup for themselves. And so where does all the money come from? I mean, like in the US, insurance companies and banks and everywhere else as well. But also in the US, pension funds have been very good to actually put money in the VC funds and so on. I mean, now we're talking obviously also about startup founders that have done an exit. They're great at also investing in other startup founders. But I mean, these are the kind of the big players. So in Sweden, the pension funds have been very keen to invest in startups. They've done so in Klarna, Spotify, Northvolt, and the rest. But they also, the ones that are not allowed to do investment straight into startups, they do it through the VC funds. So it's become this kind of huge hype that everyone wants to invest. Even the Swedish church have invested in VC funds, which kind of just shows how the interest is in investing in startups. I mean, I think almost every other just normal person who's investing in the stock exchange have wanted to invest in startups, well, before the crunch in a way. So there are some challenges to the Nordic tech scene, and there are a lack of diversity among founders. I mean, it's great to see some examples of non-native people actually going on to create these great startups in the Nordics, but they are rare. And also the female founders, I mean, I did do a report on this in 2017. I started doing this for DI, and women then raised 1% of all the VC capital, venture capital available. Today, the figure is almost the same. This means that we haven't actually changed that much. Even though we have parental leave and all that, we haven't actually been able to kind of create this ecosystem for female entrepreneurs. And also, I believe that in Sweden in particular, we don't really have enough moonshots. We're not thinking big enough. Maybe Northvolt is an example, and people will follow and think bigger. But because this is becoming a big trend of everyone wanting to have a startup, it's also a risk that we are going for the easy startups, the ones that actually are having an app or doing another fintech. And what we need is maybe like the deep tech ones in the future. So that was me. Get in touch.
Mimmi, thank you so much for amazing insights. I loved your last slide where you talked about lack of diversity and then about female founders. I work very deeply in the ecosystem. I think one of the major things in ecosystems that's required is how the ecosystem itself can transform. We at Companion, for example, have in the last 2-3 years consistently delivered around 50% advisory sessions to female founders. I think the entire ecosystem needs to switch its approach, how we can become more diverse and more supportive to female founders as well. And something needs to happen on the VC side. And I think loved your point on not enough moonshots. I think it resonates partly with what Marvin was saying, too humble, and the other side is too easy, too safe startups. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody, and what a fabulous lineup of people you've had this morning. So real pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for that. So let me talk a little bit, just give you a little bit of background on me, talk a little bit about Tech Nordic Advocates, but I also want to address, just like Marvin did, the question of a $1 billion valuation, which is a very important one, and then how we help Nordic and Baltic tech sector startups and scale-ups grow and scale. And thank you for showing our website. I don't have any slides. I think it's all on our website, and let me just talk about it. So just a little bit of background on me. So Jeanette Carlsson, I'm a true Viking, actually. Danish father, Danish mother, Swedish father, British family. So several passports. Taught my baby steps in the tech sector in London over the last 30 years. PwC, strategy consultant, economist by background, took me straight into tech, became a tech leader there, 10 years, global European, UK tech leader, responsibility for Nordics in IBM, ran a US tech company actually in London, and have set up my own tech business as well. So it's kind of, got my hands dirty as well as advising people. And during my time at IBM, I became responsible for startups and made my way into the startup ecosystem, and met Russ Shaw, who founded Tech London Advocates to be the grassroots movement behind London's tech hub today, comprising about 13,000 people, and been advisor to UK government in tech and Danish governments and EU and Nordic, and sat on London's Tech City Story and got tech. And that was kind of my step into setting up Tech Nordic Advocates in 2015. And as a first offshoot of Tech London Advocates, to really form a grassroots ecosystem across the Nordics and Baltics to join the dots for reasons that lots of the previous speakers have also spoken about. One of which, of course, is to make it much easier to work across the Nordics and Baltics. We're all small countries. We need to create, a bigger level playing field, for startup founders. So that was really the backdrop. And having seen in London what could be achieved when we set up Tech London Advocates to, when we bring the right people together, joining the dots, not just across the region, but across the ecosystem as well, bringing founders, investors together with accelerators, policymakers, etc. So that's the background. We operate in all 5 Nordic, 3 Baltic countries with offices in Copenhagen, Stockholm and Helsinki. I'm not going to sell any one of the countries to you. What I'm going to sell is that we across the Nordic and Baltics have huge potential, and we've got to nurture that potential, and that's exactly what we're doing across Tech Nordic Advocates. Let me come on to that just in 1 second and address the $1 billion valuation question. But just before we do, so just also to let you know that our backdrop is our global family. So we are the Nordic arm of Global Tech Advocates. So we operate across 27 global tech hubs, about 27,000 people in our Global Tech Advocates family, which tells you that we have an ability to connect you and connect Nordic startups and scale-ups with anyone, anywhere in the world, really, at a flick of a thumb. And that's extremely important, because if we've got to grow and scale, we need to think big, join the dots across the region, but also have access to international markets for talent, access to capital, know-how, etc. So that's a little bit of background history about Tech Nordic Advocates and Global Tech Advocates. And essentially the way that we operate is to help startups and scale-ups grow and scale through very specific initiatives. So we tend not to be the big events like Slush and Tech Barbecue. We love them, we partner with them, but that's not what we do. We have much smaller events that tend to be very focused on specific themes. We do startup investor matching, talent matching, mentoring program, accelerator, incubator, those kinds of programs that are extremely action orientated and are founded and anchored in our global know-how and network. And so let me just super quickly touch on the diversity agenda, because it's come up a few times. We have amazing female talent, but it's not just about women versus men or any gender. It's about the entire diversity agenda. And yet, when that is said, exactly what Mimmi was saying just a moment ago, we're looking at 1.5% max of venture capital funding going to women. And for that reason, we in Tech Nordic Advocates set up and are now running Europe's only international Women in Tech founder program, currently in Denmark and Finland, going to Norway and Sweden soon, with support from European Commission, etc., and very much anchored. We have over 300 people involved internationally in the program as mentors, etc. So it's all on the website, and everybody who's on that Women in Tech, female diversity agenda, please reach out. We would very much like to talk to you and bring you into that program. So that was that bit. Let me just talk really briefly about the exam question, which is this $1 billion valuation. And I entirely agree with what was said just before. In very many ways, it's asking the wrong question. And of course, it's fantastic to have a $1 billion valuation, and everybody would love to be a unicorn, and it's a pretty snazzy label to have. But it is asking the wrong question, because all it really takes is to get in front of an optimistic investor or two who thinks that you have growth potential that will justify a $1 billion valuation. But actually, that's not really what it's about. Exactly as what Martin said before, that it bears absolutely no resonance or relevance to achieved revenue or profit growth, right? So really what we need to do is to step aside from, I'd like to be $1 billion valuation into how do we produce, scale-ups and truly globally scalable businesses, in our case, in the technology sector across the Nordics and Baltics, forget the $1 billion valuation label. Yeah, that's a real question. And that starts from day one. And I think if we look at what strengths we have across the Nordic, part of it is both what Anna and Siv talked about, but also the mindset. We are problem solvers, right? And there's a real difference between what we see in other parts of the world to find a piece of sexy technology and say, hey, let's build a business around that, which is a wrong approach, right? What we're very good at in the Nordics is just saying, here's some problems that need solving. And let's really stay focused on the actual problems that we're trying to solve. And then we build a business that's technology enabled to solve that specific problem, okay? That's the foundation. And without that foundation, solving a real problem that people feel is a problem, they want to spend money to solve, then they're not going to be able to build a scalable business. And everything, goes from that. And that is about building a scalable value proposition, business model, processes, technology, having the right team, having access to capital and so on. But you've got to prove you've got a business that's scalable to start with. That is anchored in a real problem. So I think that's my party piece around the $1 billion valuation. It is wonderful, but it is just a label. And what we need to focus on is how do we put the right conditions in place in order to build scalable businesses. And that takes us back to what we do. So it's not about whether you are Danish, Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian, Estonian, whatever you are. What it's about is you've got a business, you've proven you're solving a problem with technology, and then you need a lot of support, whether it be capital, talent, know-how, whatever it is. That's what we help you achieve, right? And help bring you out into the world, not out of the Nordics. We don't want that because we don't want to lose all these amazing innovative businesses. But what we want to do is to help bring you beyond the Nordics. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeanette. You talked about Tech Nordics advocates. It's linked to the global community, the grassroots ecosystem. That's where you work. You also talked about not big events, but more focus, action-oriented programs, meetups. That's great to know. You also talked about diversity. So great insights coming from your address. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we are ready for our next panel. Thank you, Jeanette.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. Yes. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. Thomas, thank you so much. You are joining us from Plug and Play Tech Center, VC. You're involved in so many different things and kind of building the largest innovation platform on the planet. So I love that focus. So great that you could join us. We'll wait for a couple of other amazing panelists to join us. And the topic today is startup funding. Of course, that's my favorite topic because I believe it's very important that startups are funded correctly, and startups also know how funding works, because without that, you cannot scale your venture. So it's very important for you to know how the funding side works. The purpose of this session is to introduce you to the leading VCs, investors, and funding organizations in the Nordics to kind of figure out like what's the best way for you to pave your way as a startup founder. So thank you so much that that everyone is here. Carl-Henrik, you're joining us from Almi. Terhi, you are joining us from Helen Ventures. Max, you're joining us from Snow Ventures. Jørn from Katapult, and Thomas, you're joining us from Plug and Play VC. Let's do a quick introduction. I think let's start there. So my request to the panelists would be if you could introduce yourself and your organization in about 1 or 2 minutes. And we start with, let's say, Carl-Henrik, if you would like to go and talk about Almi and yourself.
Yes, and thanks a lot for being a part of this big event. It seems to be a very hectic agenda for the day, I can see. So great. Thanks for being here, and we'll talk a little bit about Almi, and I will not talk so much about myself because I'm only one of the collaborators that should do as much as possible for the entrepreneurs in Sweden from Almi's part. Almi is a governmental part, and we are our holding and mother company is owned by the state, the government. So we are, in that sense, we are owned by 100%. But in the regional part where I'm sitting in Stockholm and Sörmland, we're owned by 49% of the regional owners. And it's the same system in the whole Sweden. We have 16 subsidiaries in the Företagspartner, and we have also the Almi Invest, the venture capital company, where we are having 8, or to be exact, 9 different Almi Invest companies working with venture capital in quite early phase. Almi, where I'm sitting in Företagspartner, we are offering a unique combination of financing and business development. So that's our main goal. And as I said, Almi Invest, they're of course doing the venture capital part and trying to invest in businesses. If I should say something about Almi, we in Almi Företagspartner, we are, I should say, a factory, a sawmill. We are doing a lot of things out there, really producing a lot of efforts to help entrepreneurs to fulfill the dreams of starting and developing companies. So it's important that we are both in the start phase, but we are also in the expansion phase. So we can easily say that we are heading for almost all industries and in all different stages of a company's life. And it means also that we have loans from the smallest micro loan to quite big ones, actually, which is growth loan and green loans nowadays. So, and it could end up with 15 million Swedish krona, and the micro loan could be 100,000 Swedish krona. So this is the big differences in what Almi is doing. And one thing that is also important to mention right now in this short introduction is that we have a special focus in women and persons with a foreign background. And the next step for us is that sustainability is one of our main goals during this the coming future, well, from now on. So all the companies coming to Almi, they have to go through our sustainability workshops and things like that. So it's quite important for us to have that, and we are also a quite big channel to discuss sustainability and diversity with all our customers out there. That is shortly about Almi. I'm at the head of Almi Företagspartner Stockholm Sörmland, so that's the only thing I have. Almost 65 collaborators in Stockholm and 15 in Sörmland, but in the total we are approximately 500 employees in Almi.
Great. Thank you so much for the insight. Love the work on sustainability, female founders, foreign founders, and the green loans that you talked about. One question beyond that, how well spread are you in Sweden? You said you are 60 people in Stockholm and then close to 500. Is it that you are regionally represented in different municipalities? How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. We're situated and we are placed out there in actually 40 different offices in Sweden. So we have quite a lot of offices out there to reach out to for all the entrepreneurs out in Sweden. Unfortunately, I must say that we have what I can understand quite a lot of international viewers out there, and unfortunately we are only for Swedish companies, so we cannot help companies from Denmark or Norway, or not from India or from elsewhere. It's only Swedish companies that we can help actually in Sweden. But if you're starting up in Sweden, then we can help you. So,
okay, I'll borrow like 20 more seconds. Being in Sweden means that the company needs to be incorporated in Sweden, but the founders could be spread in different places.
Yeah, absolutely.
As well, depending on. So that's just for the clarity of the audience. The company itself needs to be incorporated in Sweden for them to be getting support from Almi. But let's move to Helen Ventures. Terhi, if you could talk a bit about what you are doing, the awesome stuff on the impact side, would love to hear.
Fantastic. So first of all, thanks for having me here. So this is a very exciting panel. Looking forward to the discussion. So I'm the founder and head of Helen Ventures. And Helen Ventures is the investment arm of Helen, the energy company in Finland. So we have a sector focus. We only invest in startups which are focusing and working on solutions which can be applied into the energy sector. So largely looking at solutions like climate tech solutions, sustainability solutions, digital energy solutions, e-mobility solutions, and like over-crossing perspective for us is looking at digital business models. So something which is fast to scale and build. And in terms of the geographic focus, so we go across of Europe, so not only in Finland nor only in Nordics. Actually, the biggest part of our investment at the moment is in Germany. So we go across Europe plus Israel. And in terms of the phase, so we like to see something where you have a product market fit. So you could say plus minus Series A is the sweet spot what we are looking for. Occasionally, we also look at strong founders in the seed phases. So that kind of is the sweet spot what we are talking about. And the ticket wise up to 3 million as an initial ticket. So that in short, Helen Ventures and what we are doing.
Thank you so much. Could we discuss a little bit about how big is the portfolio right now and what are your current priorities going forward?
So we have now 10 companies in our portfolio. So looking at companies who can really bring the energy transition and the climate tech solutions forward. And very happy to hear more about that kind of startups if they are in the audience.
Awesome. So the startup listing there, Helen Ventures is not only Nordics. They talked about Germany, Europe, Series plus A plus minus, and 10 companies in portfolio focus being energy and climate tech. So if you're building something, yeah, that's the place. Great. Max, can we start with Snow Ventures? We had Snow Ventures mentioned from Siv Andersen when she delivered her presentation on Oslo business region. So great work that you're doing in that place.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to today. So yeah, I'll give you, I guess, a little bit of background on Snow Ventures. We're a pan-Nordic fund, early stage fund based out of Norway. And I guess just to refine what that means for us, we're actually open to companies that are incorporated in the US, for example, but just have a significant Norwegian or Nordic association. So that could be a Swedish founder who moved recently to the US even and incorporated his or her business there. But so yeah, we're investing early stage. We're investing out of our second fund. We've made 9 investments out of this fund so far, pretty evenly spread throughout the Nordics. We have about $100 million in assets under management, and we're backed by folks like Peter Thiel and other sort of global investors across, primarily across the US and Europe. And that's a big part of our strategy, is to build those networks with folks around the world to connect them to the Nordics and also provide a good platform for Nordic founders to reach the rest of the world. So we see ourselves sort of as a gateway kind of in and out in both directions. We are non-thematic and sector agnostic when it comes to the investments we make. So we're wide open. Anything really we say within digital technology. What we're really looking for is big, bold ideas coming from ambitious founders. And I guess we can dig in on the panel in terms of what that really means. But yeah, I think that's us.
Very interesting. Sector agnostic, digital tech, Nordic focus, and big, bold ideas. Yes, we are diving into that after 2 more introductions. Jørn, if you could talk to us about Katapult and the amazing work that you guys are doing there.
I'd love to do that. Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me. It seems now the only company we don't share portfolio with is Max and Snö. So we need to step up our Web3 and all other things game. Folks, Katapult is investing in global seed stage climate tech. That's what we're excited about. We're excited about that because climate change is real and it's also going to be profitable to fix it. We built a model for that. So what we do is work with companies that are at seed, is what we call it. Typically, these companies are valued at between 5 and 20 million euros. So we're a bit later than typical accelerators, but that's because we offer a certain kind of product. You know, we're perfect when you are, let's say 7, 8, 9 people in your team. You have a few months, maybe a year worth of commercial traction. You have something that is working. But you now need to internationalize, accelerate. You need to quantify your impact. You need to understand your business goals and set milestones for the next 3-4 years of fundraising. This is what we do. That is the Katapult product. We've applied that now across 115 companies since 2017. So we're sort of growing up and becoming a bit more mature ourselves. We'll make a total of 40 investments this year. My focus is on the 24 climate investments we'll make. 12 of those are ocean and 12 of those are non-ocean, but all of them will have a climate impact. And I encourage everyone who's building something like that to talk to us. My background is not in that. I used to run a startup, but I was in music tech. And I recommend that only for the people who really want to learn how painful it is to run a startup. But it was good learning. So that's a bit about me and a bit about Katapult. And I'm excited to be here. Thanks, Naimul.
Thank you so much, Jørn. You have been with me on a couple of other events. It ends with the music. So I love it. We still haven't done a jam session together. Should be doing that. But what I also love is, I remember Carl-Henrik, we had a panel around a year ago, and in that panel as well, collaboration suddenly started happening. So really hopeful that Katapult and Snow Ventures and there could be collaborations building over here. We want to enable that going forward. And also
we want to get that Peter Thiel money, just to be clear. So if Peter Thiel wants to LPR fund, you know, the book is open, not solicitation.
Maybe he's in the audience today. You never know.
Great. But also like the clear focus you have, like we're going to be investing in 40 and then 28 are going to be over here on the climate tech. So thank you for those words. We turn to Thomas. Tell us what you are doing at Plug and Play and what is Plug and Play to our audience.
Hi guys, thanks a lot for having me. Super excited to be here. It's also nice to see familiar faces. Actually, it's a great coincidence because exactly 1 year ago, I was flying to Stockholm for the first time. So, you know, thanks for the invitation. Really looking forward to this amazing panel. I'm Thomas Bigagli. I'm Ventures Director at Plug and Play EMEA. I'm actually French and Italian. I'm dialing in from Paris, but I should be coming to the Nordics in actually 2 weeks from now. I started 4 years ago and I contributed to the launch of 10 offices in EMEA, and I'm working really hard in opening 4 offices in the Nordics within the next 6 months. Now speaking about Plug and Play, let me start basically with the story. I don't know if you're aware of that, but Plug and Play started back in the late 90s. It's a family business, right? Run by Saïd Hamidi. And Saïd Hamidi had a great idea back then because he had a building in front of Stanford to turn it into a startup campus. I mean, back then we didn't call that a startup, right? It was a tech early stage company. And he was lucky enough, this is why he called this building the Lucky Building, to have as first tenant, Sergey and Larry, that launched Google in this building. And right after, he had the chance to host amazing additional startups such as PayPal, Google, Dropbox, Danger, Lending Club, etc., and started obviously investing in it. And in 2006, he then created the legal entity Plug and Play Tech Center, right? And why after is because he had his first return on investment and he bought the, you know, the old HQ of Philips Electronics, right? So his ambition was bigger. We had a huge building that is still our HQ actually. And now our activities rely on 3 main pillars. So we are still a VC fund. We are one of the most active in the world. So investing since 5 years in more than 200 startups per annum. From pre-seed to Series A, we have different vehicles, as you can imagine. We are a strategic investor. So our ticket size, they are from 50K to 500K. We never lead rounds. On the other side, we started in 2012 some innovation consultancy. So we started, supporting large corporations to boost their digital transformations by using external technologies, startups. Now, of course, our model evolved, but back then it started like that, right? And when we were matchmaking startups and large corporations on specific pain points. We are still actually doing that for free. We don't take equity. We don't charge startups, right? Large corporations are actually paying us for that. And lastly, that's the acceleration part that I just mentioned. So the startups, by helping them, we call that accelerating them. So our definition of accelerator is actually sourcing a great technology that could be beneficial for large corporations, then matchmaking them together and supporting the trial phase, so the POC, until the implementation. And right now we are active in 50 offices on 4 continents, and we are roughly 900 employees so far. Thanks a lot.
Awesome, awesome. We should catch up when you are here in 2 weeks. That's the first thing. The second thing is that I gather, how would you then classify? Are you then a platform, or what? How would you classify the entity plug and play? That's one question.
Great question. I would say we are, you know, one of the largest open innovation platform in the world. We are the middle of all of the value chain because we collaborate with all of the main stakeholders, right? So universities, other VCs, of course, and investors, large corporations, innovation centers, etc. So we are really at the forefront in the middle of innovation. And of course, again, we rely on these 3 main pillars that are accelerators, innovation consultancy, and VC.
One last follow-on question, and then we go into our panel discussion. You talked about 50 to 500K and never leading the rounds. Does that also mean you don't follow on, or do you follow on?
Actually, a great question. We do follow on and do pro ratas, and this is also why we, you know, launched lately, and we will launch more and more later stage funds with corporate LPs. Because back then, Plug and Play was investing mainly through several family, you know, the family money, the Amity money. But since 2 years, we launched our first fund in InsurTech. Then we launched a sustainability one, a brand and retail one, a fintech one, a supply chain logistic one, etc. And we will launch more and more. And LPs, we have a PVH, for instance, in brand and retail. We have the Walmart and the Walmart family in supply chain and logistics, etc. Okay, great. Let's jump into questioning round, and I'll scrap my questions because somewhere somebody said, Max, you said bold idea. So let's take it from there and try to build an alternate stream of questions. So I'm very interested in knowing from each one of you, like what are you looking for in startups when you are funding? Of course, since you are working in different levels of the entire funding value chain, for example, Carl-Henrik, you're working on the loan side at a very early side. Helen Ventures is working on the climate energy transition. You are working on the climate tech Katapult. You're more generalist, Snow, and Plug and Play is more like a platform kind of the element in between. So if I ask this question, what are you looking for when you want to fund a startup? Because this is a funding panel. Yeah. Anyone can start. It's open. Ladies first.
Okay. I'll go for it. So I think our answer is very simple, and I think most of the startups have heard it before, but those are the fundamentals, what you should deliver. So there's basically 3 things. There's a traction, there's a team, and there's a market. And all of those need to exist in a good way at the same time. So that's the sweet spot. And when looking at it, of course, everybody knows that great ideas and great problems and solutions for those tend to happen. So people see the same things, smart people see the same things at the same time. So the idea itself even though you think that you just discovered it, most likely somebody else has discovered that as well. So it's all about execution. And when you go into execution, so of course, looking at the team who has a tendency to actually go into making it happen, learning from the market, making it happen, but then also showing it, so demonstrating it through traction so that you have actually customers paying for it. And of course, the old saying, so the money will come to those who have the money. So that will happen. So then you can prove that you know the product market fit is there and you can show it. Then of course we can help you to boost it even further. And then lastly, so of course it makes sense to work in the industries which actually matter. So for us, for example, looking at a climate tech, so it's such a huge problem. And when you have such a huge problem for a startup mind, that's an opportunity. So thinking of something where you actually can make such a big difference and people are desperate to need the solutions and you can help them out. So of course you want to work on something where that market is big and large and scalable, so that you have a good baseline to build on. And of course it's beneficial if the market is rapidly growing. So there are opportunities to do like transformation of the industry as well and that kind of things. But anyways, the market needs to be large enough, because when you slice and dice and go into the market, you most likely realize that even though you look at a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, when you actually start going in there, it gets smaller and smaller. So you need to start from something which is big and meaningful. So these three things: traction, the team, and the market. And the one which people mostly miss is the traction. So I think for the American startups, it tends to be more obvious, but for the Nordic startups, the idea itself is nice, but if you can show the traction, that makes a huge difference.
Awesome. And I love that, love the words that you said, building something big and meaningful. And of course, traction, of course, your focus is also on plus minus seed, where tractions become more important. But let's switch to Thomas. What's your take on the question?
Really good question. Actually, at Plug and Play, we invest, we are industry and location agnostic. We invest 99% of the time in software businesses. We can do sometime hardware, but it's really rare, frankly speaking. And we mostly invest in B2B due to our strong portfolio promises. As you know, we have such a network of large corporations, and that it makes more sense. But we do B2C. I would say half of our unicorns are actually B2C. What I think is important to mention is, because we are location agnostic, it might be misleading because we have offices a bit spread around the world. But actually, when Plug and Play is opening an office, it's mainly for our innovation consultancy services, right? So we will have investors that will be sitting there, but the investors sitting there can invest actually anywhere in the world. So I think this is quite important to mention. When it comes to what we are looking at as well, so of course, the market, the team, the pain points and how they address it with their solution, as well as their unique value proposition for us is key. But as you know, we invest from pre-seed to Series A, so tractions, yes, is really important. Don't get me wrong, although at a pre-seed level, it might be hard. So we will challenge the startups not on the tractions on the pre-seed level, but more on how they have been co-building this solution, using a product growth and design thinking approach, for instance, right? So I would say tractions, yes, definitely better, but sometimes, at a pre-seed is quite hard. So we have other ways of challenging the entrepreneurs on that side.
Very interesting point. You talked about software business being location agnostic, and then since you operate on quite a broad range, wide range, so with very early stage startups, you're saying that you kind of challenge how they're actually building the startup itself, and traction metrics are not in place, not set up yet. So great points over there. Let's switch to you, Jørn, because of course you were very clear about the targets that you have, let's say 40 investments, which essentially makes me think that there must be a huge pipeline that you guys are working with. So question is, when you have a pipeline, how do you work? How do you make selections? It's a slight branching off of the same question, like what startups do you select? But
Yeah.
I want to understand how the logic works that you're saying.
How in the world do we do that? Yeah, I have the numbers. We looked at 1,902 companies this year, which is a lot. I'll state the obvious. And in order to get through that, well, our model needs it. We need to actually look at enough companies to be able to get to, in the case of my fund, 24 great investments. So to get that confidence, we speak to and analyze and due diligence 250-ish companies, and we have tabs on 1,900 plus companies. The whole point of this is that we need to go and actively look for them. If we lean back and wait for applications, that's not going to be enough. We need to actually go out and find them. So how do we select? Well, I can tell you that we right now have a research program going on that is publicly supported as well. We do this in collaboration with a couple of other organizations to analyze how we select, because everyone is biased. You cannot escape that. What you can do is probably increase awareness of that and try and understand and inspect your choices. And so that's what we're trying to do, looking at our selection criteria. Personally, my list from the top is, I'll mention the obvious. If the team is not exceptional, nothing is going to happen. So yeah, you need to be in an impactful space, probably in a market that is growing. At our stage, we invest in mainly post-revenue companies. You need to have some traction. Traction can also be an exceptional paid pilot, or just a technology readiness level that is attractive in a space that is really, there is a bottom level to how cheap a company of 6 exceptional engineers working on a deep tech case can be. That is an expensive company. So you're never going to get that at 3 million valuation. But if the team is not great, then nothing else will happen. So that is why we always talk about team, because, they're the ones that are going to sell. They're going to recruit talent. They're going to surmount insurmountable challenges, all these things. It's just super hard. And if there's one thing I wish for everyone to take out of that, is that the respect for founders being able to go from that 0 to 1 is just, that is the most exceptional feat. Actually getting someone to pay for the thing that you produce, to like the thing that you put in the market, that is exceptional. That's what we need.
Awesome. You mentioned a very strong pipeline, 1,902 companies. I was reading, I think that's Nordic is kind of working with a similar kind of pipeline with their impact accelerator. So great that that indicates that there is so much work happening at the entrepreneurship side. So imagine the quantum of innovation, impact, and imagination that's already there. So great. If
you look at the market right now, everyone's kind of reeling in from 2021, which was pretty wild. It was cool, especially for the ones that, and I include myself, that didn't invest 20 years ago. It was like, oh, that's what it was. I get it now. Although it's hugely different. But the point is that this market is still tiny compared to all of the other markets out there. Look at the financial markets at large. Look at all the capital that is moving and slushing around here and there. If you look at the amount of financing and talent that currently goes to entrepreneurs and startups, it's just tiny. The market is much, much larger. And look on the other side, if you take the top 10, 20 companies that are growing for the past decade in every country you want to look at, what kind of companies are they? Well, aside from utilities, you have startups, and startups is it. That is actually the prime value generation method that's been used for the past 50 years. So this is the way to create great companies, and we're allocating a tiny, tiny part of our resources to actually doing that. I'm pretty bullish on this method.
Okay, brilliant. I'm split now. Should I put a question, because it's a branch question now? Max, should we go into how you were discussing the bold ideas? I wrote it here, but then I wrote 3 other things on top of it, because I only have 1 page over here. So if we can go on that side, maybe talk some soft factors, or however you want to answer that.
Yeah, sure. I guess, yeah, we've now invoked Peter Thiel several times with the funding, the 0 to 1, and I guess I can do it one more time. So I used to work for him for the last 6 years or so, and so I'll borrow from him again. And what he would say around this, and I think is true, is we're looking for folks that are building a business around a secret or an important truth that others in the world don't realize yet. And so maybe that's a way to sum up, what we mean by bold ideas. But beyond that, I mean, I agree with what everybody else has said in terms of what else needs to be in place for people to actually pursue and execute on those ideas. It's not quite enough that someone has this idea. It has to be the right team. It has to be within the right market. And then we also look at sort of defensibility and moats around that idea and around the business. Yeah, I think that's kind of how I give sort of the soft factors around what we mean by bold idea, and sort of what does the company look like around that idea. Understood.
Great thoughts. Carl-Henrik, if we come to you, you are slightly different from the VC world that we're talking about. So you're working in a very interesting space of loans, of business advisory support, and in some cases validation money, which Almi. So how do you assess who to give out money to? Like, what do you look for in the founders who are coming to you? Well, maybe that's too broad because you are in several business legs. So, but I'll still float that question.
Yeah, it's a very good question, of course. Since we are all over the space, as we say, in some way, still we have to be quite aware of where does our money come from, and it's from our taxes. Actually, I pay the money that we lend out to the entrepreneurs, so we have a respect that is quite high actually regarding that. So as the rest of you are talking about, is the same for us when we are looking at the loan situation. It's the entrepreneur, the team behind it, but many times if you're in a very early phase where we can go in and finance with a loan or innovation grants also in some way, then it could be only one person, but still we're looking at this person. Will this person have the possibilities, the courage and the curiosity to take all the steps that you have to do to be a good entrepreneur? And then of course it's the own effort from this entrepreneur is quite important, that you have put in your own, not only money, but it's most of the in the most of the different times it's the time that you're putting in there, because you put a lot of time as an entrepreneur into this. But then I can also come back actually to the sustainability, that it has to be business concepts nowadays that is have a thought regarding sustainability. But it doesn't mean that we can't put out loans to a restaurant, because I mean, we can do that, of course, to a cafe also, but as a cafe owner and entrepreneur in that sector, you have to think about this sustainability and what you can do as a coffee owner to fix that. And then of course we have, I mean, we're going to the most high-tech companies also that are having the next idea that I can guess that both Jørn and Max and Thomas and Terhi would like to invest in, those most high-tech. We will be there also, so we have the possibility to look at all the different phases, all the different industries, and then we go down to the main thing, the person behind the company actually that we are trying to look at. Then for sure we're looking at the economic plans, budgets, whatever. That's something that you have to have on place in all kind of financing nowadays. Then we come to the I don't know if all the venture capital companies has the KYC thing going on, but we of course as a governmental part, and we have the Finansinspektionen in Sweden. Also that we are have our, when we're talking about money laundering and things like that, so we have a KYC doing on all our customers, and that's for both for the customer, it's for us, and it's for safety for the society, that we are putting out the money to the right persons actually. So usually we say that it's for the entrepreneurs, that it's important that we do the right thing and put the money out to the right persons. But so it is. We try to be. We're doing in Stockholm, Sörmland, 1,000 loans per year approximately.
Okay.
It was 1,600 during the pandemic year 2020. So it means that it's only in Stockholm Sörmland then. So we have quite a lot of action regarding those loans. And then we say no to like 400 or 500 applications also. So yeah, that's how it is to be on Almi.
Well, great, a massive quantum you have, and it was also there in the pandemic time. I got a question here from the audience here. I got a direct question here. That is, how well does your VC arm work with the Almi arm? Because you have a traditional funding model, and then you have a VC funding through Almi Invest. Do you, as two organizations, because entrepreneurship is more like a journey, do you handhold them, or is it that two windows of operations? How does it work for Almi?
It's a very good question. Since we have very high confidentiality at Almi, we can't stand the companies just back and forward between us, because it's important that the customer is the important thing, that they allow us to do that, of course. But otherwise, I mean, as a venture capital company, as Almi Invest, they have, for sure, they're more selective, and they're doing like perhaps 40, 50 investments per year in Sweden. They're doing 5 to 10 investments in Stockholm area, I can guess approximately. They have 370, 380 portfolio companies. So Almi Invest is a very big investor in Sweden, and even if you compare with in the Nordics and even in Northern Europe, I think they're quite big in investing. So, but of course we have good cooperation with Almi Invest. If we find, or we will have an application from a very interesting company, then we are talking to the company, and then we are talking to Almi Invest, and then we're putting them together. And we also have the business development part, that we are helping each other with this business development for companies that are in Almi Invest's portfolio. We're trying to help them with business development. But for sure, as Per Hedberg from Sting, they have quite a lot of different companies in Sting. I think from the Almi Företagspartner part, we are in 80 to 90% of those companies has some kind of contact with Almi. So it means that we are quite eager to be there and to help the companies in early phases. And if that is enough for the venture capital part, that's only Almi Invest can say that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We jump into two last questions, and I'm trying to see if we can do some rapid answers on this. One is that there's a lot of discussion going around on the global funding scene. It came out when we were discussing this with Helen Ventures around a couple of months ago in a Founder Institute session. How far is your organization impacted, or you see the work in your area, particular area, is impacted with the global trends that we see in the VC industry, especially? So anybody can so we can have a quick catch up on that, and then I have a last question for the panel.
It's fair to say it's tougher, right? It's a bit tougher this year than last year. So great companies will still get funding. They will always get funding because there is always money. And one good thing to remember for every entrepreneur that's building right now and looking at headlines, well, there were a lot of VC entrepreneurs building last year and the year before, and they have relatively fresh bags of capital that was secured, funds that were raised last year. These are now ready to be deployed and invested over the next 2 years. And yeah, maybe for some of the immediate follow-ons is going to be tough. Maybe for emerging fund managers that invested all of their money last year, it may be tough, but we just don't know. We don't know the size of this market. We don't know how big the opportunities are. Part of this game is like, we get paid to be patient, right? It's a 10-year horizon for most of these things, plus minus. So there is capital moving around, and you will get funding. But it's tougher if your company is not a clear-cut case. And so that's why we always encourage everyone to just, now is the time to really manage your runway, because everyone now looks at different factors. How alive is this company in 6 months, 9 months, 12 months? If you're now, if you have less than 12 months of runway and you're trying to grow, and you haven't really found a set of unit economics that work for you, that can scale, well, it's probably going to be painful. You need to fire people, and probably right now. That's that's the rule. But we invest. I see others investing at a pretty decent frequency. So for great companies, no problem. For bad and mediocre companies, it's going to be a bad year.
Okay, so for great companies, no problem. There's capital around. Marvin was also, when he connected from San Francisco in the morning, he was talking about a lot of dry powder even in the US market. So so good to hear that. Any other perspectives here?
Yeah, I think on our side, what we've seen during the pandemic back then, all of the VC funds back in March 2020, they basically stopped investing, freeze their pipeline, and they were focusing on the portfolio management, right, during a month. But then they actually realized that startups were doing great, so they started investing again. And the VC game started becoming more and more famous. You had more and more VC funds that got created. So 3 years ago, as Jørn was saying, the lifespan of a VC fund is actually some years, 8 to 10, some years. So don't worry, you will still have some VCs that will be interested to potentially assess you for an investment opportunity. And on top of that, what I think was really interesting as well during the pandemic is that because the access to deals was harder and harder, all of the VC funds that were investing later stage started raising funds to invest in earlier stage, and vice versa, right? So we are a great example, actually. We were early stage VC funds. Now in 2 years, we launched 5 later stage funds focused on specific industries, for instance. And the second point I wanted to raise, where I totally agree with Jørn, is at the end of the day, great startups will still be able to raise. Just VCs will be more and more cautious when it comes to metrics. So, last year or two, your valuation were based on your ability to raise money. Now, it won't be the case anymore. They will be based on mostly tractions. So bear that in mind. And again, I think it's going to be easier for new startups actually that are starting now and trying to raise in the future, if they are great, than for the startups that get overvaluated and then needs to go one step down. Okay.
Great points. And I'm writing here, metrics and discipline are the 2 key themes for startups. If you're building a startup, you need to be disciplined and kind of build it like a business and not a funding machine. So great points. Any other comments before we move to the last question? Yeah.
Maybe just to mention that, as discussed by Thomas already, that early phase might be easier. So in a growth phase, profitability is becoming fashionable. So then being able to show that you have that capability and then get the funding to gear it up further versus being default dead as looking at it. So I think that's one thing to look at. So that how can you prove that kind of things if you are more in the mature state? And then I think that also the difference between different sectors. So some of the sectors were more hyped and maybe overvalued than the others. And also in some sectors, like if you look at the energy tech or climate tech, where all these things which have happened in the past months have made the energy sufficiency and capabilities to build there even more important. So in some cases, actually, this is the best time ever to build something which can solve that kind of issue. So there are all these customers who actually need it. So I think there are also tremendous opportunities in this kind of times as well.
Great point. I think that resonates with, if you're a great company or a startup, you will get funded. And if you're operating in a sector which is like in the sync of time, I think that's where. So great points over there. Let's round off our discussion in the last 1 or 2 minutes. If people need to get in touch with you for their funding needs or startups, what's the best way to connect with you? Is it a website? Should they send a pitch deck? Whatever. So let's take a very quick round on that, and then we close the panel.
I can start then from Almi's part. Of course, it's a web page that is important to, you can find all the information there. But I also need to say that Almi, when some of you are backing off the market, and it was so during the pandemic, then Almi has the opportunity to step forward, actually. So that's our assignment to do that. We should be in different economic situations. We can act in different ways. And in this sense, we are stepping forward. Of course, if the economic situation getting less good, then we are stepping forward. So that's for the people to know that we try to help quite a lot of different companies. And of course, if you have you have to have the possibility to survive, of course. Otherwise, we will not put money in there. But we do that analyze as all of you are doing. So that's for sure. But the website, or you can always contact me also for sure.
Great. How does it look for Helen Ventures? You are operating at the plus minus Series A. If founders need to get in touch with you, is it some warm referrals? How does that work usually?
We are happy to have a direct contact, so it's fantastic. On the website, you find all the details. Our joint email is hello@helenventures.fi. So send your pitch deck. We're happy to look at it.
Okay, brilliant. Anything from you, Max, and Jørn, and then Thomas?
Yeah, we're each of our first names at snow.vc. And all of our emails are on the website. And I think, yeah, best just to email directly with a pitch deck and sort of an explanation for your company and what you're looking for. And yeah, I guess I'll also say that we're sort of very much forward leaning at this point. We're closing an investment this week, and we've continued to invest sort of through the summer and through this market downturn, if you want to call it that. It's hard to differentiate between what the slowness of a Nordic summer versus a market downturn. So I'm still kind of learning what the normal Nordic summer feels like in terms of pace. But yeah, we're sort of moving ahead and investing as we did before the downturn. So please feel free to reach out.
Got it. Thank you. Jørn, any point from you in terms of if they need to reach out? 1902, you said?
It's in the chat, right? So you can actually call me or email me or do whatever. Don't climb through my window, but outside of that, everything is fair game. It's easy to get in touch with Katapult. We will invest this year and also next year. So tell us. And if we're wrong, tell us, and just hand over some feedback. It's time to send it this way as well, not just the other way.
Got it. Thomas, any last thoughts?
Yes, of course. On our side, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn or on my email that is in the chat. We actually, and I will encourage you guys, it depends, of course. For Almi, it makes a lot of sense for you to apply on a website, but generally speaking, top VCs, they source proactively and they exchange a lot with their peers. And, they review a lot of applications. But if we have other trust VCs that is quite renowned with who we are sharing some deals, we may tend to try to do something together and invest. So what I would recommend you is to try to get in touch with, few VCs that will then introduce you to some others, rather than you reaching out with cold emails everywhere. Frankly speaking, that will be my best advice. And feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or by email. And I'm traveling a lot, so you won't find any windows. Sorry, but maybe I would come to yours.
But jump on the same train as you, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
But we are catching up in 2 weeks. But great, thank you so much, Jørn, Max, Terhi, Carl-Henrik, and Thomas. Great that you could join us and discuss these amazing insights. I think a lot of value going out.
Hi, Stockholm. Welcome to the Startup Acceleration in the Nordics panel. So my name is Jens Warnberg. I'm the director of Startup Grind in Hong Kong, and I'm in Hong Kong right now. So let's see, we are adding in our panelists all coming in here. Hi, Stefan. See, Mikar, Funda, Anders is coming in. And we have Nia. And Alfredo, great. So I'm really happy to be moderating this panel with you. You can see me as I moved from Stockholm to Hong Kong in 1998 with the dot-com boom. So I'm really curious to know what's happened since then. No, but I've been back. But let's start like this. Let's go through each one in the panel. Sort of short introduction, I am, and how my organization helps to accelerate startups. So let's start with Stefan.
Hi everyone. I'm Stefan Sonnerstedt. I'm the CEO of Connect East, and I've held the position for 2.5 years. Before that, I was working for a Finnish VC company called Innovestor. And but my background is from the financial sector. I worked in the bank sector for 25 years with everything basically. FX trader, fixed income trader. My last 10 years in the banking sector. Then I was responsible for alternative investments in Nordea. But I also done some own investments, a handful in Swedish startups. It's a great place to be. Some short facts about Connect. First of all, we are a non-profit organization. We have a full national coverage in Sweden, operating from 5 regions. I'm head of East, which includes Stockholm, of course, and Mälardalen, cities like Örebro, Västerås, Linköping, and so forth. And we work on a national level with 300 companies per year. So it's a huge number. And some other good numbers. Last 3 years, we actually made a little investigation that show that we have actually managed to raise 1.2 billion Swedish during those last 3 years to startup companies. But if you ask, I think the majority would say that Connect, that is an angel network. That is true. We say that we are one of the largest angel networks in Sweden with approximately 500 angels. But we are so much more than that. The total network consists of 10,000 people in Sweden. And the key words, I would say, is matchmaking and readiness. And in our processes, I mean, those 10,000 people, they are entrepreneurs, of course, they are experts, they are partners, they have some special competence that we can bring in our process to help the companies. So that is much what we do. And we're not only helping startups, we also try to educate our investor network with seminars and so on. And the readiness, I mean, what's in that? Of course, we help entrepreneurs, founders looking to raise money, to actually communicate with investors. They need to be ready. They need to understand what's the kind of risk reward profile for the investors. They need to be able to explain how much money they need now, tomorrow, what the money should be spent on, what value will it build, and also, if possible, at least have some kind of idea, what's the window of exit for my investors. So we put a lot of efforts. It's not just let's say a window for the companies. We really help them. So the hit ratio when they actually meet the investors gets higher.
Yeah, I really like the readiness word, because there's so much training and preparation that can help all these interactions to go smoother. Moving on, Funda.
Yes, fantastic to be here sharing the stage with these brilliant ecosystem builders. So I'm Funda Sezgi. I'm the managing director and the co-founder of Norscan Impact Accelerator. I've been part of the Norscan team since the beginning, setting up different functions, and recently shifted my focus to the accelerator just because I love being close to the founders. So Norscan at large is an ecosystem basically where entrepreneurs can find the knowledge, capital, and the network that they need in order to make it their job to make the world a better place. So we support companies who have a positive impact on people and the planet. And we have presence in Africa and Europe through our physical entrepreneurial hubs, as well as our VC funds. 2 more funds in the making, so there is more interest into bringing capital to impact. And the accelerator in particular is where we have a global mandate to invest in the startups that we select. In 2 years' time, we have invested in 40 companies from around the world that are incredibly exciting, coming from over 2,000 applications each year. And what we do is basically we match them with, well, first we make an upfront investment in the teams, and then we match them with world-class mentors who are unicorn founders or serial entrepreneurs, people who have been on the trenches themselves and have been going through the blood, sweat, and tears of building scalable, successful businesses. And then, of course, we then match them with investors to help pave the way to their success. So, but that's basically, in a nutshell, what the Norfin and the Accelerator is.
Well, thank you for the introduction. And yeah, there's so much we can do right now, or need to do right now, when it comes to make the world better and also into the future. Anders, I know you come from an organization that is also have a global footprint.
That's
Tell
right.
us a bit about yourself and how you help startups to accelerate.
Glad to be here. Thanks so much for the invitation, and we're very happy to cooperate with everyone here. So my name is Anders Hammerbeck. I'm a partner with the Nordic Antler team. We're a global organization. Some of you heard Magnus, our founder, in the keynote session this morning. What we are, we're an early stage VC supporting startup founders, the most exceptional at the very earliest stage of their journey, through things including co-founder matching, coaching, and of course, investments into these companies. So that's in brief what Antler does. I can go into more details later, but I'll keep it short for the sake of time and all the other questions we have to discuss.
Great, thank you. Nia, you come.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. So happy to be here sharing the stage with all you. So my name is Jeanette. I am the CEO of KEYNOTES, the leading startup accelerator in Finland. We select around 40 startups a year to help. A bit of a difference with most of the accelerators is that we're not a VC fund, so we don't invest any money into the startups. But instead, we connect them with our brilliant coach pool of around 150 individuals, consisting of successful serial entrepreneurs, VC partners, angel investors, to create a fully customized program for the startups that are participating in the program. Another thing I always like to mention that aside from the programs, we've built then a free and open for all platform for startup founders to find co-founders, where we currently have around 2,000 Nordic founders that are looking for co-founders. So anyone who's in the audience and in need of a good co-founder, please go check out KEYNOTES Inside. I would be happy to continue on later on, but I'll leave some time for the other panelists to get their intros out.
Yeah, thank you. And I must say, I went to, while I did the background research on this panel, I did sign up for your portal. A lot of good information there. So it's great when people sort of just share, and then you can pick up the good ideas. Alfredo.
Yes, good morning, Jens. Thank you for the introduction and the invitation. I've been in the audience numerous times at your events. They set a very high standard, and I'm very happy to participate. So I'm Alfredo Jolan, the Managing Director of Techstars in Stockholm. Techstars manages $1 billion. Globally, we're founded in 2006, which makes us a teenager, not old enough to drink yet in Sweden. We're an operational investor supporting founders on their entrepreneurial journey. We accelerate startup success by helping them do more faster. We're built and run by entrepreneurs themselves who understand the complexities of scaling ideas and executing them. We are very purpose-driven. Our formula is capital plus programs plus connections equals opportunity. We're democratizing one of the most restrictive asset classes in the world. We're a different breed of gatekeeper. We open the gates, we don't close them. By round 6, a Techstars-backed startup is 6 times more likely to raise than the average non-Techstars startup in the PitchBook universe. 29% of our portfolio companies are led by women, versus 15% on average in the EU and 14% in the US. The mechanics, we run a 13-week accelerator program, usually 2 times a year for 12 teams at a time. We run them solo and with large corporate partners like ABN AMRO, Equinor, and JP Morgan. We have a global footprint, 54 accelerators in 40 cities and 15 countries, and leading tech hubs, Seattle to Singapore, Stockholm to Tel Aviv, London to Lagos. We operate at scale. We're a worldwide network, a worldwide founder network. We fund 650 startups a year. We've run 350 classes. We've funded 3,000 startups. We have 7,000 alumni founders. We're a mentor and investor network. We have 7,500 active mentors, 22,000 active investors. Our CRM has 750,000 names in it. In other words, every 14th person in Sweden would be in our network on a comparable basis. We're a success network. We have 19 unicorns in our portfolio. We've funded 100 companies worth more than $100 million. We've had almost 400 exits SendGrid was sold to Twilio for $2 billion. PillPack was sold to Amazon for $1 billion. ClassPass was sold for $500 million. Our companies have a combined market cap of $75 billion, and our total portfolio value is over $150 billion. Finally, we're a fundraising network. We've had 6 IPOs, including one in Sweden, Safello. Our companies have raised $24 billion lifetime. The vast majority of our companies raised within 6 months of exiting program. The average post-program raise is $1 million. That's equivalent to 10.5 million SEK today. Tomorrow, given the way the SEK is depreciating, that might be 15 million SEK. I have no idea, but it's $1 million on average. So that's a quick intro to what Techstars does.
It's almost a law of big numbers. I mean, if you have a big number and you make a small change, I mean, here in Hong Kong, I mean, we love the startup weekends, and I participate in a number of them, and it's a great way to sort of meet people. Mekar, Founders Institute.
Yeah, thank you so much, James. I'm so happy to be here. And Alfredo, oh my God, after that introduction, how do you expect me to introduce myself? Yeah, it's great to be here. My name is Mekar Sheikh, and I'm a social entrepreneur with a background in communication. My focus has been on advertising and PR, but my lifelong passion has been the education sector, where I've worked with the youth in a variety of teaching and management roles. That's how I keep myself young as well. I'm the managing director Nordics for Founder Institute, which is the world's largest pre-seed startup accelerator. We're based in Silicon Valley, and we help founders get to traction and funding with a global support network of startup experts and a very structured business building process. Since 2009, our accelerator programs have helped over, I'd say, 6,000 entrepreneurs raise about 1.75 billion in funding across 200 plus cities, and we're growing. Last year, we launched the Founder Institute here in Sweden, and this year we have expanded to the entire Nordic region, including Estonia. I'm happy to see some of our recent graduates here in the audience as well, so a big shout out to them. Yes, the Nordic region is very ripe. It's brimming with great ideas. So of course the expansion was very, very natural. Our mission, very briefly, is it's to empower communities of talented and motivated people to build impactful technology companies worldwide. And in the Nordics, we work in very close collaboration with all the other accelerators and other players in the startup ecosystem. Most of you have been to one or the other programs that we've had for Founder Institute. So yeah, it's a pleasure being here. Thank you, James.
Thank you. And I mean, it's a great panel. I'm humbled to be here. Before we start with the questions, if you in the audience have any questions, please put them in the chat, and Sokol will kind of pick them up and put them in a Google sheet so I can pick them up. I think like a month ago, I watched a Netflix documentary about sort of the music wonder, and they were doing a show about Sweden, and they asked Swedish musicians, like, what's the secret sauce of making music? And they were like, no, we don't want to speak about it. But I hope that you can help us here share maybe one word or one sentence, like, what is the secret sauce of Nordic unicorns? How can we have them? And we'll reverse the orders. We start with you, Mekar. What would you say?
Oh my God, one word, Jens.
One word or one sentence?
Yeah, well, I would say, I kind of echo what Anna said in the morning. It is the schools, the Nordic school systems, the LGR 22, the curriculum, the way they begin, the entrepreneurial mindset they give to the students. And since I come from the education sector, I see that is where everything begins. Oh my God, these kids are our secret sauce.
Yeah, the right that you don't stuff information. You're supposed to solve problems. Anders, your thought.
Yeah, sure. So a few things here. We're a small country in terms of population, but we're also a diverse country when it comes to nationalities and backgrounds. And I think this definitely is a benefit when creating startups. For one, we have to have a global mindset from day one to build a really great company. You need to look at international markets as opposed to just the home market. And I think that creates an inner drive that will carry the company for long. From a diverse point of view, we look at influences from other places. We're getting talent, we're getting ideas from many countries as well. And I think, the audience and the panel is a great testament to that here today. And B, we have a beautiful nature in the Nordics. and people treasure that. Therefore, I think Nordics has become a great place for building impact-driven companies, especially focusing on climate technologies and related fields. So I think those two things, global mindset from day one, and focused on preserving the planet and the earth that we have given birth to many great companies and many more to come.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, if you look back to the SKFs, the early companies who went around the world, well, because Sweden was a small market, and Nordics is a small market, you have to go abroad. Nia, what do you say? What's the secret sauce?
As you were asking for one word, I know that's a challenge, but I actually found a word that I like. Unfortunately, it's in Finnish, but it's sisu, which would be grit or resilience that you need to make it here in the cold, small north. So I think that mentality that the Nordic founders have is definitely one of the pieces of the secret sauce.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's cold, harsh, and you make great video games. Alfredo.
I love Nea's response, because if you ask a Finn for one word, you might often get 0, right? So it's really funny that I should speak right after Nea, because I observe this best in Finland, and I will also leave it to one word: hyper collaboration. The intersection of various ecosystem players, which I think Finland does the best in the Nordics, among the Nordic countries. One word: hyper collaboration.
Cool. Funda?
Well, I mean, just to build on what everyone highlighted so nicely, but I think the pay forward culture is really, really quite firm here. The entrepreneurs who have succeeded before or failed are all helping contribute to the success of the next generation ones. That's how we built the entire accelerator.
Yeah, help each other. And then Stefan, what would you say? One word or one sentence?
I would say we have a great infrastructure in the ecosystem as well, and also great success. I mean, the successful founders, they are today's rock stars, and they have actually paved the way and show it's possible to actually create things. But to become a unicorn, then I think, looking at actually the Swedish unicorn, they have been successful in attracting both talented people and also money from outside the Nordics. So they've been able to actually grow quite fast.
Yeah, and as one of the keynote speakers earlier spoke, the media attention when you were successful sort of spurred on, and I guess in the same way as when we were good in tennis, where everybody wants to play tennis, and then you build up that. So we kind of looked at what is the secret sauce and the word. Now, are there enough resources to build more unicorns in the Nordic, and are there any gaps? Mekar, what do you say?
Well, in my opinion, like I said earlier as well, that the Nordics is brimming with resources, and there is, just go pick and choose, and everything is there. And I guess that is also part of the secret sauce, that everything is so readily available. And I come from a foreign background, a woman, a female entrepreneur from a completely different country with a completely different culture. And for me, it was very easy to get all the help that was possible. So I've really seen it firsthand how if you know how to get to the right places, there are a lot of resources. Having said that, yes, there are gaps, and here I'd like to just bring in a 90s nursery rhyme, which said that what are little girls made of? They're made of sugar and spice and everything nice. We are a lot more than that. And I guess one of the gaps is that women need more, they need more funding, they need to be seen more, they need more utrymme, they need more place, more space. They need to be heard, and they need to be seen as more than girls as well. And sometimes it feels that the Nordics ecosystem is in the media, and where we see all the time that women have, they're driving trucks, and they're flying planes, and they're doing everything that men are doing. There's gender equality more than any other place in the world. But if you look under the surface, you do see a lot of gaps that still need to be filled. And that need to be filled from all directions, from the government, from the funding sector, from the non-profit sector, from the female founders themselves. So I would say that the gaps is again, it's the gender. We need to see things from the gender lens.
Yeah, and sort of and I guess also sort of informing about the opportunities. As you said, there are a lot of things available, but how do you make that? It can become like you don't see the forest for all the trees. So you have to find the funding that's good for you.
Yes, that's true. And just add a bit to that point. That's a very good point, Jens, that when particularly people from a foreign background come, there's a language barrier. And it's the Nordic culture is, I wouldn't say it's the warmest of cultures, and people are not very open to taking the first steps in making new friends. So this is perhaps a gap that we can fill, that we can be more inviting to people with foreign backgrounds, and particularly those who are still learning the language.
Yeah, and to make people meet up. Anders, what would you say? Are there more resources, or are there gaps?
I think to build great companies, talent is always the resource that is in short supply. So Sweden and the Nordic countries must become even better at attracting foreign talent in every possible way from both European countries and global markets as well. So I think that's one thing. Anna was talking about that earlier this morning, and how Stockholm, for example, is working on that field. But I think visa rules, housing availability, and the kind of housing rules and so forth are very important to work with. We have a new election coming up in a couple of weeks, and hopefully, that could be a catalyst of positive change. The other part, I think, is soft funding. As we see, funding is going down overall in the past quarter. I think soft funding is important. Two positive examples, I think, Norway and Denmark, where there's a very structured approach from the government side to soft fund companies at the very early stage and take that risk that sometimes is needed, especially in deep tech and those fields. I think that's definitely a good influence that, for example, Sweden can look at and be inspired by.
When you say soft funding, and I mean the previous panel we had from Almi. So what would you say? What is soft funding, and how would you get it to work in Sweden?
I think there are good mechanisms here in Sweden as well, so don't get me wrong. But if we look at, for example, Innovation Norway, we look at Växtfonden in Denmark, very extensive and very strong programs to really fund companies that are in need, that I think in some ways are even more extensive than what we see here in Sweden. So I think that's a good source of inspiration, where we can learn across the Nordic countries to be even better at sort of funding high risk, especially in deep tech, especially in climate tech at the earliest stages.
Yeah, good. Thank you. And Nia, what your thoughts in regards to resources and gaps?
I would have to agree with a lot of that my colleagues here have said. I think in general there is an abundance of resources, and sometimes I even feel that for the founders, a difficult thing might be to figure out which resources to focus on. There are so many early stage ecosystem players. It might be hard to not bounce around from program to program looking for resources instead of actually focusing on building the company. But then when it comes to building the company, I would agree with Anders that finding a lot of talented individuals can be hard. But I think currently we've seen enough Nordic unicorns that we're starting to have a great base of entrepreneurs that have been through that ride and are now able to transfer their knowledge to this new generation of entrepreneurs. But obviously would have to agree with Mehkara that the diversity of founders, especially the ones that receive funding, isn't at the level we'd like to see that. And I would say it goes beyond gender as well. I would love to see more resources in attracting people outside of tech background to the startup ecosystem. I love that we're now in the KEYNOTES program seeing people coming from the background of education. We have nurses that are now bringing in their domain expertise, combining it with co-founders that do have technical expertise, but making sure that our bubble doesn't consist of only people with technical background would be an important step for the health of the ecosystem.
Yeah, and also the connection to the actual end user. I mean, build great tech, but having that understanding of who am I doing this for, and also before we go on to the challenges. I mean, yes, the immigration or job. I mean, people are looking for employees, and then you get sort of snagged into the difficult situation of not getting visas and so on. I think there are a lot of things that can be done to streamline that. So that I mentioned the challenge. So what are the common challenges you hear from entrepreneurs to get started? And Alfredo, what would you say?
Thank you, Jens, for that question. It's always for us funding and how to get it. Money was free and it no longer is. The equity risk premium has skyrocketed. Venture is the riskiest equity there is. The US equity markets have declined 5% since the Fed declared war on inflation at Jackson Hole. On Friday, the Fed will continue raising, with rates going from 0% to somewhere between 300 and 400 basis points in less than 12 months. Central banks will continue to raise globally, especially in Europe. As we kicked off this panel discussion, Eurostat published their flash estimate for August EU CPI. It was 9.1%. At 9.1%, according to the rule of 72, if you know the rule of 72, the value of your money halves in 8 years. Do you know what inflation was in Estonia in August? 25%. The value of your money halves in 3 years at 25% inflation. So if you're wondering why those Estonian round sizes are so large, because they need to fund their inflation problem in Estonia. I'm joking, but money is becoming worth less in the Baltics. Companies will find it hard to finance. At the same time, they'll find it hard to grow. And we should be monitoring economic reports in the US and in the Eurozone. Anna Bremen, who's the deputy governor of the central bank, published a paper this morning and spoke, talking about the time when Sweden raised interest rates to 500% overnight. She was in gymnasium at the time. She was a high school student. She couldn't believe it. She wrote in her paper, she told the panel. But the Swedes need to do to defend the SEK. Many of you are old enough to remember the Nordic banking crisis of the early 1990s. We don't want to have it happen here again. Inflation needs to be fought. Interest rates are going up. The price of money is getting higher. And that is a very bad thing for early stage startups.
Mm. Yeah, no, it's scary how things become more and more expensive. And Funda, what are your points? What do you hear when you talk to people? What is the challenges?
Yeah, I mean, like other than the capital, which is obviously the first thing you hear from the entrepreneurs when you ask them what they need. I mean, it's like clearly access to talent. That is definitely a challenge. Access to founders as well, co-founders. So Nia, I would love to pick you up on that thread and try to understand whether that platform is for Nordic co-founders only, because we have companies from around the world that could actually benefit from these interactions as well. And it's really like getting to your first paying customer. That is, I think, the challenge before you get the money and the talent on board. So it's like a whole chicken and egg cycle that the entrepreneurs experience there. Like, how do I get to that point where I have results to show for that will get the money in, that will attract the big talent? So it's like, is it the vision and the story that needs to work out, or do I need to grind myself? And it's really a bit of a challenging process at the very beginning, I would say. And I think one of the things that we see a lot at Nordic, that's like the entrepreneurs are challenged with getting the spotlight on themselves. There's so much noise, so many solutions, they're so small, like how do they get the word out there? And that's why we put a lot of emphasis and effort into to basically just uplifting the rock stars of our time as we see what like entrepreneurs are now. So they are the rock stars of our time. We need to put a big spotlight on them and then help them get noticed by talent, investors, potential first customers, partners, and whatnot.
Mm. And Nia, what do you say about that? The co-founder directory, is it open for everybody?
Yes, it is open for everybody, and as it is online, and we encourage everybody to connect online as well. And we know that building companies remotely is possible these days. We do encourage anyone from anywhere in the world to join the platform. Don't have the exact numbers on how many continents do we have founders from, but it is definitely more than Europe.
Okay. Stefan, so when we look at challenges, I want to add on a question here, because you're kind of connector as well. And what Funda said about getting that first customer and getting a first enterprise customer or business, I mean, getting a real signed contract, where do you see the challenges and how can you help? Sort of, how should we get in front of the enterprise customers so we get that traction?
No, but I think as mentioned, thank you, Alfredo, for the history lesson. I was actually old enough to remember the 500%. But I think that the challenge is, of course, to finance your growth journey. And of course, there's also competition. A lot of ideas coming out and so on, and somehow there's a kind of limitation how much money that it's out there. But I think also what people tells me, I mean, it takes time. It takes preparation. You need to meet a lot of investors, and of course, let's say if you don't have that traction yet, you have not proven your product is working, someone is actually willing to pay for it, then it's up to you. I mean, the investors, they put money in your hands. So they want to know you. They want to understand, is this person in front of me capable to deliver, has the person the patience, the competence to create networks and so on. So it's extremely important. I say, to be maybe not to be negative, but I say 9 out of 10 companies that approaches us, they are too early, because they need to have some traction, because otherwise, I mean, the dilution will be enormous. So that's one part. But of course, I think also networking is key, as you say. I mean, to be in front and have that first client, that first contract, you need to be extremely, I mean, use your network, try to get in to the right persons. And of course, we can also, from Connect, I mean, if we have those contacts and we see how this is clearly a potential cooperation, we will try to actually help out to open doors.
And maybe this is a question for another panel another day, but you know, the corporate innovation, when big corporates take in a cohort of startups, I mean, it's also a way to get started. But you said something about when they meet you, and so I would like to go for that. How can founders better prepare? I mean, what would you see that they have done before they knock on your door? Funda.
So I'm not going to go into the details of how to prepare your pitch deck. I think there's a ton of resources out there. Just get in there. It's not rocket science. Just like have the key components, make sure that you do your homework. But I think like what I would like to really highlight is that in order to build a product that your users absolutely love, you really need to understand your audience well and what their needs are. So get out there, talk to people, and make sure that your solution is actually something that works before you get onto scaling. I think that's like one big advice that I would give, and that's where I see a lot of startups struggling still. The product market fit, obvious one. But I also want to highlight the team dynamics. Again, Nia, great that you're building this platform. I know that Antler has been doing a fantastic job in bringing together the founders, but I think we all need to make sure that all our early stage teams ask the very right questions, very difficult questions from the beginning. And because at the end of the day, 60% of the startups fail because the team dynamics don't work, or they haven't really, they basically went on a picnic rather than just like getting into the conflicting, difficult situations and understood each other's ambition levels. You know, sometimes it's a great team, but one really wants to be on a rocket ship and the other wants to build a successful company. And that's basically just a big stretch for both sides. So just have these big discussions early on is what I would recommend if you're building a team.
Yeah, and I would say that the outcome of that discussion, that you try to put it on paper so that you actually agree on what you're going to do. If somebody says, I'm going to spend this much time and less time and so on. Anders, how would you like founders to prepare? What do you say is the important things?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Thanks for that comment, and appreciate the collaboration. And so we invest both in companies that we help build the teams for, but we also can invest in companies that have just gotten started. They're still in the early stages. And for those, of course, we need to get to know them somewhere. So I'll take a bit of a concrete point here to highlight how some founders, not all, can prepare much better. I think for all of our investors, all of us investors, we do get a lot of intros by founders reaching out over various social media or different channels. But what they can do better, many of them, I would say most of them, is to personalize that outreach a bit more and really emphasize why you're the best investor for them and why this makes sense as a connection and why you're the first choice. It's very obvious when founders reach out or startup teams reach out, and it's a very mass outreach kind of approach. And I think everyone gets so much inflow and inbound deal flow that you have to prioritize the time somewhere. So whenever there's a lukewarm or a hot, warm intro, and that's where you prioritize the time. So the concrete advice to founders would be to really personalize that. Just spend 15 minutes would make such a big difference when reaching out to investors and saying why you're the right investors and how you can help each other moving forward. I think that's a very concrete piece of advice that most founders can do more. So some are great, learn from them, but spend the time on that investor outreach. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, making sure that you spend a little bit of time on the personalization, but that also goes for everybody here in the sort of audience who are looking for jobs. I mean, to write that cover letter that explains why are you going to work for that company, not just the sort of the copy and paste. Mikara, what do you say in regards to how can people prepare?
Yeah, I just like to add a bit to what Funda and Anders have already said, that yeah, all of that preparation is important, but I suppose that one of the most important things that founders need to prepare is the mindset before they walk into anything. They have to be open to kill their darlings if they have to. They need to know that they might need to pivot at some point, and that is okay. That is how it works, and they don't have to. They should have the mindset of taking in advice. So I'm going to talk from my experience from Founder Institute. We're a tough program. We're very straightforward. We give it as it is, and we prepare our founders for the real world where they have to face the investors. So in our previous pipeline, we had almost 1,000 applications, and then we ended up with only 7 companies that managed to graduate. Why? Because of the mindset and because of the grit that the founders need to have before they're ready to even take their pitch to an investor. So just at the pre-seed level, they have to prepare the grounds for growth and taking in all sorts of advice and seeing which one works best for them. So an open mind and the right mindset is something that they need to do. It is a lonely journey to be an entrepreneur, and it's not something that everyone does laughing all the way along. So there is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. For those of the founders in the audience that are just starting in, my concrete advice here would be to go in with the right mindset. And I'd also like to quote here, I can't help it, I know the time is limited, but the chairman of Alibaba, Jack Ma, he said that today is difficult, tomorrow is even more difficult, day after tomorrow is beautiful, most of the people will die tomorrow evening. So you have to make sure that you pitch through, you push through all the way to reach day after tomorrow and the time when the time comes. So you have to be ready for that.
But yeah, and I think that you said it's a lonely journey, then that also connects to having a co-founder and try to work as a team.
Absolutely.
Stefan, I saw you. Yeah, Stefan, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mean, preparation is extremely important, of course, and also be realistic when you actually meet the investors. I mean the milestones, be sure that you can deliver on them. I mean, don't put them in any castles. So they have some kind of, this is kind of, let's say, not the best scenario, but some kind of middle scenario, something like that. And also try to be on investors' radar early, before actually you need the money, because they want to see if you can execute. So and try to be involved in networks when you actually meet a lot of investors, but do it not the week before you need the money. Do it a long time before that.
Alfredo, what do you say? How to best prepare?
I must confess my Wi-Fi dropped out while you asked the question, so I missed the last few minutes. I have one of these highly unstable housing situations that you find in Stockholm if you're international talent. Just as a side, my landlord gave my family of 6 3 days to move out this weekend. So we promptly contacted some very good Swedish lawyers. So I'm going to pass on this question because I didn't hear it.
It was the question, how do people best prepare? But I think one thing that I learned last week was at an event, they said, okay, who should you hire? And they should say, you should hire a truth sayer. And I thought, well, you don't want people who lie, but that wasn't the point. The point was somebody who actually, I think somebody mentioned kill your darling, somebody who would actually say, no, we should not do that because it's not good enough. You have to have people who are honest about the business. Now, mindful of time, I want to go through all of you so that you basically, the question is, who should connect you and why and how? And starting with you, Stefan, who should connect with you? Who do you want to be connected to, and how should they connect?
Everyone, I was about to say, but let's say if we somehow, of course, entrepreneurs, not in the earliest stage. I think you should try to get all the grants, all the soft financing via Almi or other players as you can, because actually to bring in equity is, I would say, the most expensive source of capital. So try to build some traction. I mean, come to us when you actually have it. You don't need to be cash flow positive, but somehow you have proven yourself, your product works, someone is willing to pay for it as well. And you want to have angel investors on board, of course. So that's for the entrepreneurs. Then, of course, we want to build a larger angel network. So if you are business angel today or plan to be and so on, contact us, not only to invest, get the deal flow, also to get education and so on. And then, of course, we the network, the more competent partners we have, the stronger we get. So if you're a consultant or have some specific expertise that could be thrown out on the entrepreneurs, please contact us.
You mentioned something there. You said education. So do you help angel investors understand how to become an angel investor?
Yeah, now how to become, of course, you need
or what you should do.
Also how to conduct a DD. We go through valuation models and so on. Yeah, and the purpose is, of course, to make them do better investments.
Yeah, because I believe that we can get more people in there to help invest, and if they learn how to, they can feel more confident. Hey, I can also do an investment, sort of So
the next education starts on the 13th of September.
Okay, and it's on your website, I guess. Cool. Funda, who should connect with you and how?
Okay, so I will first answer it for the accelerator side and then Norcoin at large. So for the accelerator, you can basically just connect with me on LinkedIn. I try to pick up messages as much as possible. Or you can reach out to me on email, sometimes slower there, which is funda@norcoin.org. And the accelerator will open up for applications again once we complete the 8 weeks sprint we are currently running. So I have a situation like a burning house in the background, more or less, like 20 teams from around the world, 50 entrepreneurs doing a brilliant job and now getting their investor introductions. So super exciting, but the next one will be open right after for applications. And then on the Norcoin side, we support, by the way, maybe I should just highlight again that we support entrepreneurs who are creating positive impact on people or the planet. So could be any impact sector, but it has to be the case that the entrepreneur's business model is basically impact is baked into the business model. So it's not an add-on that you do as a favor, but more that as you scale your company, your impact also scales is what we are looking for. And I mean, other than the accelerator, we have the house in Stockholm, as well as the house that we just opened up in Bigagli. I don't know if there are any entrepreneurs interested in Africa here. So you basically don't get investment in those spaces, but I get lots of other types of support helping you prepare for the investment stage. And then we have the VC fund in Sweden that has a Europe mandate mainly. You can reach out to them at investments@norcoin.vc. I can write all of this in the chat afterwards. And then the Africa fund, I don't know if this is of relevance here, but Norcoin 22 fund also invests in startups again, doing the good work.
Thank you. And I mean, we have people from all over the world in the audience today, and I guess you know Naimul, but you should definitely also talk about what Startup Grind does in Africa, how we can connect about that. Anders, who should connect with you and how?
Sure. So in brief, entrepreneurs should connect with us, both serial entrepreneurs and first-time entrepreneurs looking to build companies. And this can be just before they take the first steps, or when they've taken a couple of steps and already established a team. We do build cohorts twice per year in every location where we exist. We have now 25 global locations. So you can check antler.co and find a list of them in every continent. Right now, for example, we just started 144 entrepreneurs in a cohort in the Nordics that we are working with for a few months before we invest. Next cohort starts in the Nordics in February, but we have a rolling start as well across the globe. Super excited to get in touch with many people here in the audience. And we're here to support entrepreneurs to build the businesses that they want to build. And also appreciate the collaboration with everyone on the panel here. You know, we have companies invested in by Techstars, as well as in the Nordic Impact Accelerator, and look forward to your week next week as well, the Impact Week, as well as Founders Institute and Nut Ventures and so forth, Connect as well. So great session today, and thanks a lot. I look forward to getting in touch with many of you.
Thank you, Jørn, and Nia, who should connect with you and how?
I think there's a popular theme creating here. I'm gonna continue on with the whole theme of entrepreneurs, but especially the ones that are just starting out. As said, we do not invest, but instead we offer our resources and our network into your use. Something that sets us apart a bit is the fully customized approach that we have. Even though we do 20 startups at a time, we've figured out a way to fully customize the program to the most specific pain points that each company is currently facing. So if you're looking to do the things that move the needle for your company, then we are the right place to come to for that. And then, as I mentioned, the other part is if you are looking for co-founders, you have an idea and you need a team, please check out KEYNOTES Inside. I'll be happy to leave the link into the chat. Or then if you're an individual and you don't have your own idea, please go and check out all the amazing projects on the platform so that you can join the teams. And then on a third component, as KEYNOTES is heavily built on the idea of transferring the knowledge from the successful previous generation of entrepreneurs to the new one. So we are always on the lookout for experienced founders that are looking to give back to the ecosystem. So if you have a spot in your heart for mentoring and giving back to the new generation, we're always looking for talented coaches to join KEYNOTES as well. Thank you again from my side as well. This has been very, very fun.
And if you want to be a mentor, you also reach out via the portal.
Yes, or you can reach out to me directly. We have all of our contact information on our webpage, but I'll leave a link in the chat.
Thank you. Alfredo.
So who should contact us? And these words are chosen very carefully. Very strong pre-seed founder teams, team, who want to raise institutional money and scale overseas, especially in the US. Our program thesis is outsiders, rebels, people who are marginalized or feel that they are. That could be immigrants, underrepresented founders, deep tech founders, hardware manufacturers. If I had to choose between somebody from the Förorten, the Swedish suburbs, or somebody from Handelshögskolan, the Stockholm School of Economics, I will choose somebody from the suburbs. It's what Nia was talking about, the sisu, the grit, the resilience. I'm an outsider in Stockholm. I know how hard it is to be here. This can be a deeply, deeply insular place, and we're trying to shake things up. So we're contrarians. If you're not a VC case, talk to us. We oppose the herding behavior that investors exhibit. So if you're having a hard time having somebody talk to you, we'll take the other side of that trade. How? Passively or actively, apply to our program. Applications open next Tuesday for next spring. You can also give first, show that you contribute to the ecosystem. We do and we'd like you to build it as well if you're gonna be part of Team Techstars. Get to know us, don't be shy, start a conversation, come to our events. We have an office in Södermalm, we have an open door policy. Come to Fredagsöl, Friday beers. Engage with us on social media. We have a Techstars Stockholm Instagram page, we're on LinkedIn. But let me be frank, the Nordics have many superpowers. Networking is not one of them. I have two pet peeves that I'll announce here. Do not send unsolicited LinkedIn invites without a note. You wouldn't send somebody a letter with a blank envelope. Why should you send somebody a LinkedIn connection request and not say why you want to meet? All of us, I'm sure, receive hundreds of them. Please give us some context, exhibit minimal networking skills, tell us why you want to connect. The second pet peeve is do not post your Y Combinator video to your Techstars application. Okay, just don't do that. You don't apply to Oxford with your Cambridge application. And we have sourced from everybody on this panel, pretty much. We have Founder Institute, KEYNOTES, Antler, and Norwin applicants to our program. We love the collaboration, the ecosystem. Just do those two things. Don't post your YC video. Everybody wants to get into YC. Almost nobody does. The same is true of Techstars. And don't send unsolicited LinkedIn invites. Possess some minimal networking skills and get stronger and give first.
Yeah, I'll pick you up on coming by your office when I'll visit Sweden in the mid of September. But yeah, make sure that you make your stuff for the people that you're sending it to. Mekar, who should connect with you and how?
Yeah, well, Founder Institute it's the largest network of investors. We have startup experts, we have entrepreneurs. So I invite anyone from all of these three areas to come connect with us, and we can work together in lots of different ways. We're always looking for mentors. What Founder Institute offers is a very structured accelerator program of 14 weeks. So that program is just a small part of the Founder Institute experience. So we're looking for people who are who just have an idea, perhaps, who've not even think about building it into anything yet, who just don't quit your day job yet. Come join us, see how, go through the process of pre-seed, go through the process of actually building your idea into something, into a company, go through the grind a little bit and get the taste of it before you can pass on to some of the other wonderful accelerators that we have here. You can connect with us through our LinkedIn pages. We're there on social media. You can write directly to me. We have a network in over 200 plus cities. Just write to anyone and you will reach the right place. So wherever I see a lot of countries represented in the audience today. So if you just click on fi.co, you'll get all the information of all the countries where we are at. And yeah, that's who we are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, yourself and everyone else on this panel here today. It's been such a pleasure being here.
Well, yeah, thank you, Stefan, Funda, Anders, Nia, Alfredo, and Mekar. Thank you for a great chat. I've learned a lot. And yeah, as I said, we are right on the hour. So Naimul will take us to the next panel. So thank you. And I hope to, well, I'll also try to pass by Helsinki. So I'll see you guys. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Such a pleasure.
Thank you, and hi, Anders, Alfredo, Nia, Funda. Thank you.
Hello, hello, everyone. Very warm welcome to the stage. How are you all?
Yeah, all good.
Perfect. It's lovely to see you all today, and we'll dive right into it. My name is Mekar, and for those of you who do not know who the rest of the people on the panel are, I'm going to give 1 minute or a couple of minutes to all of you to introduce yourselves and take a couple of minutes to describe what your organizations do and what your journey has been so far. So we're going to go in the alphabetical order. Let's start with Ariane, who is coming in. So maybe we can start with you, Charlotte.
Of course. So just a short introduction in what I do and who I am. So I'm the CEO and founder of Total Control, which is a leading food tech company that helps improve customers' profitability and sustainability by providing them with insight of their food from farm to fork. So in simple terms, if you were a 5-year-old, you know, when you find food that has expired or you buy too much food and you end up wasting it, that's one of the problems that we help our customers with. And you know, when you eat food but you don't know where it's coming from or where it has traveled, that's also one of the challenges that we are helping our customers with. So that's a short introduction to who I am and what Total Control does.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlotte. And you're also a graduate of Founder Institute. A
Yes.
very loved one. Perfect. Ariane, are you here? Do you see us?
Hi guys, I see you, but I see a black screen when I see myself.
Yeah, we can't see you. So maybe you can take a minute to fix your camera. In the meanwhile,
Sure.
Rebecca.
I'll
Hi
reconnect.
everyone, I'm Rebecca. Good to be here. I've been an investor for the past 7 years and currently investing from a fund called InVenture. And InVenture is a Nordic VC fund. We invest all across the Nordics and Baltics. We've been around for like 15 years and just raised our 4th fund. And we can invest really early, all the way from like 300,000 euros to 3 million euros. And we want to be like the best value adding investors. So we take that really serious and have like 3 full-time operators helping our companies. But yeah, that's us. Good to be here.
Awesome. I love your energy, Rebecca. So it's going to be fun, this panel. Sophia, do you want to go next?
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. My name is Sophia Breitholtz. I'm the CEO of an organization called Reach for Change. We have headquarters in Stockholm, Sweden, but have expanded to many different markets, also in Africa and other areas of Europe, including the Baltics and Balkans. In short, what we do is support early stage social entrepreneurs who have ideas and passions around improving the lives of children and youth. And we not only invest our time and energy and capacity support around them, and sometimes also some grant seed funding, but what we also do is work on developing a conducive ecosystem around these entrepreneurs so that they can do their job better.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much for the introduction, Sophia. Tatiana, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much for inviting. I'm Tatiana. I'm here, first of all, with my quite broad startup founder expertise. But at the same time, I also enjoy 300 degrees view. So from startup, I moved to ecosystem building as well as accelerating incubator. And I think today I could share my pieces of experience, especially as woman founder, as well as being originating from different country. I'm from Ukraine, so I have different views on how to run a startup in different parts of the world. But at the same time, I recently made a journey as a mother. And I thought about bringing this topic a little bit early so that I can perhaps guide you a little bit. Since during my last startup, I became pregnant, and it was completely different experience for me as a startup founder from before. In either case, I'm super thrilled to be here and looking forward to the very fruitful discussion.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. It looks like you have a lot to offer, and our audience have a lot to learn from you today. Ariane?
Yeah, really sorry, guys. I can't seem to get the camera to work.
No worries, but we hear you. We hear you okay.
Oh, great. No, happy to be with such a bunch of amazing women. I work for Invest Stockholm as with the startup scene, and what we're doing is a lot, and we really work a lot with female ventures. And so I'm really looking forward to this panel discussion and to discuss with you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ariane. So let's just jump straight away into it. We talk a lot about the challenges that come in the way of female founders. It's a global thing. It's worldwide. Some places it's more, some it's not that much, but it's something that's everywhere. Sometimes it's seen, sometimes it's very unseen, but it's there. But today, let's start with this panel with something positive. Do you see any advantages in being a woman in this field? Who would like to go first?
I can start that ball game.
Yeah.
So definitely one of the obvious things is that you stand out. So being in business in general, it's male dominated. So being a female founder or a female investor, you definitely stand out from the crowd. So using that to your advantage, I think it's key, even if you're running a business or investing in other businesses. So I think kind of thinking more about how you can leverage that as a positive thing rather than a negative thing is something that everybody should kind of be aware of and use to their advantage. So I would say that's the most obvious thing, and then I can let everybody else go, and then I can jump in after.
Yeah, but just before we go, it's a quick follow-up question for you, Charlotte, that you think that we can use being a woman as an advantage. So for example, if you have to go in front of an investor, and you know all the biases that are there. So how are you going to use your being a woman as an advantage when you know that the amount of funding for women is so minimal?
Good question. I think one of the things is that one of the challenges that I also saw when I started the business and kind of seeked for capital was the bias of I have blue hair, I have tattoos, I have a nose ring, I am gay, so I kind of are underrepresented in a lot of ways. But in my case, I had to just kind of prove everything with my credibility. So they don't have anything to say. I know that our company is the leading player within food waste, food tech. We have a lot of awards to show for. We are a B Corp certified company. We have a lot of things that are backing our knowledge, our product, and our customers love us. So I think for in my case, it was, instead of focusing on me being a female versus men, it was important for me to say, okay, I know my stuff. I know what I've produced. My team is amazing. And how, if you don't believe in what you see of results, then you're not the right person for us. So I think in my case, it was important to not think too much about it, even though I knew the research showed it and spoke highly of it's hard to get investment if you are in the LGBT community, if you are female, and so on. So I needed just to prove that what we did worked, and that we were making money, and that we could make even more money, because that's what investors are looking for at the end of everything. So yeah.
Brilliant, and that you being such a role model in doing that, opening ways for other women and other people from underrepresented areas in doing that. So continue doing the great work. Sophia?
Thanks.
Shed some light on the advantages.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to talk a little bit around the business opportunity that we have here. I mean, we all know that an entrepreneur developing a solution or a product or a service that has an understanding of the user is going to fare much better and succeed much better. And right now, even though we know that there's a number of structural biases and things like that, then that we're all facing, actually women account for a large percentage of the purchasing decisions in the home. So if you look at the US, for example, around 85% of those decisions are made by women, and that even includes, you know, male dominated products like you know, cars or these kinds of things. And it actually holds true in other countries as well, like even in Africa, for example, a lot of the daily decisions and consumer decisions are made by women. So there's a huge business opportunity here. Another thing which I think is really interesting in terms of business opportunity is also around public procurement. So today, public procurement, it accounts for around $11 trillion, I think was the last estimate by the World Bank. Only around 1% of that is actually provided by SMEs or female founders. So there's opportunities in so many areas here for actually women and female entrepreneurs to develop products and services. And I also think that there's a huge backlash against femwashing and these kinds of things. So we really need to do this in a genuine way. And I think that this is for female entrepreneurs to kind of take the stage.
Yeah, and just a follow-up question on that, your organization works a lot for children. Do you see a potential in that age group, changing the mindset over there, not just for the girls, but for the boys as well?
Definitely. I mean, we do actually kind of surveys every year, and we see that the groups that are actually pushing for more impact business, more sustainable and equitable businesses is actually the younger generations and women. So definitely, I think that the future generations will play a role in not accepting status quo as it's been before.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sophia. Tatiana?
Right. When I heard the question, I was like, do I have a choice? Do I have a choice?
I'm sorry, your voice is breaking up.
And right now is better like this?
Yeah, it sounds better.
Sounds better.
Yeah.
Question for the first time as we don't have a choice. I mean, is a
I'm sorry, Tatiana, I'll have to interrupt you again because it's not working. So maybe while you fix this, then we can go to Rebecca and then we come back to you. Rebecca.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, there are obviously so many challenges meeting like all entrepreneurs and I think especially female with so much bias existing in my industry, the investor industry. One positive thing I can say, maybe taking down the challenge a little bit, or at least moving in the right direction, is that there is a lot more increased awareness. There are more funds trying to put like actual processes in place to avoid bias, so that when you apply for an investment or when you reach out, that there is an actual process. Because I don't believe in like trainings or courses or things like that. And there's so much studies showing that doesn't actually help. But I'm seeing more investors putting like a process in place to avoid bias. So I guess that can help somewhat and decrease the challenges a little bit, hopefully over time. I'm also seeing more funds and more angels popping up, focusing on sometimes even only female entrepreneurs and want to invest only in that. So it's been a couple of new funds in Europe, even here in Sweden, with that increased focus. And I think that's also helping a little bit. But yeah, it's moving too slow for sure.
Yeah, thanks. But it's good to see that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Tatiana, are you ready?
Yes, how is it now? Is
perfect.
It better?
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
It's perfect.
My one thing is like to make it clear is like we can't really change, right, who we are. I mean, there are things that we're born as a woman, but at the same time, at the same time, we can't really change where we're born. I'm from Ukraine, and honestly, the first thing I heard about bias in entrepreneurship or within funding dedicated to entrepreneurs was actually in Sweden. And I started my startup career. Well, my first venture was 2012. I think back then it was actually really kind of cool for Accelerator to have a women's founder, to be frank. So I was like, like it is her. However, later on, I figure out there is bias, and even more, I'm coming to the positive part, of course. Even more, it was quite amusing. During my last acceleration journey, it was a accelerator for the very early stage companies. One of the speakers was on the previous panel. Anyway, one of the coaches said that we women are actually occupying man's seat. Well, a seat that could be occupied by a better representative of startup community, a man. It was very refreshing to hear because I haven't heard about it. And personally in my life, I didn't really experience much of the bias part that was mentioned before. And I felt like we as a woman, everyone has a superpower. We have additional superpower as a woman. And one of them that I actually, I truly believe in is that we have a power of being in different roles through our lives. First, we're born like this, and then we develop, we have different status, we are thinking differently. And what is actually interesting is that we adopt different views. We have fresh lens every single time we step into a new role.
That's true.
And from this, I think it's actually, I'm very happy who I am. And of course, I know that there are countries where there is a specific governmental funding is dedicated to women-driven businesses. Specifically, it's done. It's an effort done. Probably it's not. I haven't heard anything like that in Sweden. That is actually, you have favorable tax climate for female-driven companies. But still, I think the strongest is actually we can see, differently different things. That's where we are. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really great point there, that the strength is in looking at things differently. Ariane, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Really sorry for not getting this to work. I just want to tell a little bit what we do in the city. Since I started 5 years ago, and I was looking, what do we need to do in the startup ecosystem? And it was definitely looking at the female funded companies, because there were so few comparing to all the great tech guys we have in the city. And that work has kind of continued and followed me for the last 4 years. We have an initiative called A Woman's Place, where we work with both women and men to get equal opportunities. But what kind of scares me and that I feel is going slow is that we talk about the female ventures, but we don't talk that much about the female VCs. Now we have Rebecca here, that's obviously a woman, but 12% of the VCs are women. And you can see that that kind of follows the whole path of female-funded ventures. Sorry, it keeps popping on my phone. Yeah, I think we have a long way to go to discuss the gender equality and also to get more female investors and get more female-funded companies. And it's kind of crazy that the fact that half of the population, as Sophia was saying, are women, and the decisions are taken by women, we see so few female-funded ventures. And I think that everything that has to do with that starts with all of us inside of us, like a more human-centric thinking of, how to get more companies.
True that.
I will actually try to log out once more. I will give this a fair chance and
yes, do that.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see you as well. The camera would work. In the meanwhile, guys, let's just, sorry, Charlotte, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just had a comment since we were on the topic of kind of the beauty of being a female in business. And I think, and hopefully kind of the research that has been done from the pandemic, for example, that the majority of the countries run by females have done better in a crisis situation, and that we see that venture-backed companies that are female founded are doing more in regards to financial returns as well, compared to guys. So I think the more knowledge around those things and the more research that is being done on female-led companies, female venture investment firms and so on, will create better awareness and more of a kind of an inspiration for others to also become investors and founders and so on. So I think, and hopefully we'll see a shift. There's more conferences on like She Community, She Invest, kind of teaching people how to invest in startup and publicly listed companies. So the more stuff like that will just help bring awareness to women that don't necessarily kind of grow up with the business mindset. We, in my case, for example, I learned it when I started the company. I had never kind of talked about business with my family in the past. So I think the earlier we learn, the more kind of we get that attention around it, the better and the bigger the numbers will be, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree with you on that. Rebecca, show us the VC side of it.
Yeah, no, if we're staying on the topic of the challenges or why it's what it's like being a female founder and what are some of the advantages.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think another perspective is that there is definitely more awareness and more effort for us to have a more equal deal flow, and we're measuring a lot more to make sure that we have and if you don't measure things, you don't know how you're doing. So I think that's happening in a lot of VC funds. So hopefully that will lead to female founders having a little bit of an easier time getting a meeting, and then hopefully then there's a process avoiding bias as well, and hopefully more female VCs as well that can understand maybe some areas that male VCs do not like, for example, femtech. And most of the VC colleagues I know that are really into femtech and knows that area really, really, really well are female. And I think just the excitement over more investment areas like that female entrepreneurs can often have like a personal experience and passion around, I think can help somewhat. But yeah, there's still still a long way to go in many areas for sure.
Yeah, but that's a very good perspective, that sharing your personal experiences can also open up ways for others to feel brave enough to get into it. Ariane, sorry.
But are female entrepreneurs less brave? And it was interesting. It would be interesting to hear from the entrepreneurs here, because sometimes I always get a little bit allergic to us talking so much about sort of female entrepreneurs need more coaching. They need more, they need a special program to help them build companies because they don't know how, they don't have a business mindset. I'm saying some might, but I'm wondering if the differences are actually gender related that much, or yeah, what are your thoughts on that? That'd be super interesting.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's actually turned into a stereotype that women need more coaching to run the same business as their male counterparts are running. So that's a really good point to pick up. If Ariane is here, then we're going to talk about advantages from her. If we can have your perspective. Can you hear me, Ariane?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I kind of been logging in and logging out. Could you please repeat the question, Bigagli?
We're still talking about the advantages of being a woman in business, and we'd love to see how you, being a part of Invest Stockholm, and how Stockholm being a woman's place comes into play over here. What advantages do you see?
I mean, since I work for the city, I look a lot why Stockholm is such an important place for people that are doing something in tech, for example. And compared to many other cities in Europe and globally, we have a fantastic place to be as women. We can still pick up our kids from the preschool. We still have the equal opportunities in the tech scene. And we're such a small city. So basically all of us know each other. So I listened to Alfredo on the panel before saying that we're not good networkers, but I would say that we actually are, because it's really easy accessible to get contact with people. And in Stockholm, you know, we have a lot of initiatives. We Feminvest, for example, or Teknikkvinnor, and we see more and more female founders coming up. I mean, I know that looking at what happened during the pandemic, the VC capital went down from 2.8, which was in a positive direction, to 2.3 globally. And why is that? I mean, we saw that men were investing in their friends again, like the networks that they know. But I really think that we're progressive when it comes to those questions here. And I feel that female founders are really getting a lot of more and more attention in the city. And yeah.
So that's good to hear. I see Sophia and Tatiana, you both have your hands up, so we'll go with you, Sophia, and then Tatiana.
Yeah, thanks. No, I just wanted to jump into Rebecca's point there in terms of, you know, always trying to fix the women and seeing that as the problem instead of looking at the ecosystem. And I think what we do see, which is, I mean, statistically measurable, is that, you know, investors often, you know, ask other questions to female entrepreneurs than to male entrepreneurs. And that's, I mean, this is evidence-based that, you know, female entrepreneurs often get more questions associated with risks, and, you know, male entrepreneurs get more questions associated with vision and growth. And so that's one thing that I think we have to look at and address in the ecosystem. The second thing I think we have to address in this ecosystem is this mismatch. I speak to a lot of investors who say that they want to invest in you know, female-led businesses, and maybe they even have the metrics or the targets that you were talking about, Rebecca, behind that. But they still say, like, statistically looking at meetings, you know, there's a matching problem, that they're just, the access to both, they can't really match and find each other. And I think that those could be the types of kind of support programs and capacity building support programs, not only looking at the pipeline of entrepreneurs, but also at the ecosystem of investors. How can we look at training them? And I think Ariana was onto that as well, in terms of, that that the VC sector as an industry and the capital, where the capital is not so gender equal either. So I think there's a lot of work to do with programs and support in terms of these kinds of areas. How do we address them together? And then just a final point to say that one thing that, I mean, as an organization that runs a lot of these types of support programs, what we also do see is that the importance really of changing the definition of an entrepreneur. Like who are we lifting up as role models? Are we lifting up Charlotte, as you were talking about, somebody like a female with blue hair who, gay female from with blue hair? Or are we lifting up another role as like, a white male tech entrepreneur? What are we actually, lifting and highlighting in our feeds ourselves? And that's also one aspect I think these kinds of programs can do to really like push the needle on putting the spotlight on a lot of these female entrepreneurs that we have.
Absolutely, very well said.
And
sorry, go on.
I'd love to mention some of the things that we're doing with something called the Scale Up program in Stockholm that started out as a program for female founders that were foreign born, which is a very important. It's like taking, first you have us females, and then you have the ones that feel like they're not in touch with people from Stockholm School of Economics or not in the network. And I think that that's what a city can do to help female-funded companies to really look what the market can do themselves. Usually the market takes care of these questions by themselves, but when it comes to female-funded companies, they haven't. So I'm happy to see that we're discussing these questions in the tech ecosystem and that we continue to work with them. And why female-funded companies are so important also is that we can see that women that had funded companies are 2.5% more likely to hire women. So this is like a societal gender equality question that goes, through from the VCs down to the workers. And I think it's important to address the whole, what would you say? The whole ladder from the VCs down to the ones that are working for a company that is funded by a female.
Absolutely, absolutely. Tatiana, would you like to add something to it?
There were so many brilliant points, actually. I would like to start adding up. Rebecca mentioned something about avoiding bias, or actually removing bias, you said, right? The thing is, I can hardly believe that we can remove the bias, but we can be aware of the bias. And this is something that actually can change a lot. Because, I have seen quite often one of the kind of issues with female entrepreneurs is to be taken seriously. Especially if you're young, especially if you're wearing a dress or you're standing out somehow. I've seen recently a quite interesting interview. She is an interpreter. She's 23 years old, first of all. She started her business when she was 17. And it's surprising, her business is not IT related. It's the most brick and mortar that you can ever imagine. It's making cakes. Right now, she's a millionaire. She doesn't live in Europe. She's actually Russian. I'm sorry for bringing Russia into the conversation, but I was very surprised because it's the first thing I thought. How can she be a businesswoman? I don't trust her. And then I figure out, hold on, this is a bias. She's brilliant. She's fantastic. She's done everything from the scratch with no external investment, building, the content. She's fantastic conditor. And this is something actually, it's, always keep in mind and always live with it. And come, with this bias that I actually, first of all, judge a person by the appearance quite often. However, when we come about to the point that was mentioned by Sophie about the role models, and I 100% with you. Role models is probably one of the ways how we fix it, instead of having, white young male entrepreneurs, launching another Instagram and being on TechCrunch, I mean, we're seeing a young, fantastically looking, beautiful, or not the good looking, doesn't matter, a young woman, I mean, telling about her company on a stage of a tech conference. I think it can change for sure. However, I mean, and this is my last point, is that one thing is promote the role models. Another thing is, of course, is building like a support ecosystem by mentoring, right? I mean, mentorship is quite a good tool to, I mean, in the process of building, again, not startups, but companies, successful companies. And then I have a personal experience of, I have experienced, and this is, one thing is actually, this is psychologists done a research showing that female prisons are much more violent than male prisons. And when, for example, in a network for supporting women entrepreneurs, I mean, you are supposed to get support, you're supposed to give support, right? But however, I also experienced that not so many women would like to see other women successful. And this is something that I can kind of live in, you know, like you kind of have to act, well, we are here. I mean, we have to do certain things, but surprisingly, I receive much more support from men. I mean, maybe because there are more men in the entrepreneurial community. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, could be any reason at all. But thank you so much for sharing that perspective with us. Rebecca, I see your hand is raised.
Just a quick comment on that. I think I'm not saying that we're removing bias, because that's not possible, unfortunately. I wish it was. I think the only thing you can do is, you know, have a process where the process helps you avoid it, as, you know, how you apply, how you get in touch, how you move down, how you qualify, that you specify criteria that are the same for anyone, that you have questions that are the same for anyone. That's, I think, what you can do. You cannot, unfortunately, remove bias. And then just back to Sophia's point on their, you know, that the need of programs. And I think I totally agree that we need role models. I think all entrepreneurs need mentors and coaches. Like if you're a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. It's such a hard thing to do. So definitely, I think all need coaches. I think that's just always a bit of a problem for me when a female entrepreneur has gone through this program, helping her scale, and then they come to me, and it's like it almost enforces a bias rather than take away it, saying that here's an entrepreneur that was, you know, not strong enough, so we helped her through this program, and now she's a little bit stronger and can finally raise capital. I think it sometimes enforces biases. Maybe I'm being provocative, but I would be a little bit careful with some of those. I get it for the females that might not be from the Swedish ecosystem that you were talking about, Ariana. They come to Stockholm, they don't have a network. They might need help with the, you know, the right network and connections. Might be a different story, but
that's a lot of food for thought for our audience over here, and I'm sure there's a lot for them to chew on with all of these perspectives. Guys, now we're going to have two kind of shorter rounds of questions. The first one is our attempt to redefine the word failure, because it's for both genders, but women are always more affected by the word failure, that you fall down from the saddle and then getting back up on the saddle is always a struggle, thinking that, oh, I failed once. How would you, I would request all of you to share some of your personal stories. That would be awesome to see. If I'm sure something in your journey must have happened that you thought was not supposed to happen that way, and how you got out of that situation, so we can kind of redefine the word failure. Sophia, would you like to start?
I'd love to hear somebody else first, actually.
Yeah. Who would like to go first?
I love the question, so I need to mull it over, but definitely, yeah. I think for me, when we also look for entrepreneurs, I mean, the more they express about their failures, I mean, failures is equal to learnings. So for us, it's really good as long as you're able to show that you've pivoted, you've addressed a problem. I think that failure should be more synonymous with, you know, growth. So I like it, but I'd love to hear some more from the entrepreneurs who have experiences first. Then you can come back to me.
I can talk about my previous life as an entrepreneur that really didn't work out. And it's usually really important that I'm realizing more and more the older I get. It's about the team. I mean, hook up with somebody who's a great co-founder where you complete each other. And, you know, I tried to get investments. I was before my time with a sustainable index that I was doing at Sting, but I learned really a lot from it, and which makes it great to work now with female entrepreneurs and kind of, you know, tell your story and see how you can help them. But it's, yeah, I would really want to address the importance of building a great team. Even if you know it all, you're stronger with another great brain than just your own, and really look at a person that would complete what you're not best at.
Excellent advice. So team. Thanks, Ariane.
Thanks. I have no idea if you hear me, but.
Yes, we heard you just fine. Jeanette.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that. I agree with Sophia that like, in our case, we don't necessarily use the word failure. Of course, we've kind of done mistakes in regards to hiring, raising capital, working with the wrong customers or wrong personas, done things in our product that may be seen as a failure and so on. But I think you need to fail in order to grow. So, and that's kind of been the learning for us. Our product has been, tested and not succeeded in regards to our product market fit or our target customers. So we had to learn and pivot and kind of grow from there. So I think the more you fail, the better, because you learn from it. But necessarily, if you kind of stay away from having the failure bring you down to a place where you don't, or you're not able to kind of grow from it, that's where it's getting hard. So I think learning that and teaching also your team, because in my case, when I lead my team, I say, just test things. It doesn't matter if you fail, just test things. It doesn't need to be 100% perfect, just test things, because you will learn from it. It's not seen as a failure. You have to grow and move quickly, especially if you're a company moving pretty fast, or if you're investing in people. When it comes to hiring people or giving capital to people, you will end up making mistakes. So you kind of have to do that calculated risk and see what you can live with. And in my case, I love taking risks. So failure is not a problem, but of course we've failed in a lot of areas when we've grown. We just have to adapt and make the most of it.
Yeah, very, very good point. And growth can be painful as well. Coming out of your comfort zone, trying new things, taking risks is not always the most comfortable of processes. And it's very natural to sometimes go the wrong way. So never let the word failure become a hurdle for you. Rebecca, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I love this question. I think we talked too little about failure in general. I think there's one startup CMO that I really like that always does this Fuck Up Friday, where everyone sort of shares their weekly failures. And I think we need that a lot more in our society. And I think especially as entrepreneurs, you have to fail forward, you have to experiment, and you have to also be like, I like when entrepreneurs share their failures and what they learned from it. If you built a company and it failed, that's still such an amazing learning that will sort of improve your experience in my perspective. For me, like, I don't have a great personal story on failure. I fail all the time. And our industry is so much about failure. Like a lot of the companies we invest in and try to support as good as we can. Some of them unfortunately fail as well. And we could have probably done more. And I definitely have a bunch of companies I could have helped more that unfortunately did not make it all the way. So I'm also always learning.
Yeah, learning is a process that goes on forever. And Tatiana, it would be awesome to hear your perspective of being a mother as well, like you mentioned in the beginning.
Of course. But first of all, I totally agree. I mean, I don't like the word failure. I mean, it can be maybe several, I mean, from one side can be making mistakes or unsuccessful decisions and getting unwanted results. But the thing is, whatever you call it, there is always a backside of the failure medal. It's like unacceptance in the society. And this is what actually the hardest, because there is always a bias there still, unfortunately. Coming back to my personal experience, I have tons of failures in my past, and the only positive thing that came out of it is learning more about myself. Because for me, it's like every single venture is a baby, and when a baby dies, it's like it's tragedy. 2.5 years ago, I was in a startup accelerator, and the 1 month before we started the acceleration program, I figured out that I was pregnant. Well, that was a tough choice. During the course of the cycle, I figured out that there were 2 more pregnant women. That was when it became interesting, because I'm talking about both failure and my personal experience of having babies and running a startup. And those 3 women, me included, we took a different decision. Both of them was correct and was right. It's not a failure per se. One of the girls dropped out after, I think, first weeks, quite early, when she got her first ultrasound, and she was extremely thrilled, and we all, of course, it's her personal decision. She focused on the things that are prior for her. Second woman, I actually went through the program, but I didn't get any follow-up investments. And this is when I figure out that most of the startups, we didn't raise any additional capital as we were expected. However, I was hardly, miscalculated, because I thought in my mind I could juggle a baby who was sleeping all the time whenever I needed, and run a startup, having calls, whatever it's needed to run a company,
Yeah,
and
that's not how babies work.
No, they don't. Okay, they're baby angels. Some of them do. However, it's still it's very interesting. And this is, I consider this as, but I can call it a failure because I made a pause. I think we had huge potential in the company that we were building, but I figured out I can do it. I cannot, as an entrepreneur. Well, I can, of course, since I didn't persevere, right? This word that everyone uses in a male-dominated society, where babies just jump out of you. This is actually, was it the question of my perseverance? Perhaps I didn't work enough, slept even less, I don't know. Or maybe it was the right calculated decision, but whatever it is, I consider it as my personal entrepreneurial failure. At the same time, it's success as a mom. Because coming back to the third woman in this startup program, she said that she would give everything to spend all those months with the baby and not being forced to work for a company, having a small baby. So you never know. Whatever it is, choice is yours. Whatever but the only resource that we have is time. So use it wisely.
Yeah, but it's kind of sad here. It's a very important point that you've touched on today, and it's kind of sad that you have to make those choices, that you do you want to have a baby and raise a baby, or do you want to raise your company as your baby as well? So these are the choices that women face all the time. But thank you for sharing that with our audience. Sophia.
No, I just to say, I completely agree with this conversation, but I think it's also good, Tatiana, to have these, there are, of course, structural issues and other things that, we do know, and they need to come to light. So I think what we were talking about before, that, we can't erase biases, but we can also uncover them. I think that's important for these types of forums as well. And especially when it comes to these kinds of, deeply personal and other, such as family building and the inequity that can happen around that. I think it's important for us to actually uncover and talk about those kinds of issues as well. So.
Absolutely. Great, guys. Now, we don't have a lot of time left, so we're just going to zoom in a bit into the Nordics and look at things from the Nordics point of view. Now, we've talked about challenges, we've talked about advantages, we've discussed some of our personal stories as well. So let's just wrap everything up with the theme of the event today, the secret sauce, the Nordic secret sauce of building unicorns. How do you see that through the gender lens, or how is the Nordics startup ecosystem different from the rest of the world, in good or in bad way? Who would like to start?
I can start. I
Please
mean,
go on.
we work quite a lot with the other Nordic countries, Finland and Norway. And I have a favorite slide that I would love to show, where an Indian woman that works for Telia says, gender equality may not be perfect, but it's the best in the world. And I think we really should be proud that we are leading the way when it comes to gender equality and getting more female-funded companies. And I'd love to say that it's only Stockholm, but Helsinki and Oslo are doing a great work as well when it comes to those questions. Thank you.
Maybe I can go afterwards. No, because I definitely agree with Ariana. I think that the support mechanisms that we have with daycare and maternity, paternity leave, you know, being able to work from home and that kind of flexibility, I really don't think those structural things can be taken for granted at all. If you speak to a female entrepreneur in the US versus a female entrepreneur in Sweden who actually has the benefits of those systems, as well as male entrepreneurs, I really think those things need to be in place. So I definitely agree with Ariane's point that we have an added advantage there. But also in terms on a macro level, what I would like to just point out, which I think is actually really interesting in Sweden, is this combination that we have of understanding of the trends of innovation and sustainability and where they meet. Or even going one step further, like innovation and purpose. I think that we're very well placed for those business opportunities that we have, and for that actually transition that we need to make as a planet, which is really critical. And I think that adding the gender lens, as I was saying in the beginning of the conversation, seeing this as a business opportunity to solve many of the issues that women are out there, facing. I think that that's a really exciting business prospect that I think that Sweden and the Swedish entrepreneurial ecosystem is really well placed to navigate.
Thank you, Sophia. Would anyone else like to add to it? I see both Tatiana and Charlotte, they've raised their hands. So how about we go with you first, Charlotte?
Sure. Yeah. So one of the things for sure, like what has been mentioned, like if you start a company in Norway, the worst thing that will happen is that you get support from the government if you fail. So starting a company in the Nordics is not at all high risk compared to other countries. So being a woman or a man doesn't matter, kind of you're secure in the way that you don't end up on the street, most likely. You get some help. So I would say, kind of advise anybody feeling like they have some sort of idea and a wish to start a company to do so if you're in the Nordics, because you would regret not trying, and it's not that high of a risk as you may think. And I also would say that to be able to grow the number of female founders and investors, I think it has to start with education as well. If we were able to learn earlier about business, I think we would see the numbers grow. If we were able to have that into our educational system from an early stage, and even from kindergarten, learning about money, learning about kind of how to build things, how to create things, how to work in teams and so on, that would help a lot. And having role models, more female role models that doesn't look similar to us, that are from other places, have other religions, have other, everything. So kind of fronting the role models, because there's a lot of us around that here that are doing great things, but we are not taking that center stage space that the guys are doing. So also for us that have been in this business space for a while, just take more, just to take more space in the space.
True that. We'll have to wrap up the session soon. So Tatiana, you'll have to finish it within 1 minute so that we can take one question as well.
I'll be short. I think one of the keys to success in our ecosystem is actually social expectations. We're not expected to be only like home mothers, but we expect to do everything in the world we can and we want, and as well as around businesses. But speaking about like education, Charlotte, I'm sorry, but I need to add a slightly one provocative personal story. Me and my partner came to doggies, like first school, this kindergarten, right? Before placing a kid there. And speaking about role models, all the walls were covered with, with astronomers, with the like politicians, with scientists, women scientists. And I'm a mother to a boy. So I felt that sometimes when we don't have a balance of what we speak, what we do in our society, we might be castrating our better halves. I'm a cisgender. That's why I think it's all about the balance. It's understanding where we lack and what we have to do about it, but still keep it. Otherwise, I think we're screwed. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that perspective. Scott has a question, but I'm afraid we won't be able to take any more questions today. So just post your questions here, and I promise to send them to the panelists throughout the event. And you can always get in touch with all of them. You have the LinkedIns, and please feel free to get in touch with any one of us if there are any questions that you'd like to discuss in more detail. I would like to wrap up this session by saying a huge thank you to all of you for sharing your personal stories and for adding so much to the knowledge of our audience over here. We have a lot of people joining in constantly, and very happy to see people being interested in such important discussions. We really need to talk about these things, and the more we talk, the more we'll be able to uncover these things that are still under covers. So thank you very much. And thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Sophia, Ariane, Charlotte, and Rebecca.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so this is a global ecosystem spotlight session. I'll request the production team now to bring in our esteemed speakers for this session. And we are discussing Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a highly dynamic city that serves as perfect platform into mainland China and Asia. Hong Kong is an ideal place for business in Asia. And we are very fortunate that the team at Invest Hong Kong could join us today to present their ecosystem. Hong Kong is a business-friendly city with multitude of advantages to ensure businesses can flourish. Joining us today from Hong Kong segment for Nordic Startup Festival are Mats. He represents Nordic. He's the Nordic representative for Invest Hong Kong. Jane Chen, head of Start Me Up Hong Kong at Invest Hong Kong, and Ben Johansson, community director at Nordic Innovation House. And while they're joining in, I see, hi Mats and hi Jane. I want to play a very interesting video. So everybody out there, please look at it. It's a very nice short video. Let's see if I can share my screen now.
Hong Kong, a city of opportunity. Invest, where the world's most prominent international brands are flourishing, in a place that nurtures businesses so they grow, building connections between East and West. Set up shop in a place where an entrepreneurial spirit abounds. Launch and expand your business where smart also means safe, where you can easily find the talent with the right backgrounds and skills. Invest Hong Kong is here for you to get you started and help you grow, where business goes to grow.
Great. Hong Kong is the place to be for all the startups, investors, growth mindset, businesses connected today. So this is a very important session. Take your notes. And I'm very thankful to the team at Invest Hong Kong that they could join us today. Hi, Mats and Jane. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
Hiya. Good to be here. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Great that you could join us. We'll start with, tell our audience a bit about yourself. Mats, can we start with you?
Yes, of course. Thanks, Naimul. Great to attend this event today. It's really great. And as you mentioned, I'm the Nordic rep for Invest Hong Kong. And Invest Hong Kong is a government agency, started 22 years ago. And we try to attract more inward investments to Hong Kong. And that is, we help foreign company, Nordic companies to establish in Hong Kong. And all that help is a free of charge service, and we can help with information, contacts, whatever, in different phases, especially when you're evaluating the Asian market and where Hong Kong could be an option, then we try to help. And then when companies actually decide to set up a presence in Hong Kong, we can help with visas, licenses, international schools, whatever, you know. So we try to help all the way there. And then we also have PR services and other stuff and contacts with different agencies. And we also have aftercare service, etc. I'm in the part of the Nordic team. I'm focusing on, I'm based in Gothenburg, West Sweden, but I take care of Sweden and Finland. So I'm doing Zoom calls or visit companies all around the countries. I have a colleague, Gert Hovens, he's focusing on Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. So we are happy to assist and meet whatever company looking at Hong Kong. You know, thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. What an amazing introduction and a great work that you're doing. Jane, tell us about yourself, if you'd like to. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks ever so much, Naimul, for having us, at this Nordic Startup Festival. It's been fantastic. I've been seeing some of the content and, the panel before, actually a topic actually very close to my own heart. So it's great to see. My name is Jane Chan. I'm the global head of Start Me Up at Invest Hong Kong. The Start Me Up initiative was set up about 8 years ago to actually really provide customized support to startups as well as other stakeholders such as accelerators, incubators, investors, the corporate innovation people. I mean, every one of those stakeholders who have specialized kind of needs or connections to the startup ecosystem, our team was established to actually help support that. And I work with my colleague Max and my other colleagues around the world. We've got about 30 odd offices around the world. We can actually provide very specific information to try and support those types of companies.
Awesome. I would just like to ask what ecosystem support is available around you as a startup or a business in Hong Kong?
So in terms of the support, what Matt does and my colleagues in the various offices, they really provide the first line of information. So if we've got startups interested in Hong Kong, please reach out to Matt and other team members, and they'll give you information about what's happening in the ecosystem there. But then, they might pull us in, our team in, to give more specific information. So if you are a fintech and you want to see how you can actually leverage the opportunities in Hong Kong to, whether you want to access the market directly here or through Hong Kong to Asia or what we call the Greater Bay Area, we can give you like the connections. We can actually tell you what's happening on the ground. We can invite you to participate in our events. We can connect you to various stakeholders. If you're interested in accelerating and one of the accelerators there, we can also do this as well. Actually, in the middle, maybe I might switch over to my very quick presentation just to give everyone a quick snapshot of what's happening on the ground. Is that okay?
Awesome. Please go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. So I just want to give everyone just a quick background in terms of what's happening in Hong Kong. So in terms of the ecosystem, it's incredibly vibrant, as I mentioned. If you see the number of startups actually over the past few years, we've actually seen quite a substantial growth. Even at the height of the pandemic, you see that we've, in 2019, 2020, we've actually still seen quite a lot of growth. And one thing that is actually quite special about Hong Kong startup ecosystem is the fact that it is incredibly international. About 28% of our startup ecosystem founders are from outside of Hong Kong. And you can see the top countries of origins based here. We've got mainland China, the US, we've got the Brits, the French, and the Indians making up the top 5 kind of groups. And when you add that kind of international expertise and way of looking at resolving problems, when you mix that in with local kind of talent who are, incredibly smart, very well educated, used to trading internationally, and they've got the language capabilities, we think it actually makes for very strong startups. Now, in terms of the kind of sectors that we're seeing the most robust kind of growth, Hong Kong's startup ecosystem is actually incredibly diverse. It reflects what's happening in terms of the economy. You know, people might know us as a financial center, they might know us as a trading center, but actually on the ground, we've got a lot of different kind of activities happening. But you do see the biggest group of activities and development are in those spaces, I suppose, where we are more well known for on an international kind of stage. So fintech is our biggest kind of growth area in terms of the number of fintechs. We've also got quite a lot of companies working in the e-commerce, supply chain, logistics kind of side, usually related to the fact that mainland China is the biggest e-commerce market in the world, and a lot of people are trying to take advantage of that. And also the mainland Chinese companies who are looking to leverage Hong Kong to go international as well. So we see developments here. We've also got the professional consulting services, that's usually through the SaaS kind of models. You know, we see legal tech and all these kind of activities happening as well. And why is it such a vibrant kind of hub? You know, we mentioned how international it is, and it's, you know, the fact that we are one of the world's financial centers does have, you know, quite a big impact on that. But in addition to this, we have, you know, the real kind of like component, I think, that makes for a very strong and robust ecosystem. We've got, you know, a lot of different accelerators, incubators, co-work spaces, our university networks and startup club associations make up our very vibrant community. The government has also got a lot of different kind of like policies to support. We've got proof of concept kind of support, regulatory sandboxes. We've got GovTech kind of departments if you're looking to sell your products and services to government, and also the data kind of services as well, which is also really important. In terms of market access, I mentioned the fact that the Greater Bay Area, which is just the southern part of China, which is a collective area of 9 different cities within mainland China, plus Hong Kong and Macau. And that's like an 86 million people kind of potential market access that you can actually sell very quickly to straight away. There's also obviously access to ASEAN as well as the Hong Kong market itself. Funding, we are known as one of the world's kind of fundraising hubs, partly through the stock exchange, which is incredibly vibrant as well as very liquid. We've also got VCs and PE networks as well, and not to mention the talent side as well. We've got 5 of our universities in the world's top 100 QS ranking. So, you know, all the components are there, and I think that's why we've seen the kind of success that we have. Which has actually translated into the fact that we've got currently, being very, very conservatively, estimate that there are about 9 unicorns in Hong Kong at the moment, plus 2 recent exits we've had with Frenetics and SenseTime. There are a few kind of companies, startups there who are close to that kind of valuation, but because they've not publicly disclosed it, we can't do so either. But, you know, there's definitely a few more unicorns in that offering. And if all of that has really enticed you to potentially learn more about Hong Kong, we think the, you know, events are a great way to go. And, you know, this event that we're in now is a very good testament to that. If you are interested in finding out what's happening in Hong Kong, join our festival, which runs from the 5th to the 10th, which is next week. Lots of things happening. We've got you know, events focused on climate tech. We've got the GBA Innovation Summit, health tech. We've got a large metaverse Web 3.0 theme running throughout the week. We've also got property tech and smart city discussions as well. So we'll love to see you there. Thank you so much. So I'll stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Jane. Like, what an energetic presentation. I loved it, and very eye-opening to me to know how deep and established is the Hong Kong ecosystem, how robust it is. Love the insight on being the strong side being the e-commerce and fintech, as you mentioned. And the number that clocked my mind was 120 plus incubator, accelerator, co-working spaces. That's very mature. That's really, really great to hear, and some unicorns forming up. So message to our audience over here is 5th to 10th September. Check out the festival that Jane mentioned. We are very fortunate to have with us somebody who is an expert on innovation exchange, who has extensive experience of bridging international ecosystem. So I would request the production team to bring in Ben Johansson, who is a community director at Nordic Innovation House, to join us on stage. And that'll be an interesting insight to tap into.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, hi Ben, how are you?
Oh, okay, great.
Great. Thank you so much that you could join us, and glad you are here with us. Why don't you tell our audience a little bit about yourself and what is Nordic Innovation House? Yeah, over to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ben Johansson, and I am the community director for the Nordic Innovation House. Apologize for the poor lighting here. It seems like my light bulb just broke, so I'm trying to find a good section here. Thank you for inviting me. I am the Nordic platform for bringing Nordic tech companies to Greater Bay Area by landing you first in Hong Kong. So this panel that I have is perfect. Me and Jen and Mats, we work very closely together, and I am actually physically in Hong Kong with Jane. I will share a screen about short about Nordic Innovation House, so we don't repeat what Jane just said.
Awesome.
And it's happening, a lot of things is happening right now here in Hong Kong. I can feel the vibe coming back. So this is us, and there are 5 houses in the world. We started in Silicon Valley, then continued to New York, and in Asian houses, we have Singapore, Hong Kong, and Tokyo. And me, of course, is in Hong Kong, working with the Greater Bay Area. The Nordic Innovation House, we are funded by Nordic Innovation and supported by the Nordic Council of Ministries. So I represent actually 5 countries and help them to understand more about the Greater Bay Area and how Hong Kong is actually the stepping stone to get into not only GBA, but also to the rest of China and Southeast Asia and Asia too. Because like Jane said, this is an international hub. Hong Kong is one of the most dynamic and international places you can be when it comes to the startup ecosystem. So I am actually one of the startup platforms that you can use if you want, if you're interested in joining the coming to Hong Kong. So what do we do, all 5 houses in the world? Very simple. We scale the best of the Nordics. We try to bring you in to our respective markets by showing you where it is. You can, what kind of accelerator program, organizations. So Invest Hong Kong is one of my partners, and then we have others like Cyberport with Metaverse, high tech and fintech. And then you also have the Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, HKSTP, that also have the R&D, more of a deep tech and heavy R&D investments and companies. And then Hong Kong being a financial hub, we have like a lot of family offices who is really interested in Nordic technologies. And for the Hong Kong house, I also do a special thing. I also scale Hong Kong back to the Nordics. And one of the projects I just had was actually to bring the creative industry, the gaming, digital entertainment and gaming industry to Finland, Sweden and Denmark. And we actually went to Malmö, the Nordic Games, for example. So another thing is very like physical and hands-on is like I really try to land companies in Hong Kong. So this is a Nordic EdTech hub. Powered by Top Creative Education Hub. So my job was to find, like physically help them to find a Nordic educational company, platform company who have Nordic values in our way of teaching or learning, like exchange, how we can together find education. Just like the former panel said, education is the key. So bringing Nordic value to education is even better. I had the opportunity to bring like 10 companies in and to introduce to the Hong Kong side, and 5 of them is chosen to land. So actually the Nordic EdTech Hub is in one day in Hong Kong right now operating. So it's very, I'm very happy and proud of it. So this is just a list of what the Nordic Innovation House do. We have, I bring companies to Hong Kong by arranging different activities. And also right now is of course Start Me Up Hong Kong, who is the most important one because there's so much things happening. Among others, I saw from the list that someone is very interested in the metaverse. You have to join because Naimul Abd is one of the forerunner when it comes to metaverse. And lastly, I will wrap up the whole session, except for this Start Me Up Hong Kong, who is very important. We also, because Hong Kong is a financial hub, the upcoming Hong Kong FinTech Week is also an event or a big happening that you should have a look at. If you're interested, reach out to Mats, reach out to me. If you're a Nordic company, especially me, because I will have a full booth in the FinTech Week. Physically, I'm bringing Nordic companies to either I represent them if you cannot come to Hong Kong, if you don't have planned it, I can do it for you, or you just fly into Hong Kong. Because right now, even though the pandemic is roaming, it's only 3 days in quarantine compared to what it was before. So here is the vertical for pitching competition. There is a timeline. If you are doing the global fast track, it's free. Just go into the FinTech Week or talk to Mats and we'll help you. You see the timeline. The company will get chosen for the actual pitch will be in Hong Kong stage and pitching for real investors. And then in December, everything will be wrapped up. So stay tuned, contact me, Jane, or Mats, if you want to know more about different events and things. So this is the Nordic side. If you're not Nordic, then you really have to talk to Mats, because I only deal with Nordic startup tech companies. That's all from me, Naimul. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much, Ben. What an intense schedule and stage of initiatives that you have. Great if you could put some links. I've asked our production team to put all these amazing links to all these initiatives and also your contact information so that people who are here, attendees who are here, can connect with you. We got a couple of questions while you were presenting, like the recordings will be available. Yes, as I said earlier during the event, we will process the recordings in the next couple of days and they will be released in a segment-wise format on the Nutty Ventures LinkedIn page. So you can access all the recordings over there. It should be available in 3 to 4 days, Monday the latest, I think. But thank you so much, Ben, for your presentation. Great work by Nordic Innovation House, and I believe there are enormous collaboration opportunities between Hong Kong and other international ecosystems, including Nordics, and great work that Mats and Jane that you're doing. And Hong Kong is a great place to invest and start business. We are wrapping up the panel. Maybe a couple of final words you might want to share before we move to the next session. Anyone from you?
Maybe I'll just step in.
Yeah,
I've noticed some people have actually sent questions. We would be happy to email them. I don't want to take up even more time. I'm sure there's people waiting behind us to actually get on there. But Matt has put down the email address. Please send them over our way, and we would be happy to just email you directly back. In terms of the presentation, I'll also make that available to Naimul. And you know, if you need a copy, I'm sure that could be basically addressed. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jane. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Ben, from joining us from Hong Kong.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Creative sector discussion. Let's see who is joining in. So I see here. Hi, Sophie. Hi, Sandra. Sune, you're here. Turo, you're here. I don't see Sarah around. Let's see.
I'm here. It might be my name.
No. I got everyone. Great. You guys could join us. Really happy that you could join this program. We are very interested in. I'm sure, but when I say me, it's all the attendees, awesome attendees who are connected to different places. We are very interested in knowing about the Nordic creative and culture sector. So if you could start with a short introduction with everyone, like take a minute and tell us about what you are doing in the creative and culture sector. Who are you? Sarah, let's start with you. because we planned this session with you when we were planning this. Yeah.
Yes, we work so closely together, Naimul. Thank you. So that you don't even remember my name, I was going to say, or can't find it. You remember my name. And thank you for including this very important area of creative industries. And I'm so happy to have not only fellow panelists, but amazing collaborators here that you see with me. I myself come from the music industry, investigative journalist to start with. Then I slipped into the music industry, spent way too many years touring the world, then even more years, too many, at EMEA and Virgin International, and which brought me even closer to artists and even more realizing that this needs to be a better world for creators. It just seemed to get worse and worse instead of what I thought would become better with innovation. And of course, I do believe things become better with innovation. It just needs to democratize that minor detail. So that's our mission with founding Nordic Music Tech. And it's now become, I would say, global music tech with all fantastic partners around the world. We've even formed European Music Tech and worked even closer now during the pandemic, which sadly isn't over, but at least restrictions are for us. And we're very used to working digital world anyway. So basically on a mission, and what we do is bring we have an amazing community, which is very open. Anyone can belong to it at the intersection of music, the traditional music industry, and all the creative industries actually, and tech. That's a little about what we do. And then I can finally say which we'll be showing a video since all of us are involved in this. I'll do that a little later, but we are launching the amazing Creative Tech Week in collaboration with the city of Stockholm, Invest Stockholm, and many other partners, including Slush in Helsinki in November, and also supporting Impact Week that we've heard a lot about today. That's coming up starting September 6th.
I think that's a great initiative. Great to hear that you have so many varied experiences, and all that is blending into now the Creative Tech Week. And very happy that Companion is with in that week. Thank you for including us. Let's move to Sophie. Let's hear about you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Hello, everybody. All of those of you watching as well. Thank you so much for taking the time and for having me. Yeah, I've got a background in music and arts myself, and we go way back, Naimul, and many of you here on this call. I'm really passionate about empowering artists and creators to help them monetize what they do, to make a living doing what they love, and to really bring the best of arts, tech, and impact together. So I've also set up my own edtech company, Arts Dynamics, got a production company, and all of this work has led me to where I am today. A dream role just opened up at STIM, which is a performing rights society, making sure creators get paid for the work. So today I'm a director of cultural affairs at STIM, and overseeing our impact side of what we do at STIM. And we've been around for almost 100 years. We celebrate 100 years next year. And what we're doing here, talk about music, entrepreneurship, cultural and creative industries. That's what we are passionate about. And I cannot wait to get together with all of you to discuss what can be done to make a bigger difference as well for the coming generations.
Awesome to hear. Like, I'm already charged up. Like, Sarah, you started with your journey of ecosystem building with Stockholm Music City, and then going into the Creative Tech Week, and now Sophie, you're talking about empowering the artists and creators. Look, we are på rätt spår. Great. Let's Sune, would you like to go next?
Yes. Well, I have first of all, I'm very, very happy to be invited to this panel. I have a background as an opera tenor, and I traveled the world with that for a decade. Before I found so many, you can say, flaws in the market that I simply had to do something about it. So in 2011, I started my first company, a startup company called TrueLinked. That was a two-sided marketplace where talent could find opera house, and opera house could find talent. I since then left that company to build something I would call even more ambitious, something that is not just related to opera, but also to the rest of the performing arts world, building the bridge, the gap between the fans and the creators, not least focusing on how can we make intellectual properties in the arts, and especially in music, worth something again, not just give it away for free to YouTube and to Spotify, to mention one of the big the Scandinavian startups that is very successful, of course, but to some extent are also suppressing the way that artists are making money. We need to look into that. So that's now Artalize is also very focused on the audience visibility and accessibility, and that's one of the biggest problems. You can call it the infrastructure of performing arts. That's something I've been very preoccupied with over the last decade.
Perfect. Great. Sune, what a great insight, like infrastructure of performing arts. And I love what you're building, bridging the gap between fans and creators. I think awesome. That's something which is so much in, how would you say, in sync with the times. For the audience, Sune is also pitching on the live pitching stage. Sune, since you're running here with this panel discussion, probably your turn there will come later, but awesome startup that you're building. Everybody stick around. We need to hear his pitch. Great. Let's move to Sandra. Would you like? And then Turo. Yeah.
My name is Sandra Wall, and I work for the UNESCO city of Norrköping with a background in media and culture institutions. And I work for the development of the creative sector with the municipality, and it's mainly music, film, gaming, visualization, art, performative art. So we have a film fund and a live event fund to support mainly the industry part of it, but also after the pandemic, trying to get the live event sector back on its feet on a local level. We also have residencies like right now for art and music at the Visualization Center. We are part of a global network with about 60 cities of music. We work on a global level with this sector to create new distribution ways, work for everything that you all talked about to support the value of the arts, but also the rights for artists. In this world right now where it's polarized, we need to work for an inclusive and sustainable structure for creative industries and gender equal as well, inclusive. So I work mainly to create opportunities for our music community, but also attract investments and establish new companies in Norrköping, of course. And I think the cities are important hubs for this work with the startups and tech and creative industries. We also create trade missions and international work and networks, most of all. We have a lot of tech connected live events, and we also work with Scenkonst Öst, Norrköping, and we have tech incubators. We also work with LEAD, as I'm sure many of you know of. I have followed the national report for Kreativa Sverige, where it said that 130,000 companies are in the creative sector, and I think this is worth mentioning going into this panel. And as a city and a music city in the UNESCO network, you need to work to help out with the export, the internationalization. Even if Export Music Sweden is doing a wonderful job, this is a new way to work. Also, the Norrköping Science Park is truly interesting for sustainable innovation within visualization and printed electronics, and of course other digital innovation, but they acknowledge the power of the creative industries as well. And I think that's important for a city. So I would say that as a UNESCO City of Music, that's an important part, to acknowledge and analyze the situation and help out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sandra. Turo, would you like to go next?
Hi, everyone. My name is Turo Pekari. I'm based in Helsinki, Finland. I'm a music innovation specialist, ecosystem builder with a history of 13 years in the music industry. Currently, I'm working as the innovation and business development executive at Music Finland, which is the Finnish music export office. We accelerate creatives and businesses in the music domain from Finland to scale globally by exporting quality content, innovative technologies, and also the Finnish mindset to the world audiences, as well as curate events and bring international professionals, companies, investors to the Nordics. Currently, some of the most interesting stuff on my table is trying to push Finnish content and Finnish music companies to the metaverse and Web3 space. I'm also quite deeply involved in several international initiatives with an aim to build bridges between music and technology, mainly under the umbrella of Music Tech Europe, which is a European network of music innovation hub. By the way, something that we've been cooking up with Sara and our friends from Stockholm Music and Tech Hub. I also act in expert positions both for the European Commission and Finnish government on topics like digital transformation and copyright infrastructure development. I'm also a startup coach and advisor and contributing to quite a lot of international accelerator and incubator programs. And we're also running our own accelerator program for music tech companies here in Finland. Glad to be here.
Awesome. You're wearing so many hats. We should definitely get you on the React Accelerator that we are running. It's an EU-funded program at Companion, and you could also get involved in, all of you could get involved in that Accelerator, Founder Institute. There's so much that we can, so a lot of energy I see over here. Thank you so much for the introduction. I have a couple of questions because the panel length is around 20 minutes from now. We'll be switching to the next one. What I want to pick over here is like, Nordics is a great place to, there's a lot of creative output happening here in culture, in art, in music, in anywhere. Like, so what do you think is the core driving factor which leads to this innovation in this space? I don't know what's the answer. Is it the resources? Is it something very deep in the way we are culturally? Is it the long winters? I don't know, but I'd like to hear. How come we end up producing so much cultural content, cultural innovation at startup level, at ideal forening, or how would you say, non-profit level, project levels, development work level, artworks level? I'd like some input from the panel.
I think well, so all of you here, I think, are better suited to answer that question. But I also just wanted to highlight that when one asks the theme of today, what's in the source of not the Nordics, basically, when it comes to innovation and tech, it certainly is an even larger and longer living source when one sees, well, I shouldn't say that. I think we've always been very far ahead of innovation. If one looks at so-called old tech companies as well, more than hundreds of years. But when it comes to music, the same, and all the creative arts. And it's just incredible what's in the source in the Nordics, because it's been since eons ago. And then when one also looks at, when we often speak about the Björn Borg effect, if one talks about modern times, then of course one quickly comes to ABBA and so on. And I believe in any area, when you see and grow up with role models, or you see regular people, so to speak, who succeed, then you believe you can succeed. And then of course, which I'm sure my fellow panelists can share more about, is the amazing, I myself hardly grew up in the Nordics, truly a citizen of the world. But what I've seen is a huge contrast is that we have education from a very early level and after school activities, and it's very well funded, and basically anyone not only can afford it, but you have the possibility. And we have also the largest amount of choirs, I think, isn't it, in the world? And that's part I want to add, and just finalize my outlook and to highlight rather that when one says music and that we're very happy to be part of a day like today, for example, like focusing on the creative sector, it's often very, very frustrating to see how underestimated our sector is as an actual business. We are a larger industry, just the music industry, and then it's huge, all culture, just the music industry, than all tech sectors put together out of the Nordics, just to highlight that. So it's not only a fantastic feel good and important for mental health and a long list of pleasure, but it's a global, huge actual industry in money.
Great points over there, especially the education after school and how it's well funded. I didn't know about the choirs. And Sandra, your statistics of 130,000 companies was also quite eye-opening. What other things do you think can be in play? Great insights from Sarah so far.
Well, I would like to add that the Scandinavian model is extremely important. This mindset of collaboration, of collaborative initiatives, I think is extremely important. My first startup was all about collaboration, artists collaborating together, trying to find a better way through a more transparent way to look at the black box that the performing arts job market is. And I think that's a very Scandinavian approach that also scares some people, I would say, because it can seem a little disruptive. But I think this type of sort of cutting to the bone, trying to be collaborative, trying to be, we are in this together. I think that's very Scandinavian, and sometimes this trust culture that we have can also be persuasive to some, but also a little bit naive. We go out there and we just do it because we believe the world will accept us as we are and our ideas as they are.
Great points on collaboration. I would like to jump in a little bit here because we have, so Sophie, you in your previous work as in Art Dynamics, you have met, I've known you in Stockholm's ecosystem for quite a while, doing awesome work that you are doing. You have met a lot of entrepreneurs, and Turo, you were explaining that you work with several accelerators, and with your background of exposure to all these founders. What do you think? Is there something that you feel a spark there in the early stage entrepreneurs working in the culture sector here? What makes it unique? Why are they working? Is it some, I'd like to know more about that. Yeah.
Thank you. Why does arts entrepreneurship work, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. And why are so many people why so many people work in cultural, creative, art, startups, projects and all? Yeah.
Great
what
question.
drives them? What drives them?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I agree with previous speakers that it's very much built into our social fabric. I mean, just speaking of STEM, it is a collective where basically almost 100 years ago, they came together, the creators came together to build a non-profit organization to help look after the rights and to protect the rights. It's a learning community, it's a learning network of sorts. So with STEM and STEM Forward Fund, that's what we are now building on and sort of planning on, you know, building for the next generations to come, because we've got that strong network. With Arts Dynamics and my work as a coach and a mentor in arts entrepreneurship, what I've noticed is exactly that. The way our society is built with the tredje sektorn, the third sector, you mentioned choirs here before, and the way we organize as people up here in Sweden, in the Nordics, that in itself fosters creativity, innovation. We're getting used to working together. I think what has changed lately is also that there are many synergies between creativity and innovation and entrepreneurship, but up until quite recently, you were not really supposed to talk about, you know, how connected they both were. Because as musicians and artists and creators, the minute you start to talk about business and marketing and monetization, something happens in the eyes of the creators. It's like, I'm not a business, I'm a creator, you know, I've got my artistic integrity here. Who are you to talk to me about building a business? But at the same time, we know and we see in the world of entrepreneurship and startups more than ever before, scale-ups, investors more and more as well. We know that entrepreneurs as such as well are also a group of people around the world that are also the best positioned to help solve the challenges we see in the world, which is why we see more and more also work towards the global goals. And like with the cultural and creative industries, we actually can help solve the 17 global goals. So I think just to summarize your question is, I see that there is a bigger acceptance first and foremost between the creative side, the cultural side, and the business entrepreneurial side. The pandemic has helped with the digital and tech sort of what we're seeing now, this exponential growth in tech solutions, which forced us online. But it also helped creators to take matters into their own hands. They can now control their own data. It is easier for them to actually monetize what they do. And I think also finally that the languages are starting to make sense. I mean, when I started working with creators at the beginning, when you used business lingo, they just tuned out. But the more you understand the terms of why creators move into the world of entrepreneurship in the first place, it's easier to make them understand the importance of having a proper plan, understanding your why, and having a plan in place to also be able to later attract investors if that's what they want to do. But you have to use a language that they feel resonates with them. Does that make sense?
Well, makes awesome sense. I'm a creator myself. I do music. I can relate to whatever you're saying. Turo, yes.
Yeah, maybe I can add something. If we think about how people end up founding startups or starting as entrepreneurs in music startups, for example, is that quite often they have a history in the music business or as creators. So they are really passionate about culture and music itself. This is how it usually happens. And I think we're quite lucky that in all of the Nordic countries, we have a strong governmental support for innovation and technology. And this is a very crucial thing if we think about music innovation sector, because I think most of the startups in our field are still struggling to get funding from investors. If we compare, for example, to the gaming industry, which is something which is booming in Finland, it's totally different. And this is why government support is really, really important.
Great point. And I think you mentioned a very important point. I'll draw a parallel between the creative industry and the impact sector. Like I moved to Sweden 7 or 8 years ago. Impact was very early. It was very difficult to build an impact venture. But now if we see 6, 7, 8 years later, the sectors has started, it's in a high boom phase right now. Impact funds have been created. Mainstream VCs are thinking impact when they're measuring startups. So all that is driving more founders to go into this. So I think ecosystem development is a crucial component. And Sandra, we come to you. How are you guys doing it in Norrköping? Because you said you're a UNESCO music city. What does that mean for any musician or an artist in Norrköping? What does that mean in reality?
Hopefully it means they get more support, since we are mapping our music community and getting a better, and also looking into policies for the nighttime economy and the creative sector, which is important. And the governmental support is actually very important, but also the city level need to be more engaged. And I think when you think of the creative sector as an important part of your city and your trade and industry, then you think more about it as a driver for sustainable place development and all these things about being able to export and help mobility for new artists to showcase festivals. And I think the city is more of a hub then. So this is how the music cities can connect together, and it gets local support. And I think the live sector has become stronger. They meet each other more, and you get more knowledge of your local support or community, but also a possibility for the global network. And other, like the people in this panel, are very important on a local level as well. But the places and spaces, that's a city thing, and they are a start of the startups. So I think it's very important that more cities take responsibility to create support structures. So that's how we work.
Great point over there. City as a hub, or city as a model, or city as an integrator of all these resources. I think that's something which, Sarah, you are trying to achieve with the Creative Tech meetup. When exactly is the date? Have you guys decided the date? When is it happening?
Yes, we announced the date the second that Slush decided their date, since we all Finland in November, right, Turo? And Slush starts November 16th, with 17th, 16th, I think, with Investor Day is our guess. It usually is the day before. And that's why we decided to launch Creative Tech Week starting November 11th, ending in Helsinki on the 18th. And the Monday, Tuesday, which is the 14th and 15th of November, are the conference dates. And we can give you the breaking news, which is about to go out, that we are our official collaboration with the whole Royal Djurgården Island in the middle of Stockholm, and the Pop House Group that have space, of course, and the ABBA Museum and the rest of their the rest of their physical empire is on the island of Djurgården, and that's where we will be for the next few years. So that's going to be super exciting, and anyone who wants to reach out there, just reach out to us and myself. And I think should I play the video that we have, which is
yes, we can definitely play the video, and somebody can also from the team here or the panel here can paste the link to that Creative Tech Festival, so that people who are here in attendees, guys, do join that. It's an amazing safari of experiences, I would say. So that thing, and I'll just check if I can play the video. Hold on a second. And while I
was going to just quickly add to Rose what you were saying earlier, that I think it was all the aspects you were talking about in the Nordics so relevant, and of course goes without saying education, that we have education for all and it's free. And also the live, Sandra, that picking up that with what one sees, the some kind of positivity in the pandemic with the digital virtual world and the metaverse, where one sees all of this as live stages, along with what we call in real life live. It's all in real life. And Sophie, I also just wanted to add that what you're saying with the tech into the creatives, I'm sure you agree that we see a new generation now coming where they don't do that, where they are tech and in themselves, but the millennials.
Awesome. I'd also like to add one short thing that that Tudor mentioned, how the importance that the VC angel community get their eyes open towards this amazing industry, how important it is and how big it is. I think many times I get out there, and just because I mentioned we are from the performing arts tech space, they say we don't know anything about it. It's not my area, so we hardly get through the door. And I think it's about time that we make a stand for ourselves and tell the world how important a part we play in the world, but also in the world economy, but also could play in the tech industry. So let's make a fight for the performing arts tech and the arts tech in as a general.
Completely with you. And I can say that Founder Institute, Impact Hub, Startup Grind, Nutty Ventures, we are all in empowering the creative sector entrepreneurs. I would like to thank everyone for an amazing panel discussion. We'll move to our next panel. And while we are transitioning, I'll play the video, Sarah, that you sent across. let's see if that plays. But Turo, thank you so much. Sophie, thank you so much. Sune, you can stick around. Yours will be second last or the last pitch, so you can stick around. And thank you, Sandra, and everyone here. Sophie, thank you. You could join us from Steam. And I'll play the video now, and we bring in the next panelist for our pitching stage. Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stockholm is the most creative place in the world because there's such an amazing variety of weather that have forced everybody to get very creative with how to adapt to this very dynamic environment.
I think that we have a proud history of innovation, and I also think that we're pretty good at collabs, collaboration, and we have an open mind, and we're used to adapting to other countries as well, and listening. If you have big ears, you can find new ideas. So I think that's the reason.
To me, Stockholm is the most creative place on earth because you can come up with a crazy idea like I did, creating a product to teach coding to kids, and then you have the resources, the network, and the talent to actually make it happen.
Like, we have an open mindset here in general. People just love to get together, and everyone is very just innovative in general. Yeah.
I think it's two things. We are a small country, so we always think global first, and then we are very creative and tech savvy. I think that's the two things. Welcome to Stockholm.
This is a very compressed session. We have to evaluate 8 startup pitches, and I'll be playing those pitches because we took a last-minute decision because there could be a lot of streaming issues. So we requested founders to hand in their pitches, and we'll play the pitch, and the founders will be here. They'll take quick feedback, and we'll move on from there. So let's start with with a short intro, 30, 35, 40, 50, 40.5 seconds. Simon, why don't you start?
Sure. So my name is Simon Olsen. I pretty much know everybody on this team of investors, so that's interesting. But I have a background as an engineer. I've been doing ventures for a long time, doing quite a lot of startups investments. That has materialized into 2 different funds. So now I have a small pre-seed fund called Greens that invests into like unicorn alumni dropping out, doing new stuff, and then XY Ventures that does investments into accelerated graduates, primarily in Bay Area in the States. So kind of niche.
Thank you so much, Simon. David, would you like to go next?
Sure. Hi, my name is David Holm. I'm from Oslo in Norway, but grew up in Sweden. So I'm doing a lot of business on both sides of the border. So I actually commute between Oslo and Karlsson in Värmland. My background is from the IT industry, where I've been working most of my life. Since 2016, I set up a venture studio in Oslo called Accelerator, working with tech startups. And since 2 years back, we started an accelerator fund out of Karlstad in Sweden called Digital Ventures. It's a small pre-seed fund, similar to Simon's, a niche fund. But what we do is that we purely focus on our own accelerated companies within digital health and health tech.
Good. Thank you so much, David. You are in investment space with so many different things. I remember we were in a VC lab cohort together.
That's correct.
Yeah, but Simon,
and Simon was there as well.
Yeah.
Great. Evelina, would you like to take the next?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I've sort of lost my voice. But I'm Evelina. I'm from Stockholm.
I work at Wall Street. We're an early stage venture capital fund. Invest basically from an entrepreneur with an idea up to Series A. We are interested in many sectors with perhaps a special focus on fintech and e-com. We're currently focused on Scandinavia, but also looking abroad. And we typically have a ticket size of between 200,000 to up to 500,000 euros as the first investment. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Evelina. Sami, you want to go, and then Annette?
Sure. Thanks, Naimul. Great to be part of this panel and the event. So Sami Ahuniemi, I'm a partner at Vendep Capital. We are a P2P SaaS-focused fund from Finland. At our third fund right now, 70 million that we're looking to place in early stage ventures from the region. Ticket size very flexible. Everything up to and including Series A is typically our entry point. And I said B2B SaaS only, so very focused on that.
Okay, B2B SaaS, got it. Annette.
Hi, so long time angel investor, but now I'm representing Butterfly Ventures, which is the first carbon neutral and one of the most active Nordic VCs in deep tech. And we are really excited that we now have a 100 million euro fund that we're investing in or from, and we're just starting. And we're looking now though for the hidden gems in the world, but mainly from the Nordics. So we're looking into take leads in investments early on. If we can go for small tickets like 150,000 euros and then up to end of A round and probably B as well, depending on the growth of the company and so forth. But deep tech is really the focus here with software components, robotics and stuff like that. Materials, of course, as well. So not an oddball now, but we have been oddballs for a long time because everybody wants to do the fast growing and we tend to wait and be diligent and so forth. But it's very exciting to be here. I'm very thankful to be invited, Naimul.
Thank you so much, Annette, that you could join us. I'll do, there are two things I want to discuss. First of all, I'd like to offer a big thanks to our screening jury. We got tons of pitches and we had to go through a lot of them in a very short time space. So a big thank you to Beryl, who joined us from Antler, Henrik, who joined us from J12, and Per Björklund, who could join us. He's an angel investor and advisor. Guys, thank you so much. We won't have time to bring you on stage today, but a big thank you from Nordic Startup Festival team and Nutty Ventures that you could do this. The way this runs is we have 8 pitches queued up. For the founders who have sent in their pitches and are listening, the pitching order is going to be pitched, the first pitch to 8th pitch. I'm going to speak it out. Pitch 1, it's Ivar One from Sirinor. Then we have Colleen coming from Heat. Yasser connecting from Bangladesh with Upon Wellbeing. Pratik from Fin Advance. Alina from Zili from Ukraine. Joshua Hartnett, Luis Medina, and his co-founder for Luma. And Sune, we just had you on the panel as well for Artilite. So that's the order. Eva from Srinor, Colin, that's number 2 with Heat, Yasser, Upon Wellbeing, number 3, Pratik, Fin Advance, Alina, Zili, Joshua, Hartnett, Louis, Luma, and Sune, Artilite. Okay, so I'm going to play the pitch, and then the founders can stay in here, and then we'll do a rapid feedback session from the jury in around 2 to 3 minutes, 3 minutes tops, around 5 minutes per startup, and then we'll do some like 5 minutes reflection at the end of the session. So I'll share my video now. Let's hope this works. So Ivar, here's your pitch. Yeah.
Everyone, my name is Ivar One, and I'm here to present Sirinor, a company that will revolutionize aviation by making it completely emissions-free. We have the only known patent for a hydrogen electric engine that can be used for both subsonic and supersonic travel. a new company incorporated in Norway last year, and we have a subsidiary in India where most of our engineers reside. We won a bit of funding from grants and angels, but we need a lot more in order to develop a prototype engine. So we're raising about 2 million in seed funding this year, and we expect to raise additional Series A funding in 2023. So the problem that we're faced with is quite a massive one. The aviation industry is responsible for more than 12% of global transport-related CO2 emissions, or 915 million tons of CO2 in 2019. That's more than Germany. And on top of this, CO2 is just a third of aviation's climate impact. The rest come from the contrails and the NOx that is emitted through the heat of the combustion engines. Supersonic aviation is also making a comeback. That's fine, but it's 6 to 7 times more carbon intensive than normal travel, and this problem needs to be resolved. So aviation must become green, but these emissions are very hard to abate. We think that we will have our first prototype statically tested by 2025, and beyond that there's an early exit opportunity. The next major milestone is to do a flight test with an aviation partner, which we believe we can do by 2027, after which we think we will be a unicorn exit. Further validation and certification is required before we can realistically fly commercially for the first time in 2032, which aligns quite well with the wider scaling of the green hydrogen economy. So thank you to the Nordic Startup Festival for hosting me and for all of you for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ivar, and it's over to the esteemed jury now. Yeah.
Is there an order or is it shout out?
Shout out, I would say.
I will be the quickest, I'm for certain. All right, so this is a venture that I really obviously like. It's hardware, it has environmental components, it's taking out and moving us forward. Supersonic speed? Do we need to be in supersonic speed when we travel? Well, anywho, I think this is actually something I invested in hybrid before, and then also in space engines, which is on some kind of corn-related fuel. So I think this has a huge potential. Supersonics, yeah, of course, military needs it, but I was thinking more commercial because they were looking at that. As a time frame, this would work. It would be interesting to see what they have more under the hood and the testing and so forth that they have. IP is, of course, super, super interesting for a VC to have.
Thank you. Anyone else likes to go for next?
Sure, I'll go ahead. I reacted to the patent pending. I'm not really sure what that means, and I'm not really sure that like how far along you are in your patent process. But it'd be interesting to sort of understand what actually differentiates you. And then I really want to know more about the team, because in the end, I mean, if we're looking at a timeline to do the first prototype, which is essentially like 4 years out, or even more, I'd really like to understand who is behind this and why this is a lot more efficient than current investment opportunities in the space when it comes to fuel. Nevertheless, interesting space.
I can just second that. Thanks for the pitch. And also what I was missing here was sort of what is the solution and what differentiates you. So I think you can get clear on your solution in your pitch.
Thank you, Evelina. Anyone else?
What made me wonder a little bit is I believe hydrogen will take up a lot of space when transported. So you probably need to compress it quite significantly. And then I started being a little afraid having compressed things out there in the sky at 30,000 feet. But it's because I just probably don't understand things.
All right. Thank you, Sami.
That's small stuff, you know.
Thank you so much, Ivar. Thank you for your pitch. I believe you got some interesting feedback. Of course, we'll be at the end of the event announcing a community for Nordic Startup Festival and Nutty Ventures, where everybody can stay connected in an embedded ecosystem of community tools. So we'll announce that more towards the event.
Okay, so am I understanding correctly that Eva will not answer anything? We will
yeah, if you have a question, you can, yeah, of course, that can be done. We have a short time.
Let me just say something, because there were a lot of questions about the technology.
Yeah.
So the first fuel cell was invented in 1839. The first flight took place in 1903. The first commercial use of fuel cells for transportation was by NASA Gemini in the 1960s. The first supersonic flight was by Concorde in 1973. And UK-based Zero Avia and Germany-based H2 Fly have in 2020 and 2016 respectively flown with hydrogen electric drivetrains. So essentially what we're doing is combining all of these elements and repackaging them to allow for larger aircraft, greater speeds, and longer distance without compromising on sustainability. So in the team, we have former founders, former VC professionals, and a team of aviation engineers. And we're applying to the Norwegian Research Council for a 50% funding of a project that will look at the entire drivetrain. Our partners are the Norwegian Institute of Energy Technology, the University of Southeast Norway, and the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, who have hypersonic test facilities that are critical to accelerating the development of our engine. We applied for a patent this week. We're cornering the supersonic sustainable market. Absolutely. We'll have all of the supersonic startups come crawling to us when they get to 2027 and they realize that 7 times higher carbon intensity than subsonic travel just doesn't fly. It flies in the face of everything we're doing to reduce emissions. That's all it does.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivor. Thank you. Great. We'll move to our next pitch where we will, so if it's okay, we can share your LinkedIn profiles for all the investors here, and the connections can build up.
But we have the email addresses to the ventures, right? So I can contact Eva. It's for sure super interesting, Eva. I will.
It's eva@cdnord.com.
Cool.
Okay, great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. We move to our next pitch. Let's see, I'll share my screen now again, because there's this technical bit which needs to be done every time for 7 more pitches. So Colin, you're next with your startup.
Hey, my name is Colleen and I'm the founder of Heat, the first fair and sustainable Swedish condom brand. Stay protected in the heat of the moment. In Sweden, STIs are increasing and the numbers of abortions are among the highest in whole Western Europe. This is associated with high costs for the Swedish healthcare system. Condoms are currently the only prophylactic and contraceptive method. However, according to research, only 30% of the Swedes are using a condom. With Heat, we are aiming to increase the numbers of condom usage by improving the size and shape of condoms. Eco-social sustainability is one of our core values, which is why we are producing the rubber in collaboration with small-scale farmers and so-called agroforestry systems, which increases the biodiversity as well as the microclimate. Besides, the farmers are also having another means of income, making them less affected by the fluctuation rates in the rubber price. Heat condoms are also vegan and free from animal testing. Compared to our competitors, we are thus addressing a target group that is concerned about sustainability. We encourage greater protection in the heat of the moment with a discreet design packaging our condoms in matchboxes. Like this, we aim to make it less embarrassing to purchase the condoms in a store or have them lying around openly at home. Our customers will also have the option to order the condoms one time or in form of a subscription model on our website. And if you want to find your perfect match, then reach out to us on strikeheat.com.
Thank you so much. I'll stop sharing here. Welcome, Colleen. We can have a quick feedback session, and then if there is a question you want to ask directly, that we can do. But we have around 3 minutes with us, 2.5, 3 minutes.
All right, so super curious about the way that you're producing the rubber. Is it another type of rubber, or is it the same? Because I know that several don't use condoms because of the rubber in itself, and that they get, I don't know, friction.
Allergies.
I don't know what it is, but.
Yeah. Should I answer directly? So it is still rubber. It is produced in a kind of biological way. So it's called agroforestry systems, where among the rubber trees, you plant different other trees, which increases the biodiversity as well as the microclimate. We are strictly against the other non-rubber free condoms because that's produced with oil, with petroleum, and that's really not good for the environment. And as our highest motivation is that we want to have a positive impact on the environment, we are not fulfilling that section, or that are not our customers or target customers.
Right, but will this get a better material for humans that are allergic for plastic that they react for?
So if they are allergic to rubber, we can't fulfill it. But if they're allergic to milk protein, which is used currently in the production process, or are vegan, then we can fulfill that, because then we can target them. But we can't, or we are currently not producing rubber-free condoms, as that's linked to.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Really, really cool venture. Are you in contact in Sweden with the RFSU, the sexual?
I'm not in contact with them yet because they are currently our biggest competitors. But
are they though? I'm thinking that they would be someone that you sell them to, because they get a better deal.
It could be, but then our aim is to make something sustainable and a holistically sustainable company. And currently, I'm afraid if we strike, or if we are driving too fast for just profit maximization, our whole impact about making a holistically sustainable company from the beginning of the value chain to the end fact will be lost. So therefore, I think currently RFSU is a competitor, but we are not aiming on collaborating with them at the moment.
Okay, I saw them more as customers, that they would pay for your development and stuff like that. So you will have these larger forces to do better. But
quick question, if I may. Colleen, quickly. Obviously, you're setting up your own distribution model here, right? Which I like. That's great. It looks like a business to consumer case. Yeah. How much money are you looking at now in the next round?
So currently, to start the first production, we are only needing 10,000 euros. So which is not a big money investment, but we are looking for an investor who is sharing the same values as we are, and that's
my second point. Running a business to consumer case requires much more capital in marketing than business to business. So you need to have way more money than that.
I know, but currently our business model is two splitted. So first we're aiming to establish the market B2C as fast as possible, but then also establish collaboration with healthcare centers as well as resellers. I'm aware that we need more money, but it also depends really on our investors, because we want to have a sustainable business. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, David, and thank you, Colleen. We'll move to the next startup. But you're welcome to join community. We'll send out all those details tonight or tomorrow, where all this later on discussion will happen. Brilliant. Thank you so much. We'll move to the next startup case now, and I'll share my next video here. So Yasser, you are on stage from Bangladesh. Hope it's not too late for you.
Hello everyone, this is Yasser Arafat. I'm representing Upon Wellbeing Limited here. We have created an omni-channel marketplace to create the health and economic well-being of the industrial workers in Bangladesh. You know, the ready-made garment sector is the major economic engine of the country. It exports around $52 billion worth of goods, the world's second largest. It employs around 4 million workers and earn 86% of total export earnings of the country. Despite this, the workers' well-being is not regarded as the priority of the sector. Often, the issue is the salary, the inflation adjustment, or the health expenses that they need to be. This came up with a solution to ensure workers' well-being through an inclusive model. We have created a model of, with that we establish fair price shop inside the factory premises from where the worker can buy their daily necessities in up to 10% discount. We have around 600 products. Most of the products are like the grocery items like oil, fish, fruits, and other daily necessities. Also, if any worker buy $23 worth of goods consecutively for 3 months, then from 4th month to next 1 year, they get free health insurance. Also, they can buy on credit, meaning if they buy for the whole month in credit, it automatically adjusted to their next month's salary. This ensures the health benefit for the workers and also save money for them to improve their real income. Upon is founded by Cypros. Upon got several awards from organizations like Tommy Hilfiger, Dubai Expo, MetLife Foundation, Y-Gap, and Roots of Impact. Currently, Upon has a team of 60 young professionals, and we are running 27 shops. In next 2 years, we have a plan to open 102 more shops. Besides that, we also get invitation from India and Ethiopia. Currently, we are raising $800,000 in pre-seed investment round, and those are in equity or in debt form. Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Yasser. Is Yasser online? Yes. Hi, Yasser.
Yeah.
Thank you. You could
Hello.
join us. Over to the investors. We have 3 minutes.
I wanted someone else to talk, but
Well, I can start. I find that you don't want to take them all, but so I had a hard time actually understanding the whole like business model. It has a lot of legs to it, but is it basically that you're somehow able to buy goods wholesale so cheap that you can give a certain group of people, you can give a major discount, and then still use your margins in order to provide them with healthcare, or is that the model?
Yes, it is. It is. We have partnership with like the corporate companies from where we can buy on credit, also sometimes in cash. So we buy the goods and there is a margin for us. We sacrifice some of our margin for our lower income people or lower income people, customers who are mainly the RMG workers. And also we sell on credit. We provide them the health insurance. So that is our model. And the margin we get like something around 9 to 10%. That is like whole about our business margin.
I like the cooperative kind of idea that you have. Would you be able to share something else with the customers that are using your service further along? Not only groceries and health insurance, would you add other benefits?
Yes, it's like a super shop for us. So
Yeah.
health insurance we are not providing. It's a free loyalty benefit for them.
Mm-hmm.
So in a super shop, like we also sell perishable fruits, fish, and all of the necessities. If you consider a 7-Eleven or more than that, we are that. But we are the main difference between a regular super shop is we are inside the factory premises. So only the factory workers and the factory employee can purchase from our shop.
I think it's a very, very nice idea. It's a very, very nice way of giving an opportunity for healthcare. I don't know how the system works in India. I guess we can't get into that now, but I understand the opportunity and so forth to create a large grid and then use the purchasing power from another. Stay true to the cause, I would say, and don't become too greedy.
Yeah.
I have a question here as well in regards to entry barriers for potential prospective competitors. Would you say that you have an unfair competitive advantage in any way, or can anyone just go ahead and do this?
Yeah, obviously there are competition, but I think we have a big advantage that we came in the industry earlier. So in the RMG industry, it's a state inside the state. Every factory we call as a state. They have their own regulations, rules. So the trust is the main fact. I think in last 5 years, we built that to the industry people. Now we didn't need to go to the factory owners. They come to us that please open this. And in the country, they're becoming a big revolution that everyone wants a fair price shop for their customers because it helps them to reduce their absenteeism. Also, it reduces their turnover rate for the workers. Workers are being like the most crisis factor for the factory owners in recent days. So they want to have these benefits for their workers. And in return, like we are not doing charity, we are doing business. And hopefully, like with next 15 to 20 shops, we'll reach our break even. We are shooting for that actually.
I have to say, I kind of like the full circle that we're kind of coming with this business, where during the Industrial Revolution,
and then also doing market
factories
entry.
provided people with place to sleep, place to eat, healthcare, everything, and then it all was taken away, and now you guys are kind of bringing it back with the new business.
But I also think it's an interesting opportunity also for new brands to establish themselves on the Indian market, go through you. So I guess I'll call you when I need that.
Right, please.
Brilliant, brilliant. We'll move to the next pitch. It's a short pitch session, of course. It's
thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Yasir, that you could join us. We'll continue our discussion. I'll go to, I see here, I'll just giving a shout out to Prateek. Prateek, yours was the next presentation. We don't see you around, so I'll move to the next startup now. Hold on, Alina, it is you who's next.
Hi, my name is Alina, and I'm the CTO at the Ukrainian startup Zili app, and we are revolutionizing the way people sell and grow their income. Our target audience is more than 40 million entrepreneurs from the United States and Latin America. For now, we have more than 8,000 users, and our MRR is $12,000. We got this result in just 2 months of sales. So our clients are micro entrepreneurs and self-employed in the service sector, and they chose our product because being unable to increase their online sales due to the lack of computers, especially in Brazil, Mexico, and Chile. So, and our solution is growth marketing app that drives more business revenue for known marketers with super easy marketing tools. So let me show you how it works. You just need to add key information about your company, and we will generate a website for your business, ad scripts for your business on Facebook ads and Google AdWords, and we will also integrate sales tools for your business, such as CRM system and analytics, so you can easily communicate with your clients and process all the requests. So our business model is SaaS freemium. Our unit economy is profitable and clear. Our customer acquisition cost is $40 and lifetime value is $170. And in this September, our MRR will be $30,000. So we started working together with our team 7 years ago. We have first specialists from marketing, sales, development, and many other industries. During the previous year, we won more than $150,000 in equity-free grants and also raised $100,000 in pre-seed rounds of investments. And during this year, we will attract more than 100,000 users in our application. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alina, for being here. Anyone who wants to go? I didn't understand how much are you willing to raise, or are you not raising capital at this time?
We are raising $1 million, and we have 400,000 from our existing Silicon Valley investors, and we are looking for 600,000.
Okay, so over to our panelists.
So I like these business models that are kind of going after the real long tail of businesses. We have one in our portfolio that is kind of operating with a similar model. So you're early in the market, but do you already have some early signs of what your kind of customer acquisition cost versus lifetime revenue per customer is going to be?
Yeah, so we are like experts in paid traffic in Facebook and Google. So we attract our customers from Facebook and Instagram and TikTok for now, and we're connecting Google. So we spend $7 per trial subscriber for now, and we have a great conversion rate because our conversion rate per trial subscriber is 6%, and also 30% we have for like registration conversion rate. Yeah, and our LTV is $170, but this result we got in just 2 months of sales. So we need more time to learn which our LTV is is in real time.
But still, getting that amount of users in 2 months is actually that's a great accomplishment by itself. So yeah.
Thank you.
I might ask a question as well. How much of this user acquisition that you did in 2 months, 8,000 plus members, how much of that is basically because you're really good at marketing, as opposed to the marketing is actually needing the product?
Are you talking about some like user activity in the product, or?
Well, pretty much what I'm asking is, like, how big is this market? Because there are plenty of other competitors out there that do a version of what you're doing, right? And you're targeting a specific niche, which was quite big as of the pitch, right? So where do you see the most initial traction as of now? Where does these 8,000 come from?
Yeah, sure. So the biggest part of these users is from Brazil. The second place is US, and then Mexico and Chile. We see that Brazilian users are super active, so we think that our biggest target audience will be in Brazil.
Okay. Is there any specific niche underneath that market? So yes. Where do you see the traction?
Yeah, for now we have a lot of manufacturers, technicians, also lawyers, and even NFT creators.
Okay, interesting. How does the how does the economics work on your business as of now? Because you said 8,000 members and you had 12,000 something in revenue. That's 0.6 per user per month, right? So basically you're saying that someone who uses your platform will probably use it for 2 years before it breaks, or you sort of lose them. And can you support that claim with some like retention data as well? Like what's your retention as of now?
Yeah, for now, as we calculated, we have for retention approximately 20%. But the main idea is that for now, the main function is that our users create websites, and then they add these websites to their social media or their marketplaces and so on. But now we are connecting tools for online promotions such as Facebook ads and Google. So that is why our retention will be like 2 times bigger or 3 times bigger. Yes, because they will still use our product.
Gotcha. Who's your lead investor in you said Silicon Valley?
Yes, we have our investors. So the main investor is Pavlo Podolyanko. He is their managing partner in Custom Ventures.
Yep. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Got it. We'll move to the next page. We'll continue in contact with you, Alina. Thank you for a great presentation. Questions means there is engagement on what you're building. So we'll move to our next startup. Thank you to Zili for being here. Let me just see which one we have next. We have Joshua joining in from Heartnet. Joshua, if you are there, Sukul and production team, if you can let them in, and we'll start with Heartnet.
I'm Joshua, CEO at Heartnet, where we combine blockchain with digital twins to address factors that drive higher prevalence of hypertension. Did you know that more than 1.4 billion people have hypertension, and every year 10 million people die due to this? According to the WHO, substandard drugs are leading factors that contribute to hypertension's higher prevalence. More than 45% of substandard drugs are sold in Africa. Enforcement agencies are overwhelmed by the influence of these drugs, and scratch-off labels used to authenticate through SMS protocol have failed to curb fake drugs. Countries now seek solutions that provide deep authentication through track and trace with real-time data. For example, by 2024, Nigeria requires all drugs locally made and imported to fully comply to its track and trace regulation and verifiable at all levels of supply chain. This is why we are building Heartnet. Our patent imminent approach combines blockchain with digital twins that allows us to stand out in the market. To treat the more than 80 million people living with hypertension in Nigeria, more than 700 million authentic drugs are to be sold per year. This is why manufacturers are currently looking for a track and trace solution or risk losing their position in the market. At an average spend of 15,000 Nigerian naira, which is same as $37, the Nigerian market stands at $32 billion. In preparation to enter this market, we've trademarked our Beyond the Pill approach and already made inroads with partners and initial customers who now wait to join our commercial pilot. This is why we're raising 220,000 in a pre-seed. We have a team of 8 persons combining several years of relevant experience. We're excited at the growing traction and looking for funding partners to help us move faster.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Is he joining us? Great. Brilliant. Whoever wants to go, we have, as usual, this time really 3 minutes. Yeah. Because we every time run 1 minute more.
Well, I mean, I think this is thank you, Joshua, for your presentation. As a Finnish company, I'm certain that you've been in contact with Butterfly Ventures already, because this is something that we would look into, not saying that we're experts, but this is a very interesting way of tracking. And I would really like to talk to you more about the opportunity in itself. So I'll contact you afterwards. I'll let the other ones ask.
I have a question related to intellectual property. I think you mentioned the patents here, and patents in blockchain are somehow difficult to gel. So tell me more about that. How do you manage to do that, and how does it look like? You're on mute still, Joshua.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Do you hear me now?
I can hear you, yeah.
All right, yeah, thank you. So our patent is basically on the digital twins. What really happens is, for example, here is a product in my hands that has been used to treat hypertension in Nigeria. And what you do is you just bring this product in contact with your phone. That is exactly what we are patenting, and we already have filed for it already.
Any other points from any questions?
So I'm a how should I say? I'm not a big fan of applying blockchain across different things, probably due to the fact that I've been in security business since 1998 and involved in the early phases of PKI infrastructure and certificate authorities and whatnot. And so but how does blockchain really relate to verifying whether a drug is genuine or not? I mean, I don't think drugs change hands so that the chain would kind of be created. How do you what really is the benefit of applying that here?
Yeah, so in this case, we have 2 benefits. Number one is we have the NFT side. So the digital twin itself is a cloud-based data solution. Mm-hmm. The alternative to what we have right now is master data files provided by barcodes. But with digital twin, it creates a more holistic solution than the master data files that has been sent from the manufacturers of the drugs to the enforcement organization. Now, the digital twin is resident on the blockchain, and it also carries an NFT, which is basically a certificate of authentication for the drug itself. That's how we're using blockchain in this application.
So the NFT is basically minted to show what the truck would need to look like when it's in your hand, or is that it?
Exactly, yeah, right from manufacturing side.
Okay, thanks.
Are you building your own chain, or are you using other?
At the moment, we're using other blockchains, which is Binance Smart Chain, but we hope to build our own blockchain post fundraising.
Okay, cool.
Thanks. Great. Thank you, Joshua. We'll move to the next startup. We'll continue this discussion. We'll reach out with more information. But thank you so much for being here, presenting HeartNet, and we move to the next startup. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Now we have Luma. I think I'm just checking with production team. Is Louis here? Great. 3 more pitches, or maybe 1 more after this, or maybe 2 more.
Hi, thank you so much for listening. My name is Luis Medina, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Luma, and we turn electric vehicles into energy storage. Now, our mission is very clear. We want to democratize the energy transition and empower individuals in the fight against climate change. And we think we can do that because of a unique opportunity. See, a car is parked for 95% of its lifetime. So an electric vehicle is just a big battery on wheels. And with 130 million electric vehicles being sold in the EU in the next 10 years, that's 130 million potential batteries just waiting to be used. And that's exactly what we do. Luma is a cloud-hosted algorithm that connects to and controls the charging and discharging of electric vehicles all throughout a city, essentially turning them into the world's largest virtual battery. But what does that mean? Let's say we identify a client building like an apartment complex where we know there's going to be a lot of electric vehicles. We connect our software to the chargers there and aggregate those vehicles and turn them into a virtual power plant that we can charge and discharge. With that, we can now reinforce a power grid and substitute fossil fuel power plants that are providing that service today. And that's how we make a profit. Now, the best part is to increase our capacity, all we have to do is connect to more client buildings all around the city. Now, in order to incentivize an EV owner to use our service, not only do we reduce the battery degradation of their vehicle over its lifetime, but the longer they charge with us, the more charging rewards they earn, essentially turning their vehicle into a passive revenue stream. Essentially, they're able to make money and contribute to the energy transition. Our business is incredibly scalable. We can make up to 25 million euros in net income by the 5th year of operation, and we have a super low CAC recovery time because we don't pay for the electric vehicle, we don't pay for the charger, and we don't pay for the electricity. We just leverage existing assets to generate value. We currently have a letter of intent signed with one of the major EV charging companies in Sweden. We have an MVP and white paper to come out this month, and we have 2 pilot projects lined up for the next year. We're currently asking for 300,000 euros in funding, and we hope to hear from you soon. Thank you.
Love this. Thank you so much for being here. This is the coolest ever.
Yeah.
You know, when you grid it up, it's amazing.
I was just wondering, because we had in the morning, Terhi joined in from Helen Ventures. They are more like Series A. And we also had Katapult. So they are also into climate tech. But good presentation. Martin, you are here. So we have 2 co-founders here. Over to you, panelists. We have after this 2 more pitches, so 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to be quick. This is really interesting. I'm actually looking into EV generally, how you actually connect and you build bigger platforms and so forth. And you're already working with a couple of them. Obviously, we need to be in contact and we need to discuss how to move forward. I think this is amazing. Thank you guys for being here. It's fantastic.
I totally agree. This is really good stuff. I've been in a meeting with a couple of property asset management companies, and they're looking for exactly this solution. So get in touch with me after. I can probably set you up quite fast. Are you pre-revenue now, or have you started?
Yes, we are pre-revenue. Yeah, we have a working prototype of the algorithm that we're releasing a white paper this month. But yeah, we have the LOIs lined up, and we want to start those pilots pretty soon.
Really good.
I mean, this is perfect for airport parking garages where you know that people are going to be away. But I would not be part of this every day because I use my hybrid. You know, sometimes I need it in 5 minutes, sometimes I need it in 8 hours. Mm-hmm. But I don't always know, and then having the battery empty is the challenge there. So but I'm sure you don't drain the cold battery; you just drain a little bit, and then
exactly.
They don't drain it.
No, we can actually. So yeah, exactly to your point. We never drain the battery past a certain state of charge. So there's always enough. You know, if there's an emergency, you can always go somewhere. But also the type of service we provide is only really activated for a couple of minutes, you know, maximum 20 minutes at a time. So even the worst case scenario, it's not going to drain your vehicle that much. So yeah.
Yeah, you just use a lot of cars, but
yeah. And the more the better. That's the point, right?
Yes, and we actually what we try to do is we're doing machine learning to try to predict the schedule of each individual user, so we can have within certain amount of certainty saying, okay, you're going to be, you know, every Monday or Wednesday or Friday, you come in and leave at, you know, similar times because you have a schedule, etc. And then, that's how we try to get ahead of the uncertainty.
What I kind of like about this is that I did a version of what you're doing 8 years ago. That was actually the reason why I got some money to start investing in startups. So I think it's definitely come of age as of now. The real problem is really to figure out how the business models actually will work and how you incentivize people to actually use it. That was our main problem. We had problems with getting the distribution nets on board as well as the producers on board, so they would actually back us, because we essentially create intermittent production for them, which they don't like at all. And so it would be fun to see how that sort of changed from way back until now, because I think this is there's essentially a lot of proxies in the grid, right? As of now, that could help you accumulate that kind of effect that you want.
Stockholm based, right? You're based here in
Yeah.
Stockholm. So
Yeah, we
we
started in
could probably
Stockholm.
put you together with the city of Stockholm, because they now have, I think, just rolled out 10,000 of the charging places that they have in the larger parking spaces where they, that would be amazing to just do it, because they don't want to waste power, because we need to have that for others as well. So this is really cool.
I think that'll be a great
Genuinely
connection opportunity.
happy that this happens.
Perfect. Guys, thank you so much from Luma. Thank you so much for showing up, doing the pitch. We'll continue this discussion forward. We have 2 more pitches. I'm checking with production and Sukul. Okay. And we have, let's start with the music one. Thank you, Louis and Martin.
Thank you so much also.
And
thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Let's see, we'll go with, should we go with Prateek now? Okay, we'll go with Sune. That page is ready.
Hi, I'm Sune Gjerl, founder and CEO of Artalize, the world of performing arts in one location. Before I had an international career as an opera singer. Today, 1 billion fans and 40 million professionals in performing arts have no IMDb or LinkedIn. This means lost opportunity, lost revenue, and not least lost talent. Artalize is all data, all fans, all producers, and all artists in one location. So how do we do this? We use specialized AI to globally aggregate events and metadata about performing arts. This means no cold start issues and a platform ready to scale and make money in single player mode. For fans, producers, and artists, the same data can be monetized within discovery, market overview, marketing and content monetization, and finally, artistic planning. We tap into a market for professionals of 38 billion euros and later for the fans of 108 billion euros. We just launched, and by the end of the year, we cover the entire US. This means that by end 2023, we will have 110,000 paying clients and 5 million unique monthly visitors. If we compare to event sites, they are no match for Artalize on business model, feature set, and coverage. We have a strong team of business insiders, technologists, and second-time entrepreneurs. Our strong advisor and investor team comes from Tesla, Google, Warner, and leading AI companies. We are looking to raise 1 million euros, so come join us in creating the global performing arts renaissance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see if Sune is here. And we can, of course, start with the feedback while he joins in.
Yes, I kind of like this music thing. This hits close to my heart. And like I would if it wasn't for the last slide, I would have sort of cut this from the waist down. But damn, those investors! How do you actually pull that off? I mean,
10 years of network and working in the performing arts industry and the performing arts tech has given us a lot of friends, and there are a lot of people concerned with helping this industry forward into the 21st century.
Okay, I'm a little amazed by that. It's yeah, I'll shut up now.
So I kind of have a question for you, because I've met quite a lot of startups trying to kind of shake up the music industry from the long tail, and from different angles, and so what do you think makes you unique? What do you think makes this one being the winning model over many of the others? What have you figured out that others haven't?
Yeah, our secret sources are AI to aggregate metadata and data from the whole from the internet at large, instead of having contributions from random people who happens to sign up to the platform that we have seen so many times, all the way back to MySpace. It doesn't work because everybody who comes in wants to have their own fulfillment, and this means if their band or their favorite artists are not there, they don't get that fulfillment. So that's our secret sauce. We are engage in a huge project to gather all information out there in one location, and then attract all the different stakeholders. Once we have that informant, that crucial, you can say, the critical mass of spectators and audience coming into the platform, then it's also very attractive for the arts organizations and the artists to be there and sell their goods, you can say, and merchandise directly to the fans.
I actually love that. So you basically scrape and reformat and present the data that is already out there.
We are Google of IMDb of performing arts.
Yeah, these things have the chicken and egg problem very often, and you've kind of solved it in a very neat way. So that's great. I don't totally agree with your accessible market size though, because I looked at the whole music industry today, and you claim your market size to be double that. So that may not.
But we are also performing arts, performing arts, not just music. So it's a broader spectrum actually, and there's a lot of things going on in the live spectrum that is maybe not represented in that report.
Sure.
Perfect. Do we have any last comment, or should we move to the last presentation?
Just last comment. Thank you for a great pitch. I just have a question for you, because I mean, marketplaces in general can be tricky. This is like two groups to cater for. But what would you say is your biggest challenge right now?
It is actually to get people to, especially investors, to get behind this very unicorn kind of niche in the market. Many people think that we are too exotic because of the niche. So it's actually to convince the VCs and angels that this is something that is definitely worth looking at. That is one of our major challenges. Of course, you have seen we have great people behind us already, but it is heavy lifting to get into the market when we have to aggregate all data beforehand. We are actually so far with this that in 3 to 6 months from now, we will have aggregated all data about the US, and we are starting with California. So it's going really fast because the AR model is getting faster and faster. And that's the critical, to reach that critical mass that we will get from being an IMDb to actually becoming a marketplace. That is our major challenge, and that needs some resources to get there.
Okay, brilliant.
Just repackage your traction and then go for American investors. I mean,
exactly.
Show your traction, show your big acquisition, and then go. Like
within our first week in the market, we had our first paying clients. So it's going fast. We just need to get that SEO up and running. So we are on the first page on every time you make a search for something in the performing arts space.
I'm checking the chat. Somebody also mentioned, do you have a crowdfunding page? So that's on the chat.
We have just made an NFT, the Artslice NFT. So you can actually buy an NFT where you will get benefits in the long run also from being a special
member. Can you distribute that, please?
Yeah, I will just give that link directly now afterwards.
Perfect. Thank you, Sune. We'll move to our last startup pitch. Per Hedbury is here for our discussion on the fireside chat on Sting. We will be starting that in around 5 minutes past. Sorry, we are overrunning this by 2 to 3 minutes. So we're bringing our last startup here, Prateek, and we are sharing this. Hold on.
Hello everyone, I'm Prateek Singh, founder and CEO of FinAdvance, where we are replicating human biology reliably. The challenge what we are trying to solve is this very expensive and time-consuming drug development process, which you might know takes more than 10 years and upwards of $2 billion for every drug which you see on the market right now. The problem arises because we use an extensive number of animals, 10 million in Europe alone, to do preclinical trials which fail to mimic human physiology, leading to more than 90% failure at the clinical trial stage. At FinAdvance, we are developing a hardware biotech platform where we are able to mimic the most important organs of the human body for preclinical drug testing by the pharma. We have already shown that on our platform, we are able to meet and sometimes exceed the current animal standards. With already 24 assays on every single platform, we are the world's leading throughput platform provider in our field. The market area for preclinical R&D pharma R&D exceeds 150 billion euros every year, and we have more potential not only in cosmetics, food, but as well as chemical industry. Our science has been proven in peer-reviewed research journals, as well as we have a very strong IP background with more than 14 patents filed or granted. We are a team of engineers, researchers, and business developers, 17 in total based in Finland, with more than 40 publications and 20 patents under our name, now scaling to US, Japan, and European markets. If you would like to know more, please check out our new website and also come and talk to me after this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Joel is joining us for the startup. Yeah. Hi.
Thank you so much, Joel, for a presentation. Really, really super interesting venture that you have. I also know that the industry of developing drugs is extremely slow to adapt to new ways of doing it. So I hope that the track that you have will actually be able to move into the certain areas of where it actually will be used, so we stop using animals. I think it's just so cruel. Are you in contact with the EMEA and the biotech incubator up there? Have you heard of them before? I'll put them together with. I'll put you together with them. I think that would be really helpful for you because you do drug development there as well in the labs there. Yeah.
That would be great. Thanks.
So this probably cannot be applied for all the different drugs. How large part of the market do you think you can actually solve or help with this solution?
Well, I don't want to say you're wrong, but
you can say that.
Yeah. No, I mean, basically every drug that we do, if it's orally or through our, respiratory tissue or through skin, every drug has to pass some kind of barrier, like is it skin, or if it's especially what we have been doing is developing the artificial blood-brain barrier, which is in CNS related diseases is the main barrier, basically, that we can't get the drug from the circulation into the brain. So in that sense, I would say, yes, sure, there probably are some drugs that we cannot then use it, but mostly I would actually say that basically every drug has to across some kind of barrier, and there we are basically providing that, whether it's gut, lung, vascular, or the BBB. So in that sense, it is more or less all the drugs, but of course there might be some areas that this is not applicable.
Wow, this is super exciting.
Mm-hmm. It's almost revolutionary. So it's and you say that how high is the accuracy on this comparing to animals? Animals is low. I know that.
Yeah, well, basically what we do is we have animal models and we have human models. We are still developing some of the aspects of the human models, and we have, as you can imagine, we have multiple different tissue types we are developing at the same time. But with the mouse BBB, with mouse blood-brain barrier, which we have modeled, we have gotten the exact same kind of levels of drug delivery, drug permeation from the circulation into the brain tissue, which we can see in the kind of in vivo, so in the actual biological setting. When compared to, let's say, the current gold standard, if you do it in laboratory without, before you go to animals, we can see that those models are roughly 100 times leakier. So we can, even if you do your testing with these old-fashioned, laboratory plastic hardware, those results might not tell you anything. And then you go to mouse models, and that might not tell you anything about whether it will be used in human or it can be used in humans. So that is what we are building, is the actual the human model that you can then use and get better accuracy from that.
Awesome.
Really cool. It's really cool. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Joel, and thank you for being here. And I'd like to thank that we overran the time by 3 minutes, 4 minutes almost. So thank you all for being here. We'll be announcing our community in around a couple of hours time. And thank you, Annette, Evelina, David, Sami, and Simon. Maybe there. Oh, Pat is joining us.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Hi, Pat. How are you?
I'm fine today. Good to see you.
Great to see you as well. Although your name requires no introduction, you are very well known in the entire Stockholm, Nordic, and the global ecosystem. But we'll still start with kind of a human moment. If you could tell us a bit about yourself so that the audience who have not met you before or not connected with you before can see and hear about you.
Thank you. Well, born in the middle of Sweden, moved to Stockholm 1975. I'm sort of a half engineer and went to Stockholm School of Economics and thought I'm going to be a researcher. So I continued my PhD study at UCLA. So I lived in Los Angeles for some time. And then I have had a journey in the industry, built a couple of companies, also actually built production companies in Russia, and a couple of other countries, but most lived in Sweden. 2 kids, do run a lot, like opera and making food and be with my family.
Thank you. So
now I lost you.
I'm just picking that up. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about Sting's. But
I hear you not really.
We had a technical glitch, but we're back. But Pat, we would like to know a little bit about the Sting journey. Where and how did it start, and how did it bloom into several ecosystem components? If we can start at the very beginning somewhere.
Yep. So I started after being in industry as CEO and building companies for 19 years in electronics, laser technology. That was up to 1999. Then I started with my colleague to work with startups. Well, the name startup was not invented at that time, 1999. So I worked with new startup tech companies outside Stockholm in a place called Kista. It was me and a friend of mine. And then there was very few so-called startups in Stockholm at that time, very, very few. So 2001, I was asked by a foundation called Electrum Foundation. And that's a foundation that is backed by the City of Stockholm, Ericsson, ABB, Royal Institute of Technology, and a couple of others. I was asked by them if I could help them come up with an idea of how to foster and generate a new generation of growth companies in Kista, but because at that time, 2001, it was only Ericsson, and then it was Ericsson, and then it was Ericsson, and then it was IBM, and almost no under vegetation. So I got actually an assignment from this foundation, and I said, okay, let me think about that. And then I had worked with startups for a couple of years already. So I went to Israel in 2001 and studied what they have done in Israel. They built a really interesting incubator system starting in 1992, and then they kickstarted a venture capital community in 1992, also with a Yoshma program. And what made me sort of kick there was that they had taken a system approach of how to build an ecosystem in reality, not just a fuzzy word. So the idea of sort of a system I took with me from Israel in 2001. And then I also spent some time in UK, around Cambridge, and also actually in a couple of cities in Sweden. And after that, after half a year, I had an idea of an ecosystem to grow new startups in Kista, which is just a small part of Stockholm. So this foundation, I presented this idea to them in 19th of December 2001, and they said, okay, this is interesting. Can you do this? So in January 2002, I started build what today is Sting, but it was, the first name was Kista Innovation and Growth. And I was on my own the first year, and today we are 20 persons, and we have sort of grown slowly over the years. So Naimul, that was sort of the essence of the start.
Okay, great to know. Because Kista right now is quite a big technical hub. Was it like that at that time as well, or was it just building up at that point in time?
It was very technical, and the few startups that came out of Kista 2001 was really deep tech things coming out on the Electrum laboratory. It was thin film technology, and it's a really deep technology, but very, very few. So it was really deep tech, and that was how we started. Our DNA in Sting was in deep tech, and over the years we have shifted over. So we do lots of things in the digital space, of course, but we started as sort of a deep tech focused actor.
Okay, that's great to know, the deep tech roots, and now going into broader digital domain. So let's talk a little bit about the post 2002 period, how the Accelerator itself grew, and what other ecosystem initiatives got around, and how this spread out in Stockholm.
As I said, the initial idea was to take what I call a system approach on the whole thing, and you know, a system is something that is based on components that go. So when we started, we said, okay, here are the components that are probably needed for a system. Some of the components we think we are going to operate and manage on our own. For instance, the incubator and a couple other things. There are other components that is probably needed in the system, but that doesn't need to be our core business. So besides our incubator and accelerator, we have then over the years launched a number of initiatives that have created components in the Stockholm ecosystem that we are co-owners of, or we have just initiated it. And some of these we have initiated a couple of co-working spaces. The first one was Sub 46, and then also another one called Things. And we've been co-owners of them and sitting in the boards, but it was not us managing them. We are also have also inspired to build something called Ignite Sweden, which is Sweden's or Europe's largest matchmaking platform for corporates and startups. That started as a project within Sting first, and became later on Ignite Sweden together with many other actors. And we use that, but we don't operate it. Then during 2014, we started the first angel matchmaking platform called Propel Capital, which is mainly inspired by the original Y Combinator concept, where you pool angel resources into one platform, and then you invest from that platform in many companies, and then angel do the follow-ons. So it's like a dating company. And we started that 2014, and now we are just started Propel Capital number 6. This is Sweden's largest pre-seed investor. We have done 175 investments, and we have helped other actors in Sweden build similar platforms like Fast Track Capital in Malmö, like Arctic Ventures in Luleå, etc. We're also the initiator of a venture capital company called Luminar Ventures. 2015, there were very few left early stage VCs in Sweden, very few. It was only a few big shots left. So we took the initiative to start what is today Luminar Ventures. And they invest all over Sweden and now running successfully also their second fund, but we were sort of the initiator. of that way back. So yeah, we sort of try to identify components that are, we think, needed to help startups succeed and make the journey quicker. And some of these things we operate on our own, and some we let others do. For instance, the incubator accelerator is the core of what we do. And the accelerator we started 2013. We started as an incubator, and then it took 10 years before we started our accelerator program. Now we run both an incubator and accelerator program.
Great. What a journey, and what an amazing and complex development in several aspects. I have two questions. One is, I'm very curious about knowing, because you at the very early stage when you started answering this question, you talked about that we made a choice what we are going to be doing on our own, and what is something that we don't need to be involved on our own, but we can help build. Now that's a hard choice. How was that done, or was it easy or difficult to let go of things? Yeah, because choice is a major aspect of even when you are building startups as an entrepreneur. What decision? So it was a decision.
Yeah, that's a good question. When we started, we decided that let's focus on qualified, massive business development support from extremely experienced persons. That was sort of the basic idea. The core of us is that we have very experienced business coaches, today 12, 13 persons, and they are all serial or ex-entrepreneurs. So we decided, let's concentrate on qualified, high volume, many hours per company, business development support from 12, 13 business coaches. And with that said, we realized pretty quick that, okay, operating an office hotel where the business model is renting space and sending invoices for renting the space, that is not necessarily our core. So that was ruled out sort of pretty quick. We really wanted to concentrate on the core, which is coaching hands-on companies to increase their likelihood of success. But we need physical spaces, so we wanted to create this environment. And for instance, then with Ignite, or the matchmaking platform, we realized we thought first that we was going to run it in-house. It started as something called Team Up with Swedish or the Stockholm Chamber of Commerce. But then we very quickly realized this needs to be scaled on a national level, because to have a volume with corporates and startups that produces enough matches, you need volume of both sides. So we teamed up with Things and a couple of other incubators in Sweden, and Ignite was formed as a national initiative. Okay. Yeah, so that was it's different stories for different components.
No, that's great to know. And you earlier talked about your journey to Israel, and then the systems approach and setting different components together. What do you think has been the red thread, or kind of the glue that has held all this together, or help this become a cohesive and collaborative ecosystem? What?
Yeah. Well, one is, as we said, the system approach. That is, I think, has been extremely important. That we have this holistic idea of what is actually needed in the Stockholm Greater Area. Another very important thing is that Sting, we're a non-profit company. We're an evergreen non-profit company, so nobody is actually making money on Sting. In this way, we can act extremely long-term. We can have a long-term approach, and we can be trusted, since we don't have an own private economic agenda, like a venture capital company or an accelerator that are sort of tech startups or something like that. Nothing problem with that, but they are all great. But we're a non-profit evergreen company, I think that has been extremely important also. Another very important thing is that we have had and have really strong backers over 20 years that have believed in us and think that we can provide growth to the Stockholm greater area that produces tax income for the city and the state that produce wealth. So we've over these years always had strong backers like Royal Institute of Technology, the city of Stockholm, the region, and private investors that also donate money to us because they think we are doing a real important work in a society. Then we have delivered results. I think that's pretty important. The backers had not continued to back us if we hadn't sort of been able to show that this is showing results. I mean, we have backed 375 companies now, and they have they're 3,500 employees today. They have raised 900 million euro and have a market cap of 2 billion euro. So there come out quite a number of big companies from us, which creates value in society. And if we hadn't these results, our backers had probably not continued to back. The last one I would say is, of course, I mean, everybody knows that if you don't have a very qualified and engaged team, nothing would happen. and we've had the fortune to have so many good persons working in STIM that are extremely engaged, helping others to succeed without a private own economic agenda. So that's a couple of.
But that's amazing, Per. I'm just trying to create an ecosystem model for anyone out here listening about how to create ecosystems. So I was trying to put all this discussion together, that you start with a systems approach. There have to be backers around you. And then you have, in your case, the nonprofit model works very well, and it all gets supported through team. And in the middle is hard choices, which you are making, like what to let go and what to develop as your core competence, and that delivers the results. So I think I'll just draw it up and send it off to the chat.
That's great. Thanks a lot for that.
But really interesting discussion so far, Per. I want to move to another topic. Like you've been in Stockholm and you have helped develop this ecosystem. What do you think is something which makes Stockholm a great place for building unicorns, startups, or that entrepreneurship momentum that we see here? Why is Stockholm a place to build things?
There's so many factors behind that. And one is really historic. Sweden have been very open to international influences the last 400 years. We've always sort of imported know-how from starting the steel industry with people from the Dutch region. So we sort of the openness to influence from outside. And from that, Sweden have created a number, I would say an amazing number of Swedish corporates that are world leading in their field. I don't think you find any other country having so many leading international company per capita. I mean, we have Ericsson, we have ABB, IKEA, H&M, Atlas Copco. I mean, there is 20, 30, really big. And what's about this? Well, many young people have a father or a mother or a cousin working in these companies. So by childhood, you get to know that, well, yeah, it's international companies you work with. So I think the society is sort of impregnated by, well, it's large international companies. If you're going to build something, you better do that. And of course, the size of the country helps a lot because we're such a small country. So if you're going to build a big company, you need to go outside, which I think the venture capital company loves with Sweden, since we are thinking international day one. If you're in Germany, you can think, well, I'll build a big company in Germany, but a VC wants not only Germany, they want the whole world. So that's another factor. Then I think that the society's the values in the society has been instrumental here, and I'm thinking specifically about from kindergarten, kids here are sort of schooled to think on their own and to question things. It's a flat, not hierarchical system, and you're taught to think on your own and don't think that your boss is often right, which he usually is not. So, but in some other countries where more hierarchies and more sort of a other type of education system, you are taught perhaps that you need to listen to your boss, and if you don't have a specific written down description what you should do, you don't do it. So here it's sort of, we are taught to take, I would say, initiatives and think on our own. I think that's then this is a work balance thing. Of course, in Sweden you can become a successful company and have some sort of work balance, and even female is a fantastic environment for female founders. And we have the last batch, Naimul, this is interesting. The last batch this year of companies, 38 companies, interesting. More than 60% of them have a female founder, and 47 of the companies this year have a female CEO. That's sort of things that doesn't happen in other countries. So if you're interested in becoming a female founder, well, Stockholm in Sweden is a great place to work.
No, that's an amazing how would you say, statistic. And I know there was a very deep discussion which Mekar was leading at the lunchtime with ecosystem on the female founders situation, but this statistic should pop up there. So I think that's great work that Sting is doing, and which is happening in Stockholm. If we take one last point before we disconnect, there's a lot of I would not say pessimism, or maybe this is realism. So the venture capital industry, how it is shifting in the last 3-4 months since the time that YC letter came out, and there's been a lot of debate going on. How do you see because you work a lot at an early stage as an incubator, accelerator, and then things and other places where co-founders are sitting. How does the outlook look for founders out here in the medium term, short and medium term?
Yeah, I would say pretty good. In this really early stage sector, we're not as influenced as in later stage. Of course, we're influenced, but the investors, for instance, if you talk about them here, is mostly the first investors are angels. And of course, the angels who are not experienced, new angels, rookies, and have most of the money connected to the stock exchange, they have pulled back right now. But the experienced business angels who have been there for 10 years, they know that this is a great time. So I wouldn't say that the investors right after us, that there's such a big problem there. It's probably a little bit later. So we haven't seen a massive crisis for that, not really, but a little bit later I think it's more problematic. The values have gone down and things like that, but that's part of the sort of market correction. It's not sort of big problem. So I don't see big problem there. We see more problems, I would say, to get your customers, because the pandemic have made many of the corporates very slimmed, and they have so many problems with supply and logistics and supply chains, because they have big orders. So it's more difficult today than 3 years ago to get a meeting with a corporate to sell something to them. That's more problematic, and that's most important you do as a startup, is find the first customer. So more problems finding customers, I would say, than finding investors.
Okay, great. I think that resonates with Magnus said when he came in the morning from Antler, because he was very positive. And then Marvin also talked about a lot of dry powder in the US market itself. And then we had Katapult as well. So I think that's the consistent theme. If you are building something which is great, you will get funded. That's one thing. But your point is very interesting that founders, I think one of the main challenge that has been happening even at the late stage is like lack of discipline and kind of forgetting the business dynamics of a business building process and relying on funding to just create an engine of unlimited growth without care for bottom line or other impact indicators. But great, Per, this was awesome discussion. We really enjoyed the entire journey of your building the startup ecosystem and the entire model. So I'll email this to you later in the night. It's quite interesting. But thank you so much for joining, and really appreciate that Sting and you could take out time for being with us at Nordic.
Thank you for having me, Naimul.
Thank you. Expert. So we'll be jumping into the first startup masterclass. After social selling, we'll have a masterclass on go-to-market and then finish the day with a masterclass on pitching. So over to you, Michelle, how you want to drive it. But before I leave it open to you, I would say, would you like to introduce yourself to the audience? We'd like to know who you are and what are you doing for.
Awesome. So first of all, it's so awesome to be here. I'm so delighted. I've been, walking around all day and been like on, I'm so excited to do this. I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm here in Gothenburg, Sweden. So I'm on the right side of Sweden. There's always this back and forth. I just had to do it. Anyways, so my name is Michelle Laporte-Gordon. I am the founder and CEO of Vimentis. And today I run the largest live streamed sales development program for entrepreneurs and startups in Sweden. So it's really nice to be here. I've been working with Naimul for many times now. So another adventure ahead. And hopefully today I can provide real value for everyone who's here. How are you doing, by the way?
Yes, so founders out there, please write how you're feeling. Let's fill up the chat. Getting tired, okay, but good. Okay, good that you added, but good after that. After 4 dots, I was very confused. But I see, great, we're doing wonderful. Jens, great. Okay.
Awesome, Ivan, guys. I love it.
Ivan is a good friend. He has recently moved to Gothenburg. So Michelle, you need to connect with
Ivan,
him.
I saw your message this morning. We'll talk some more. So yeah, it's been a couple of people here. But anyways, I hope you guys have enjoyed this day and that you have learned so much. I've been in and out just to see what you guys were up to. And hopefully for the coming 20 minutes, you guys will get a couple of pointers and tools so you can jumpstart your social selling process. Now, first of all, I'm just going to give you a hint. There's not going to be any PowerPoint now for the coming 20 minutes. I guess you guys have seen a lot of PowerPoints today. So I told Naimul, let's go old school. Let's go with energy and intention instead, okay? So anyway, guys, let's get started. And make sure you have something to write on. Make sure you have something to write on. Remember, you will remember 10% of this session and you will remember 90% of the feeling. So let's make it 30, 50, 40, 50% at least that you bring with you after this. And for everyone, connect with me on LinkedIn and there we can talk some more, but I want to focus all my energy on you guys now. So my background is from the beginning. I always call myself a street entrepreneur because I was never through the universities. After school, I was done with school and I started my first company when I was 18. So Vimentis is my 7th company today. I was born in the Seychelles, which is a beautiful island in the Indian Ocean, and came here as a child. So I grew up with watching my hardworking parents also building companies. So my father is an entrepreneur, and they taught me the value of hard work. Basically, that perhaps led me to the second passion in my life, except business, which is karate. So I've been a student of full contact karate for 30 years, and I brought this little piece here just to start out with a quick story. Because there's so many, this is a black belt, if people can't see it. So this is a black belt, a martial art black belt. Now, did you guys know that out of 1,000 students in karate, there's approximately 2-3 of them that will end up with a black belt? Now, when we start, but when we talk about sports in general, we know in order for us to become an expert, it takes hard work, it takes practice, it takes dedication and discipline, and it takes patience in order for us to see that to grow, and eventually we will end up with a black belt. In sports and of course in karate, we know that, we accept that. Now, have you guys thought about when you start a business? We expect to get this in every single field within a couple of days. Isn't that ironic? You see, I have met so many entrepreneurs the past couple of years. I'm not talking about hundreds, I'm talking about thousands. And one of the things that is so obvious is that whenever you start your own business, whenever you get your registration done, immediately you would wake up and I'm a black belt, which is absolutely crazy. If somebody walks up to me, as I thought I saw somebody here write that there are some dojos that gives out a fast track to a black belt. Trust me, it's if somebody would offer you a quick fast track to a black belt, then it's not true. Because there is some things along the way that you need to learn. There is some experiences that you need to experience in order for you to understand what this is. And once you're here, you realize the sad truth. This is not an expert level. Being a white belt means that you are a beginner amongst the beginners. Being a black belt means that you're a beginner amongst the pros. Because there's levels to this. So we need a growth mindset. We need to understand that this is everything that we talk about now. It's a process. So I'm not here to share 5 tips in order for you to create super revenue on social side. That is just, sorry my language, but that's just bullshit, okay? It's not true. So let's put this aside and let's get going. Now, my goal today is to start the process, okay? My goal today is to start the process. What I want to do here is we're going to walk through why social selling is so crucial for everyone to jump on board today. This is not exclusively for this company or that company. It's not exclusive for anyone. You're either in or you're out. If you're not engaging in social selling, you have basically chosen not to be part of the market at a certain point. That's just facts. So we need to look into why is this necessary, okay? Just quick. I'm also going to share some pointers of what to avoid when it comes to social selling, because there is some confusions about this. And I know that there are some companies, you have also big companies, of course. But what I have seen is that there is, how to say, there's more, I would wish they would do more in their social selling processes. So we're going to get back to that. And then once we are done with what to avoid, we're going to look into how to get started. Okay, so the goal is to get started today. So hopefully you guys will get some things. Now, if there is anything that you guys missing from this presentation, then please contact me and we can talk more specifically about your case. Don't be shy, connect with me on LinkedIn and we'll have a one-to-one. Don't worry about it. It's all, and of course, no charge. Okay. So hope you have something to write on. I'm gonna catch my breath here. All right. So why social selling? Well, first of all, we need to accept the fact that the thin line between marketing and sales is just getting closer and closer. The border, like 20 years ago, the border they were very far away from each other. But what we can see now is that social selling, with the current situation in the market where we have social media, we have different platforms, we have so much communication going on out there, we need to have a strategy. We need to understand how to move in all these different areas. So I'm going to share a couple of pictures. Give me one sec. I said no PowerPoints, and I'm just going to share a couple of pictures for you guys. So don't worry, I'm going to stick to my promise. Just a few of them. Now, boom. So I hope you can see this. Naimul, can you see it?
Visible.
Cool, awesome. Now, I wanted to see what Wikipedia was saying about social selling. Social selling is the process of developing relationships as part of the sales process. I like it. It's quite accurate, actually, of course. So I would agree with this. But then you look into this sentence and you see developing relationships as part of the sales process. Now, this is where we are reminded that we can't just rush things today, because you can't just build relationships instantly. Maybe you found your the love of your life on social media platforms. Good, I'm happy for you. But you know, guys, what I mean. Building relationships takes time, because behind that word we have trust. We have perhaps proof of concept. We have all these things that is required in order for us to build relationships and trust. So we need to have a deeper understanding on how to actually build these relationships then. We're going to get back to that. So what I'm trying to always encourage is that every entrepreneur out there, every company out there needs to study both fields today. Because I know what happens when I walk into the room and I said, hey guys, let's talk about sales for entrepreneurs. They go like, what's for dinner tonight? I know that's the black sheep of the family, because I rather go marketing, economy, whatever. I even perhaps like to do some Excel work before I start to contact clients. But we need to be comfortable in both, because that's how we create great social selling strategies. And we're going to get back to that. Now, this is something that I wanted to share. And this is a couple of years ago now, but there is so many studies that shows that how important social selling is and what impact it has on sales, in the sales process. But I'm going to add couple of things more on this as well. But it's interesting. Back in 2016, with the pace that everything is going, imagine the numbers today. After the pandemic, imagine the numbers today. So Why is it so important? Now, when we start out with a social selling strategy, we need to understand that, first of all, it's all about the branding and it's all about the revenue. But it's also about to help you guys understand more and more your market's buying behaviors. Because in order for us to succeed with a social selling strategy, it means that I always have to stick my ears to the ground and try to see what are they, how are they moving now? I mean, imagine somebody would say 4 years ago that there's a high probability that you should be on TikTok one of these days. I remember my own thoughts about TikTok a couple of years ago. I was like, no way, I'm not gonna dance. So I was like, no, I'm not gonna use TikTok, but it's a part of the development. So we need to be part of the we need to be part of the development out there. That's why we need the social selling strategy. So in order for us to be relevant, we need to stay alert and see what happens. It also sharpens the sales processes, and of course, it helps to create natural growth. Now, when we start the social selling processes, what we need to avoid them. The first thing people ask me, entrepreneurs ask me, is what should I share? Okay, because social selling is not posting randomly on social media. Social selling is not having a Facebook account and randomly ask your marketing team to post something. So one of the things that you can write down that you should not, that you should at least think about is to start with your journey instead. Okay? Start with your journey instead. Because a lot of people, they hesitate to start with a social selling strategy just because they are a bit unsure of what to say or what to share. But I would say if you're not sure where to start, go back and think about your story. How did everything start? Okay. Also ask yourself, why is this important? This is something that we need to ask ourselves, because when I see a lot of posts in social media, we try to inform. But I want to share with you something that you can just bring with you along the journey. When you have a social selling strategy, we all have different segments on the market. We all have this core group that, for me, for an example, when I start to engage with the market on social selling, with a social selling strategy, I immediately have to think about who is the receiver on the other side. Now, if I talk to salespeople, which was in the beginning the goal for me at least, they have a certain language, they have a certain way of things, and they are interested in certain things when it comes to business in general. Now, when I started to want to reach to small business owners, startups, entrepreneurs, and so on, I kind of saw the conflict out there. And this is something that I want you guys to think about, because we all have these segments out there where perhaps if you have I work with medtech startups, I work with fintech startups, etc. And they have a very specific target group. But maybe that's not the whole market that they want to talk to, etc. So what happens is that in this case, if I wanted to talk to the salespeople, well, that was naturally, that was easy. But the problem was that when I started, if I would use this language to this group, meaning startup entrepreneurs or so, that in general hates selling, then my social selling strategy would not be so effective. of course. So what I needed to do is I needed to study what's over here and what's over here. Now, one of these questions that I always ask entrepreneurs, do you really understand the buying behaviors of your market? Why do they buy whatever you have to offer? Why do they buy whatever you have to offer? And I want you guys to answer this question without going through your product or service. Because usually that's where you will find the answers. This is not a one-size-fits-all journey. We need to really study our markets. Because if you want to sell to your market, you need to have a marketing strategy that really captures their interests. Of course, I mean, it's logic. But if we don't understand, and so what I had to do is that I had to study these groups even more, because I knew that these groups, they needed to focus more on sales and marketing, especially sales. I mean, just look at the statistics. It's easy to start a company, but how many is left? How many is still there 24 months later? I know the statistics. And so there is a gap, there is a problem here. Now, so what I needed to do, so I started to see one of the things that became a huge game changer for me was that I started to see that they talked a lot about, not so much as they should, but one thing that was quite obvious in these groups was economical stress, for an example. Now, I don't, probably there is some seasoned entrepreneur here as well, and you guys know what I talk about. Because at some point, we will all face, as entrepreneurs, you know, how shall I pay my bills next month? And when I started to see that that opening, I started to dig even more deeper into this topic. And I found, after a lot of research, I found quite interesting facts out there. And I saw that this is not a small problem. This is a huge problem. The vast majority of every new business in Sweden will experience economical stress. Now, that's how I turned sales into logic at the end. Because the gap that I needed to, in order for me to have a successful social selling, this is what I'm trying to say, guys. In order for me to have a social selling strategy, to talk to them, to open up a much larger market share in my marketing, I needed to find the language that was needed, the reasons, the whys, to get their attention. And because again, if I walked in and said, "Hi, startup entrepreneur, what do you think about sales?" They go like, "Not for me." But when we turned economic into logic and could connect why sales would help them sleep better at night if they just learned a couple of skills, now things became more interesting. So when I started out the social selling process, I understood that I couldn't use this language anymore. So I started to understand more and more what is important here, what is important here. And all of a sudden, my service became part of my client's ecosystem instead of something just, you know, I just have to do it, but I don't want to do it. And this is something that I see in so many different areas. I'm just giving you an example from my own journey. But this is something that I've watched and seen in so many different companies out there. But this is now back to the black belt story. This is the part that takes time. This is the part that is sometimes a bit boring. and patience will be your number one virtue, basically. Because this didn't, of course, it didn't happen overnight. Now, when you guys know, maybe hopefully somebody will take a step back and say, okay, so what am I missing here? Because if logic, guys, if logic was the key in a successful social selling process, everyone would succeed. But what I found in my research was that the emotions that, for an example, economical stress triggered, and I started to talk to them from that perspective. Now things became interesting. Things became relevant. So when you start your, first of all, when you start your social selling process, you need to study all these things that we talked about. Why do they buy? Why do they need this? Etc. But we also need to, but what we can do is that we can bring our market along the journey. So don't be afraid to start, just start. That is part of the message today. And we engage and we avoid to inform too much. Now, a couple of other things that I want to share, just to quick.
Michelle, I'm just barging in here as the bad person. We have 3 minutes or so at the next masterclass.
Okay.
I know your sessions are very deep, very interesting, but we will need to move to the next one.
I'll run through the last stuff here. So guys, try not to do a one-size-fits-all process. Try to be specific when you go out there and be a thought leader on the market. That is part of the process as well. And try to avoid corporate lingo. Nobody likes the hi, I am the do. Try to engage with, dare to be personal. That's what I wanted to say. And 3 things that you can bring with you when you start to work on your social selling strategy. Whenever you post something, make sure you do one of these 3 things. Educate, challenge, or entertain your market. Okay? Educate, challenge, or entertain your market. If you do one of these 3 things, you're probably on a good way to start to work on a social selling strategy. Lastly, I want to say, when you start working with your social selling strategy, think about it as, sorry, Naimul, I need 1 more minute. Think about it as you go out there and you challenge, you educate, and you entertain your market. You make them see you, feel you, understand you. You're interesting. You're interesting. And then, as you have studied your market, you will understand why they would buy from you, and then you can start to work with your social selling strategy for real. Now, this is a broad topic, as I was saying, if anyone wants to sit down on a one-to-one and just figure out what can you do with your own journey, then hook me up on LinkedIn and we'll dive in together and we will create revenue together. Don't worry about that.
Brilliant. Thank you, Michelle. Just to be open to the audience, you're running an event on Friday in Gothenburg. So if you would like to share that link, because if some of you are in Gothenburg, you can definitely go. And was it the Stories of Gothenburg, the event that you're running?
Exactly. Okay. So guys, we are running a business event here in the heart of Gothenburg at the Grand Theater, Stora Teatern. It's called Stories of Gothenburg. It's for entrepreneurs and anyone basically that loves business. We have speakers, we will network. There's a packed day with so much events. And there's approximately 50 tickets left. So if anyone wants to go, this is my gift to anyone who's in the Gothenburg area. Connect with me and I'll give you a ticket for free.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Perfect. Michelle, thank you so much for a very interesting session. I love the black belt analogy. And so that was a great hook. Got my attention. Thank you so much. And we are very thankful you could join us. Thank you. We have our next masterclass coming up, and we have a world-leading CMO joining us for talking about go-to-market and a very interesting personal story as well. So we will get to hear from Chris Foltz as he comes on stage. Chris Foltz is is also connected to Founder Institute globally. Hi, Chris.
What's up, my friend? How are you? You didn't tell me I was going to have to follow such an amazing person like that. I mean, I got to drink more coffee or something. I learned a lot.
Great, great that you enjoyed that. But Chris, before we move into your masterclass, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about yourself?
Well, certainly. You know, my name is Chris Foltz. I'm one of the global entrepreneurs in residence at the Founder Institute, which is just an amazing program. And I get to work with a lot of amazing people like my leader right here tonight. Also, my day job, I serve as Managing Director of Responsible Solutions, which is a global advisory for startups, large corporations. We build initiatives. We do a lot of things that other people can't accomplish. We're based in Silicon Valley. The company's been around for nearly 30 years. But I will talk about my background in the first couple slides, and I think you'll find it interesting for certain.
Awesome, Chris. Great. If you have something to show, let's take it on. I'll just move myself into the background now.
Well, you're always there in the forefront. Trust me, my friend. Is my screen showing now?
I'm just trying to see. Not yet. It's a black screen yet.
Oh, there you go.
Ah, got it. Yes.
All right. Well, you know, I really appreciate the introduction and everything. You know, I'm going to give it to you real tonight, everyone. A lot of people assume that because I'm on this side of the stage and I'm here to just talk about all these successes and whatnot in my life, but quite frankly, go-to-market strategies that defy the status quo is what I'm in the business of. And when I say defy the status quo, it's all about not necessarily focusing on the successes first, but on the product and outcome of failure, a very controversial subject in the startup world. All of us are fearful of it. And quite frankly, the fear of failure is one of the biggest reasons why startup leaders end up going in the wrong direction. So I feel it's important to tell you how I failed my way to this stage with you tonight. You know, when I was a child, I really thought for certain I was going to be an astronaut. You know, that's all I talked about. You know, 1991, I was even part of a NASA program. Then I went to Space Academy and got my first dose of reality. They have like height and weight requirements, and I was always a fat kid. So I realized right then and there that I wasn't going to be able to be an astronaut, but someone told me that Congress is the one who controlled the budget for NASA. And perhaps if I could become a congressperson, then I could change the rules and end up being an astronaut. So I listened. My uncle was involved in politics. He was a lobbyist in the Republican Party in America. And then he introduced me to this guy when I was about 15 years old, who was running for United States Senate. He ended up winning that campaign, and I was his youth director. So it was my first foray into real politics. From there, I met a US congressperson who happened to be the chairman of the Small Business Committee for the United States House of Representatives. So I got a real world understanding of the differences between Main Street and Wall Street and everyday people that are entrepreneurs leading the way in communities in large corporations. And it was his campaign manager that actually got me involved in the first big race that I was ever part of in American politics. And, you know, finally, out of a room of all white guys, and I moved over to one of the most influential people in my life, Elizabeth Dole. You see, a lot of people don't know who Elizabeth Dole is, ironically. She ended up being a United States Senator in America. But before that, she had a fairly significant career. She was president of the American Red Cross. She was Secretary of Transportation for the United States, Secretary of Labor for the United States. But what most people remember about Elizabeth Dole is that her husband was Bob Dole. And this is the first time I realized in politics that, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter if you have the best backstory, the most experience, the best concept, the best campaign. It's really what ends up happening throughout the process of your life that plays a huge role in everything that happens in your future. Elizabeth Dole announced her campaign for president. It was my first time traveling. This was before I even started college, and I'm in my first presidential campaign. And it was tough, the 2000 presidential campaign. I spent time in 1999 working on this race, and ultimately it proved too hard being a woman running for United States president against a class of about 20 males in one of the most contested races in America. Elizabeth Dole's communication director, who I learned a lot from about what you're going to hear tonight in these case studies, he said, hey, listen, you know, there's this dude over in Texas, and we think he has something going on, and we may be able to get him into the White House. Well, that dude in Texas was George W. Bush. So my freshman year in college, I spent a lot of time working in this particular campaign. I learned the difference between a campaign that has a lot of experience, ideas, and vision versus a campaign that has a lot of relationships and a campaign that has a lot of exposure. So I got to see two different sides of how American society works, which ultimately led me to my understanding of go-to-market and how relationships matter more than anything for all of you. That campaign we ended up winning. It was a historic 2000 election. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about it, regardless of the age. It was controversial. I was there. See, I learned so much in this campaign. I ended up being everywhere. Politics became my jam. I was really good at it. Every American political race that we were like all pissed off about now, I was part of back then. And I was really good at this. And I realized the value of gaining exposure for people for the right reasons. But you see, what ended up happening was I spent all these years in Republican Party politics, literally from the age of 12, before I was even old enough to vote. And I became a fixer. I would solve problems that other people couldn't in politics. I would build relationships. I would coalition build. And basically, as opposed to going after customers one at a time, I would go after the partners that had all the customers. When I say customers, in this case, it's voters. But there was something that I couldn't fix. You see, I come from a Sicilian family. My mom, you know, God bless her, she spent 35 years in law enforcement. Both my parents did. They divorced when I was 18 months old, and they worked together for 35 years. Go figure. But you see, my mom got sick with cancer. So from a Sicilian family, what you do is you go back home and you help. So I put politics to the back burner. I moved into my mom's basement. She had to retire early from her career because cancer was taking over her life. And, you know, one thing led to another, and I put a lot of excuses and circumstances in my way, like a lot of us do when we're launching businesses. You know, we all spend so much time trying to change our circumstances, assuming it's going to better our lives or better our businesses. When in fact, if we take a moment to eliminate our circumstances by actually bettering our life in the first place, then there are no more circumstances to worry about, no more obstacles. But I didn't take that path. And I had some dental work done, nothing big, but they give you Vicodin. And, you know, with that Vicodin, you know, they give you like 2 months worth for simple dental procedures. I did it all in 2 weeks, and I came out of this an opiate addict. And the only thing that stopped my opiate addiction was my mother passed away. But what a lot of people don't know, and there's a BBC special on this, so watch it, is that, you know, I did probably the most disgraceful thing possible. You see, my mom was legendary in law enforcement. She changed the way a lot of things were done. She changed equal rights for women. But at the end of the day, in this article honoring her after her death, what is pretty much the most prolifically painful part of my life, you'll see in there that I was arrested for theft at the funeral home. You see, drug addiction takes you in interesting paths. And sometimes those paths don't necessarily add up. You kind of lose sight of everything. And during my mom's most tumultuous time in her life, I was a straight up heroin addict, living in her basement, doing nothing. And at the end of the day, I was arrested the day after her funeral. The same judge that in the first campaign I actually volunteered in when I was a child put out a $250,000 warrant. And this was my new home. Everything I owned in my entire life was literally thrown away, put into the dumpsters, and I had to start over. Why I bring this up, and it's so important, is that I, in this jail cell, learned a whole different side of business. You see, you run into people that may have been drug dealers, or they may have been financial white collar crime criminals. And, you know, you kind of learn a different perception, and you understand that there are some people in there, like if you just taught them stocks and bonds, they'd be like the best stockbrokers in Wall Street, but instead they're selling drugs on the street corner. I learned about a different side of entrepreneurship. You see, I knew that if I could sell George W. Bush to the world, we can most likely sell anybody to anything. But I'm coming out of jail at this point. And, you know, one thing I realized most of my life, it was focused on celebrating the victories entirely, political campaigns, victory here, victory there. But all of my successes are in reactions to my failures. And when I got out of jail with nothing, I moved into a recovery home, for lack of better terms. And I tried to get involved in politics again. And the Republicans are like, nah, this isn't happening. The Democrats are like, all right, this may be the next Bill Clinton. But then they questioned my entire background being a Republican. So I needed a way to get beyond this scarlet letter. So in the recovery world, I started meeting all these people that couldn't get jobs because, because they had felonies or weird circumstances. So they were all starting businesses. And I realized we all shared similar challenges, obstacles, these scarlet letters, if you will, that we couldn't get beyond. And then I realized that politics was something that I could scale into business, into startups, into anything if I really thought about it. And I came up with these 4 requirements for going to market. And I feel this applies to pretty much all of you. And for instance, politics is pretty much the same thing. It's a constant, non-forgiving form of go-to-market where you have no margin of error. It's never over. Your startup is when you have your idea. The launch is when you get elected. If you fail that day, there isn't a second chance. So I realized concepts are the most important aspect. If you don't understand your concept thoroughly, you don't understand how you're articulating it. Most importantly, if you can't articulate it to the point where people understand it, you're out of there. In politics, that would be the candidate, you know, the campaign in general. That's your concept. And inside of it, you have your problems, you have your solutions, but it's in an understandable way. And people need to clearly get that. Then you have offers. So once you have your concept in place, offers is the next step. You see, in politics, this is your platform. This is what you're running on, you know, your positions on the issues. This is why people should buy you as a candidate and elect you to office. But you see, in business, this can be everything from what you're selling, even the idea that you're offering somebody to opt into an email blast. That is an offer. So understanding your offers and how they tie back to your concepts is crucial. Relationships is the key currency in life. Listen to that. Currency, relationships, they're the same thing. In politics, it's voters, it's your donors, it's the coalitions, the people that are going to endorse you. And in business, that's our partners, our affiliates, our brand ambassadors, the influencer world that we lived in now. It's a very interesting landscape now versus politics, but it's the same prudent nature. Once you have your concept in place, you've identified the offers and the relationships you need to actually get there. That's when you start talking about it. We live in this world, we try to talk about things so quickly and so early on that it's problematic. So you see, when you have your concept and if you immediately start talking about it and you don't have an offer in place, or you don't have the right relationships in place, you're backed into a corner. Trust me on that. And it's harder to backpedal away from an offer, especially when you have to raise the price. That's problematic. So you want to do it in this order. And I call this core brand strategy: concept, offers, relationship, exposure. Tonight I have 3 case studies primarily focused on relationships and exposure, but I will identify the concepts and offers along the way. Something that I came to very quick understanding, and something, the difference between politics and business is, you know, in politics, we just force ourselves on it. In business, people don't like to be sold, right? And, you know, when that is the case, you know, you have to realize that they buy things all the time. But if they don't like to be sold, how does that happen? Well, they love to buy. And it happens by relating to your customers. And Michelle brought up some great points and how much it's important to understand your customer and be able to relate to them. In the world that I came from, we used to call it relating to your audience, the voters. And in a modern society across the board, they would call this stakeholders. So we live in this social impact focused world right now, which I love. But with that comes an entirely new glossary. First case study I'm going to talk about tonight is how you turn your early adopters into your marketers. I had this person come to me, Dr. Robert Wolf, a celebrity dentist, very well known for his product line, Smile Actives. #1 selling tooth whitening product in the world. Any tooth whitening pen or anything is a derivative of this product that's out there. Came to me and he said, hey, listen, Chris, we're going to market. We've historically done buy one, get one offers. And we've got some new products coming out. We want to anchor it with the buy one, get one. This is a legendary concept that a lot of people go to market with. This offer becomes problematic, especially when you have a product that's very good. The natural progress for this was buy two, get two for free. They even come up with special packaging and special branding. They're like, Chris, we want you to get these in the hands of consumers across the planet. The problem that I saw is that if you give a customer 4 of these prolifically good tooth whitening pens, they basically don't need any more for 2 years. So you're in essence creating a go-to-market strategy with an offer that's going to cancel out them replenishing orders anytime in the near future. So what we did is we sat there and said, listen, what's the next step? Buy 4, get a 5th for free. We just can see this keep going on and on. The unit economics were there, but it didn't make sense. So what we did is we went back and revisited the original buy one, get one free offer, which nowadays we're looking at it as something that applies to everything. It closes business, it closes the door, but you need to think about, is that the best way to get to the overall goal that you want? Most of us think that numbers like as many units as we sell, that's the number we want to focus on. Really, you want to think about this. In this case, new customers who love the product means lifelong customers that keep buying it. So we wanted to stop cutting our legs off and we wanted to focus, and we made a minor change. Buy one, give one for free. We came up with a simple campaign where when people bought one of these pens for $25, we would send one to somebody that they asked for, and in order not to intrude on people's lives, we also issued them a code that they were able to use that was able to give away a pen for everyone that they bought. Now, why this mattered so much is the unit economics were better. The cost of putting 4 pens in a custom box for $50 was far more than the cost of sending one pen to somebody and paying for the shipping in it. But we knew that when we sold that pen, that second one, which we prohibited from being mailed to the same address, got us a new customer right away. And so it also gave us margin for an affiliate program. We called them brand ambassadors. We went to some of the top people in the Chicagoland area and around the country that were not the traditional influencers that were just winning on social media. These guys were in the actual media, right? So when you have people that actually have the media cameras as their audience, it changes the entire dynamic. These relationships lead to additional exposure. And we got it. We got these doctors and these dentists and the coolest events in Chicago. They sponsored all of them. You can see Smile Active's logo everywhere, giveaways everywhere, sales everywhere, major brand exposure by just rethinking the buy one, get one, even calling it BOGO still. But buy one, give one away. People like to give things. People like to think that they have the answer. People like to look like heroes. Let's give our customers the opportunity to grow more. Second case study I'm going to talk about tonight is how we turned competition into customers and also our biggest brand promoters. Somebody brought up the idea of healthcare. This doctor came to me, Dr. Savranik. He's a prolific startup investor. You know, he owned a minor league basketball team and league in America. And, you know, he came to me and he said, hey, Chris, I have this surgical center. I have some new tech. I have a new concept on concierge surgical medicine. And I need to get more customers and more doctors in order to do surgeries here and launch this startup concept. And one of the challenges he said to me is like, Chris, we need to get so many of them because we're down on revenues, because insurance companies are not reimbursing as much for people to actually pay for the entire surgery. Let's say you need a $5,000 outpatient surgery in America. We unfortunately don't have universal health care the same way that other countries have. In this situation, your insurance company may pay $4,000 of it. That's a lot of a $5,000 surgery. But if you don't have that $1,000, that means the surgery is not happening. You would have to pay a $1,000 copay. And if you don't have it, no surgery. So there was a huge gap here. And the insurance companies also caused the same gap to exist in children, because in private insurance, children are not covered beyond COBRA unless you're paying money. So if you can't afford premium health care, even so, if somebody's a child, it's not universally protected. And he said, even the large insurance companies are neglecting this. And if this person doesn't have surgeries done in a surgical center, there's no revenue coming in. And what we realized, though, is that in order for him to get more customers, more patients, He needed to get the best surgeons to work in his surgical facility at the same time as he needed to eliminate the barriers for those patients that couldn't afford things. So if we came up with a model that actually paid for the out-of-pocket expenses, which triggered the much larger checks coming in from the insurance companies or the government healthcare providers, would that be less expensive than us spending money marketing? We did the unit economics and it was. So for us to go upstream, eliminate the barrier to people getting surgery, it was actually cheaper than the traditional marketing campaign for his surgical center. So we came up with this concept. We called it Project Hugs, helping uninsured get surgery. And when I say concept, I'm going to tell you about the offers and how we went to the next step. So we came up with that concept, realized this is a marketing campaign. We came up with it on, I believe, a Monday. And this is what happened in the preceding 7 days. The next day we came up with the offers. We built the website. We had a way to opt in. We had a way for brand ambassadors to sign up. But then previous client reminded me, we need to build the cool kids table. We need good relationships. So just like I hooked Dr. Wolf up with some awesome brand ambassadors, we did the same thing here. Television people, leaders in fitness, celebrities. I'm down on the bottom, probably like the least cool there. Now we had an offer. Now we had relationships who were talking about this. We did a press release that talked about how Project Hugs was going to change the dynamic, eliminate this gap that large healthcare providers are creating. That got the attention of somebody who was coming to town, Bill Clinton and his Clinton Global Initiative. By the end of the following week, I believe on a Tuesday, we had a $10 million commitment for the Clinton Global Initiative. So a concept that became just a simple go-to-market strategy that actually eliminated a gap by looking at the cost of eliminating barriers for our customers to get to us. Spending money eliminating that barrier was more efficient than spending money talking about ourselves. So we got all the patients, we got all the surgeons. This was the go-to place. It even got somebody else's attention. First Lady Michelle Obama loved the concept so much, and Project Hugs is still in existence today, and it's changed the lives of people all over the country. And I'm honored to realize that this doctor had the vision to take the risk, to put everything on the line for something he believed in, but it actually worked in the right reasons. So when you do it for the right reasons, it won't end for the wrong reasons. Case study number 3, final case study tonight. Turn your potential partners and vendors into your brand evangelist. Well, it's one thing to have like vendors and people that you partner with, but are they actually going to talk about you in a way that's going to help you more than it perhaps even helps them? Probably not, unless you have a cool idea. This young lady came to me, Monica, and she said, hey, Chris, I have this website, Style Up Girl. We sell these interesting shoes. That's one of them. When I say interesting, they were interesting. She said, listen, I was walking in the street, Chicago one day, and I saw there was a person with a sign. They said, I have no shoes. And she felt so guilty that she sells these exotic shoes, and there are people that have signs out on the street that I don't have shoes. And she said, Chris, this is what I want to do. I want to make it that when people buy shoes from my store online, that they can actually mail old shoes back in the box to us, and we can hand them out to people that don't have shoes. And I thought this was a great concept. She said, Chris, I want to call it Happy Box. Now, I didn't necessarily understand the name. It wasn't demonstrative enough. See, in a concept, you need to have something that actually tells the story right away. But she really wanted to create this box that gave back to people. I love the concept. We called it Give Back Box. We came up with the branding fairly quick. And the first thing we did was put up a social media graphic, just like everyone else. We created a pilot. We understood that the idea of taking some photos like a lot of people do online and posting it up there was one thing, but we actually needed to make this work. So we put in some envelopes into her product boxes, explaining everything. This was the final version of the first envelope. Trust me, the first one that went out didn't even look this pretty. Got our first boxes back. This is one of my conference rooms in Chicago. And we were so excited to see what was in this box. We had a couple other boxes as well. And we're like, all right, I hope these shoes are okay. I hope they're not too gross or anything like that. We opened up the boxes and we realized right away that there wasn't just shoes in there. There was art supplies. There was a gift certificate in one of them. There was a pair of brand new shoes for children in one of the boxes, and tons of clothes. See, people didn't actually have shoes. People that were buying these weird shoes, no offense to Monica, these weird shoes online, they didn't actually have the kind of shoes that they would mail back that would be beneficial to somebody that doesn't have shoes. You know, they have very impractical shoes, but they had a lot of other things that they wanted to give back. And as the boxes came in, we realized that it was really catching on. So we needed to figure out what we were going to do with this interesting concept. So we created a little campaign and we started getting some early interest. So we put out a press release talking about Give Back Box and this interesting concept. And somebody said, hey, listen, a popular fashion website in America at the time, they said, hey, Chris, we have larger boxes. We have cool, trendy people. We think we can upclass this a bit. Let's go ahead and run a pilot, during I think it was right around Thanksgiving time, to get Karma Loop people to use this label, mail stuff back, but you need to have a central place because it seems chaotic. Monica established a relationship with Goodwill, great place in America to donate things who have an entrepreneurial model, help take used things, sell them and get people back on their feet. So, all right, we have our central location to ship things. That got somebody larger's attention. One of the top electronic stores in America online, Newegg, they're like, listen, we got even bigger boxes, whole different audience. Maybe we can get some computer items or some stuff like that for people that have them, the need for them to get to the next levels of their life. And that caught even a larger company. They're like, hey, we've got way bigger boxes than these other people. We're Dell. We ship big, old, archaic CRT computers. So we can put anything in here. That's not actually what they said, but I'm making fun of old school computers, I guess. And in there, finally we're like, one of Monica's original goals was that she wanted to get her shoes sold on Amazon. But, everybody sells everything on Amazon, right? It's not a hard barrier of entry to get there. But when Amazon reached out to us and said, hey, listen, we want Give Back Box to be our holiday seasonal promotion, we were blown away. See, it happened so quickly. It happened so quickly in a matter of months between the idea that the concept came until the idea that the largest online vendor in the world said, we want to pilot your program. What started off as a go-to-market strategy ended up being the pivot for Monica. Give Back Box became her brand. She sold Style Up Girl off. I believe she might still be a partner in it. It's been renamed, and it's been one of the most successful journeys I've been part of. Monica and Give Back Box has been all over the place, distribution centers across the world, eliminating the problems that a lot of people take for granted. And she did it all as an individual entrepreneur that had an idea and concept. And the power of relationships grew so much that here's where Monica's at today. These are the brands that do their give back models through what was a go-to-market strategy that ended up being the new brand and the pivot. And it was a prolific thing to watch and see how it all went down. And what I realized is that it's okay to pivot. It's never too late to pivot. It's okay to realize that sometimes a concept that you come up with, help market your brand, may be the thing that actually change it. Because the most important thing to take into consideration that a lot of people overlook is that, people like, Chris, we're disruptive, we're changing things, we're so different, all this, I hear it every day. Trust me, authenticity is the new disruptive. I've realized this the hard way, but one thing that I realized this past year, I know it was brought up earlier in the intro, Chris Folt's one of the top CMOs. I've always taken an unorthodox approach. I have hundreds of case studies like this where unique things have happened, and that caught some people's attention. And my mom always made me promise to surround myself with people that were smarter than me. A lot of you in the room tonight are smarter than me. You have amazing startups that I would have never even came up with the idea or thought about in a million years. So when I was asked to join a room of people that were smarter than me, I couldn't believe it. The IRG 100, the top 100 CMOs in the world, this is based in the Netherlands, companies like Unilever, Facebook, Google, Ford, Nissan, all of their CMOs. And crazy Chris Foltz from Rockford, Illinois, who took an unorthodox approach of scaling politics into small business, into entrepreneurship, into charities, and into initiatives. And, it made me realize that the most important lesson that I walked away with, and I said it earlier, throughout my entire life, that helped me understand and helps me center myself when it comes down to things like go-to-market strategies and maintaining humility on everything, which I encourage you all to do, is doing things for the right reasons is always the way to go. Because if you do things for the right reasons, they won't end for the wrong reasons. And I think that's the tragic tale that happens with many of us, where we're thinking about things like, numbers, social media followers, this, that, and the other. All of those are a means to an end. Understanding where you're at today is the most important aspect of being able to get to where you're going tomorrow. And we must always, think of these three things, and I'll leave it with you, 3 lessons quickly Never forget where you came from. Never lose sight of where you're going, and focus more on what makes us all the same versus what makes us different, what makes the customers the same as us, what makes our team members the same as us, what makes everyone else the same of us. That's where you're going to get your answers. So I appreciate this time with all of you tonight. For those of you that are part of Founder Institute, I will see you there. I'm a mentor in the prolific Nordic program. And I believe October 7th, I'm speaking in Stockholm Startup Grind, which I'll talk a little bit more about my interesting background and how it led me to where I'm at today. So I appreciate everything from the speakers, and that's all I got.
Awesome, Chris. I admire, I envy, I would put the word, the level of energy you bring to a discussion, the depth of that discussion, and the level of realism that's there. So I think that's like when you're talking, it's as if your heart is speaking out, and there is no measurable, you can't measure that. So I think really loved your presentation, your unorthodox approach, the focus or pause or the narrative on failure and your lesson of humility and the right reason. Awesome. We don't hear that in the plastic world of go-to-market. So I would say startup world in one way is very plastic, but this was a very real, how would you say, a real story and a real journey into the go-to-market side. So
well, I appreciate you giving me the stage, my friend. We'll see you soon. If anybody wants to reach out to me, they'll gladly put you in touch. Look forward to hearing the rest of tonight's events.
Thank you, Chris. And we are now going to welcome Malcolm Larry to join us. He is Nordic's top pitch coach, and he is involved in several other things. I'll let Malcolm come in and talk about it himself. Malcolm, are you there? Let's get you on stage.
Great. Here I come. Hey.
Yes. Great to have you here. On the last session, we have had a huge, powerful, how would you say, a very, very powerful event since the morning. And this is going to be interesting. Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, Chris's session, so much value there about being authentic and communicating that authenticity. Very hard act to follow, but I'll do my very best.
So why don't you tell our audience a little bit about yourself, and then the stage is yours, how you want to drive the session.
No problem. Let me jump straight into my presentation. I'll present myself as I go along. I think that's the best way to do it. And I would love to have a lot of interaction on the chat function. I'm going to try and keep my eye on the chat. So if you have any questions or comments as I go through today, I would love to hear what they are. So let me just quickly share my screen and get my presentation up. Great. So if you can see my presentation, give me a thumbs up emoji and we'll rock and roll. Here we go.
Yes, this is visible.
Great, fantastic. So welcome to the art of pitching. This is an absolute passion of mine. I know it's the end of the day and you've had a lot of information and you're probably really inspired about your journey and where you think you can take your startup. And one of the things that I'm super passionate about is making sure people can communicate their value. And a few months ago, I was on LinkedIn and I saw this, this meme come up of Bill Gates saying, I just showed my plan to 1,200 people, 1,200 pitches, 900 said no, 300 showed some interest, 85 actually did something, and 35 of those were serious, and 11 made me a billionaire. So one of the things that I think is really fantastic about this is just to really understand that entrepreneurial life is a long pitch, because, as you move through, you're always going to be pitching somebody else about an idea, a pivot, an investment, a customer, a team member. And I really believe that pitching, it's not just about the pitch that's coming up for your investor community or an investor or some, expo that you're on. It's actually about the rest of your working life, because entrepreneurial life is a pitch. pitch. So how did I get here? How did I get to be this guy standing here at the end of the day talking to you about the art of pitching? Well, go back about 14,000 days, or basically 40 years ago, and I'm at home on a Saturday night in Sydney, and there's this TV show called The Golden Years of Hollywood, where they show these old black and white films. And I'm about 15 years old, something like that. And I start watching this film, and it's this film called The Fountainhead with the very handsome Gary Cooper. And, you know, it's quite an interesting film to watch now because it's really about cancel culture. But in the film, there's a scene where an architect who's really bad comes and asks Howard Rourke, the main character, would you build a building for me and let me put my name on it? And Howard Rourke looks at him and says, why would I do that? And the protagonist, the terrible architect, says, because I want to help people. And then the main character, Howard Rourke, said something that blew my mind. He said, Peter, before you can do things for other people, you must become a person who can get things done. Boom, blew my 15-year-old mind. I'm sitting there thinking, how do I become a person who can get things done? And over the next 40 plus years of my professional working life, I have really worked on how do you get things done? And when I went out as a young man and I studied and I had mentors and I would follow around people who were really good at getting things done, the thing that I found, they were all amazing at pitching. They were all incredible communicators of value. So for me, this is an important skill for us to onboard. Now, my name is Malcolm Larry. I'm the founder of Brave Personal Development. I'm a leadership and culture consultant working with companies large and small, working with Ericsson, H&M, like big companies, right down to small startups. And I'm really proud to say that I work with around 100 startups a year as a pitch coach, and I lost count of how much the companies that I've pitched codes have raised. I know it's over $30 million US at this point. I haven't kept up with it for a while, but once you start being around entrepreneurs and their vision and their energy, you get really addicted to it. And so this is an area I love to work in. I'm originally from Sydney, Australia, but I was walking down the beach in Sydney and saw this beautiful blonde lady, and I started following her down the beach, and I followed her all the way back to Stockholm. She wanted me to. I just want to point that out. It was her idea as well. And we just celebrated 10 years of marriage. So really fun living in the Nordics and being part of this amazing ecosystem in Europe and Northern Europe, especially around startups. And my background is I'm an NLP master practitioner, neuro-linguistic programming. That means that I've studied how language affects how people perceive reality, and how by changing the language, you can actually change how they perceive what they're experiencing. So a background in linguistics. And all of this comes together to, you know, influence my work as a leadership and culture consultant, a pitch coach, a coach for teams and individuals. And I'm having a great time doing it. So my question to you, and you can all jump on the chat. I want to make this a little bit interactive because I know that it's getting late in the day and you're getting tired. But hey, what is pitching? Jump on the chat and let me know. I would love to hear from you. What is pitching? Would love to hear it. Go for it. Pitching in business refers to presenting business ideas to another party. It's interactions, short presentations of our core concept, great answers coming up. To me, it's telling a story in a compelling way, sharing an idea so people can buy into them, communicating, selling your vision, how to be perceived, great answers coming in. Now, the question that I have for you, what is pitching? All of those answers are correct. But what you have to understand is that there's a very big difference between presenting an idea and pitching an idea. And if we want to present an idea to somebody, what I think is really, really important, when we're presenting an idea is, we're just sharing information. But once we get into pitching, it's a whole new ball game. Why? Because pitching is sharing an idea in a way that allows the listener to understand its value. That's number one. And the second part is a call to action. They want to take part in what you're offering. So pitching is sharing an idea in a way that allows the listener to understand its value and want to take part in what you're offering. Take a screenshot of this if you like, because I think if you really bring in these two pieces and understand that it's these two pieces that make it a pitch and not a presentation, you're going to be on the track to, pitching well and pitching successfully. So out there in the world, there's no gene or organ in the human animal for understanding the value of something. We only know the value of something because value is demonstrated and value is perceived. That's it. Now, when I was like 18 years old, I'm walking down the fashion street of Sydney called Oxford Street. I walk into a Levi's jean shop, and there's a shop there that's selling like great t-shirts, Levi's jean shop, $20 for a great t-shirt. I go down like 6 boutiques down, and it's like Hugo Boss or one of those big luxury brands, and they're selling a great cotton t-shirt for $220, 11 times the value. So, and I said to the lady in the shop, do you sell $220 t-shirts? And she said, every day. Why? Because Hugo Boss has demonstrated that value and someone's willing to pay for it. And that's all that's happening in the marketplace all day long. We only know the value of something because we're showing the value. And this is, for me, where we jump into the first critical piece of you being able to pitch effectively. And this particular piece is what almost every startup that I work with is missing. And that is the value proposition. Now, I asked you before, what is pitching, but what's a value proposition? Jump in. What's a value proposition? I'd love to see what you say. Now, value proposition for me is, one of the most misunderstood concepts out there. I'll give you what I think it is, but I'd love to hear from you. The problem you're solving, says Amanda. Stephanie says the value you offer your potential clients and collaborators. Formulating the benefit that the receiver can get. Great, Anastasia. So Tivo says, going really fast, why people use the services. So there's a lot of it, the why of why you do it, a need that can be created, how you communicate, what you add to the market. Again, all good and perfect answers. But in the modern marketplace, if you don't know your value proposition and you can't articulate it clearly, your audience is not going to know it either. It is absolutely critical you know what your value proposition is. And just a quick question before I give you my definition of value proposition, and I'm sorry my voice is a bit tired, I've been hosting a conference all day, but what is the value proposition of your startup? What is your value proposition? You can jump in the chat and write a few of them down. I'd love to hear if you've actually stopped to really think about this. Because for me, the value proposition, it's the promise you make that you can never break. It's the promise you make that you can never break, that you're going to go to market with a promise that you make to your customers, you make to your buyers, and you can never break that promise because it is so central to your product, your service, what you're doing, that you wouldn't, if you broke it, you wouldn't be the same company. And again, I'm just going to jump on the chat. I'm just going to jump in and out of the chat because I think it's really interesting. Food fighters, sorry, that's our why. Organically farmed, high grade, non-GMO, right? So commercial excellence at every scale, fantastic. So all of these ones that I'm seeing here are really good, but they're quite wide. Now, why do I say wide? Because I think you should be able to tell us what your value proposition is in just 2 words. What's your value proposition in just 2 words? Because if I look at the most successful brands in the world can pretty much get every brand down to 2 key words. And the reason I'm so passionate about value proposition is you can only pivot if you have something to pivot around, otherwise you're drifting. So you have to have a value proposition that acts like the sun. It's in the middle of your universe, and your products and services evolve around that value proposition. And you can iterate, change all those planets, swap them in and out for better ideas. But the value proposition, the core idea of the business, has to be like the sun. It's in the middle, it never moves, it shines bright. And, you know, sometimes when I'm working with startups, I see them putting all kinds of business ideas together that make no real sense. Like, we're going to do a beauty parlor that has also chainsaw repair, and every second Saturday it's a nightclub. It's like, what? What are you doing? That makes no sense. It's a really clear sign to me when people put random ideas together that they don't have a value proposition. Before I look at a couple of companies, I also just want to say it's really important that when you're pitching, you understand that you are going to be pitching. Sometimes the emotional buttons that you can press are pain and gain, right? The pain is when you're solving a problem for somebody, and gain is when you're giving the customer that elevates their happiness, their status, their well-being, their performance. So when we're pitching, we're going to pitch different people differently based on the emotional button that will actually move them into action. This is a deeper topic, but it's something for you to think about. You can't have one pitch for your customers, one pitch for your investors. Like, you have to stop and think about what is the motivation for them to move. Is it going to be pain? They want to move away from something, or do they want to move towards something? So this is also something that we need to be thinking about when we're putting our pitches together. And I'll give you some examples of that later if I have time. But the first time I really became sort of aware of a value proposition, I was about 16 years old. I'm walking down the street of my hometown in Sydney, and I see this poster on a telegraph pole, and it says women's karate lessons $5. Never be afraid to walk down the street alone again. Fearless, become fearless for $5. What an incredible value proposition. So rather than saying learn to defend yourself, they were saying this is the value proposition. Become fearless. That's the value proposition inside of those words, right? 2 words. So if we look at the biggest companies in the world, and this is just my interpretation of these companies, I'm really happy if you have a different idea about it. But if we look at Tesla, for example, super successful company, really their 2 words of their value proposition is green and status, because you're, the eco person, but you also get to drive a green status symbol. Airbnb, home anywhere. Apple, the first company to reach like the 3 trillion in value last year, I think it was, last December. But what have they done from the beginning? The promise they've kept, beautiful innovation. Now, if Apple came out with an ugly $99 phone next week and tried to sell like 1 billion of them, how do you feel people would respond to Apple making a really ugly $99 phone? Do you think the market would be happy about it, or would the market lose their mind? Nope, says naive, right? Why? The market would hate it. Stephanie, why would the market hate it? Why can't Apple make an ugly $99 phone, Stephanie? What is it that would, make them be so upset? Because for 30 years, they have promised and delivered, right? Nailed it, Stephanie. Promise broken. You promised us beautiful innovation. Now, how profitable is keeping your promises? Apple sells 15% of the mobile phones, but takes 85% of the money out of that market. And if you look at these other brands, Facebook, Amazon, Google Search, McDonald's, They all have a value proposition. If you really look at it and become a detective of value proposition, you can tell me what they're doing in 2 words. I mean, and this is what I encourage every startup to do. Tell me what you do in just 2 words, maximum 3. Because if you can't get it down that small, you haven't understood it properly yourself in most cases. And I've worked with, I don't even know how many startups, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So basically commercial excellence at every scale, right? So inside that commercial excellence, what are you actually giving the customer that's even more important? Commercial excellence, what does that mean? So flight like a bird, sustainability by default, organically farmed cotton. So, you know, organically farmed cotton could just be sustainable fashion. I don't know, I have to talk to you. But the really predictable scalability, right? Or profitable scalability, there's a great one. So care anytime, anywhere, right? So all of these, you work it out. Try and get down to just 2 words, maximum 3. Because once you understand that, so let's say Mohammed has enable flexible workplace. If Mohammed knows that, or Mahmoud, sorry, knows that that is the value proposition and really focuses on it, what could you serve the marketplace that would be even more powerful than that? Like, okay, we were thinking about doing this, but if this is actually our value proposition, why don't we do that? So borderless healthcare, says Sam, powerful insights. Yep. And even look at the word, Max, look at the word powerful. Is it powerful or is it a profitable? Could be either. All right, monetizing creativity. Everyone's going, great. I love to see this chat on fire. So really think about your value proposition, because if once you get into your value proposition and become passionate about it, what you can do is then think about how does our value proposition set us free to create even better products. Now, Amazon, frictionless shopping. What was Jeff Bezos' gatekeeper rule for every change in the company? Does it make the customer's experience better? Does it make the shopping more frictionless? That's all Amazon's done. I've got a bookshelf full of unread books to prove that frictionless shopping at Amazon works. So really work on getting 2 words into your value proposition. That's just 2 words. I've only got for a little bit more with you. Time goes so quick, but one of the things I just want to say is that when you're pitching, the most important thing is that you have a structure of how to pitch anything to anyone, because you're going to be pitching all the time. And there is a type of selling called spin selling, and I've just adapted that, just call it spin pitching. I didn't invent it. It's been around for about 100 years. It's not new, but it looks like this. So when you're pitching, what is the current situation? So context matters. Your value, your ability to demonstrate value is only created by the fact that it's got a context that it exists in. The second letter of spin is P, which is for problem. And what is the problem created by the current situation? So you have a context that creates a problem, and then you get an implication. Implication just means the problem's problem. If you don't know that word, it's just that problem's problem. What will happen if the problem's not solved? And then you can start talking about your value proposition. So we need sustainable cotton. We need commercial excellence at every that can scale. We need whatever it was you said. Monetizing creativity. That was another one that I saw. I think it was Anastasia. And then you can start talking about what you do and why you do it. And then you talk about the people who are doing it. So it's really important that once you talk about what you're doing, you talk about the team, because that really shows whether it's credible or not. And then you can talk about the process. We're currently at the MVP stage. you know, we're doing this beta testing, we're looking to go to market, Q3 2023, etc. So the whole thing looks like this. Again, feel free to take a screenshot. I want you to all walk away here with great ideas and great value for your time. But what I'd love you to do is just test me, because name a vegetable. Somebody jump on and name a vegetable. Carrots. Okay, carrots. Now name an industry for me. Somebody name it. Carrots. Somebody name an industry. Automotive. Great. I've got carrots, automotive. What is a problem in the automotive or imagined industry? Name a problem. Carbon footprint. Okay, carbon footprint. So we got carrots, automotive, carbon footprint. So let me just see. I'm just going to go back one. So the current situation is the automotive industry is trying to switch over to becoming an electrical vehicle manufacturer, all of them. The problem is that currently creating the batteries for electric vehicles is creating more emissions than the cars that they're trying to replace. And the implication is scaling up to battery-powered vehicles will become an environmental problem if we cannot lower the carbon footprint of creating the batteries that go in them. So we need some kind of sustainable and biologically organic way to make that happen, which is why Ludwig Widmark and I have created the Carrot Fiber Filter Company, which allows companies that are making batteries to put in an organic carrot filter into their batteries, which allows the battery to excrete far less carbon during its first charge than any other product on the market. The people who are doing it is myself, Malcolm Larry, a battery expert, and Ludwig Widmark, who is a sustainable farmer from Uppsala. And the process is we're currently beta testing our carrot fiber filter with Tesla, Polestar, and Volvo. And we're really excited about the results we're getting. We already have 3 letters of intent signed by different manufacturers saying if we go to market, they will use our product. So with that, we'd love to have you invest, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there you go. Just because it's a silly little pitch, I know, but just because I had a structure, I could make it up as I went along. And it made some kind of sense. Great. Like, again, who's investing? Come on. Carrot fiber battery filters. Who even, I didn't even know that was a thing until it came out of my brain. So somebody steal that and make it happen. But my point is that if you have a structure and you practice the structure, you will be able to pitch anything to anybody. And often people come to me for pitch coaching. They come in and they say, you know, been working on our pitch. And in about 10 minutes, you know, we can really nail down a really simple outline for a pitch. Now, what you should do is take a screenshot of this, like I said, and I want you to be able to pitch your product and service with just 2 sentences per category. Keep it really short. Why? Because if you can't say it in 90 seconds, you won't be able to say it in half an hour. You have to be able to pitch your business and its value in 90 seconds, and this is a great structure to do it. And the beautiful thing is that if you get a little short pitch like this, that is the perfect way to start a long investor pitch. You do a short 90-second pitch, and then you just tell them what you're going to tell them. You basically give them all the information, and then you can go into a much more detailed pitch. And because you've already told them the main pieces of what you do, why you do it, what happens if you don't, and who you are, when you give them all of that rich detail, they have all these frameworks set up in their head to hear and understand what you do. Now, I know time is running short, but I just want to give you a couple more pieces before I leave. If you do a short pitch and go into the long pitch, when you go into the longer pitch, start with a story. Use that situation, change the situation to a situation story so that you can really engage emotion. Now, the last piece that I want to talk about is most of the time when I see when people come to me and they show me their pitch deck, the first deck that I see or the first slide that I see often has like a nice little tagline like this that tells me nothing about what they're doing. It tells me nothing about their value proposition or their service. So let's say I had a startup and it's called Malkify, and I just write making the world a better place. Now, the first slide is usually the slide that's up on screen longest, especially when you're introducing yourself, saying hello, shaking hands, etc. at an investor session. But why wouldn't you tell them everything they need to know about your business in a sentence like this instead? Malkify, B2B money transfers enabled by blockchain. How much more information have I just given the audience in one sentence about what they're about to hear about? So everything I tell them makes more sense. Now, I'm running out of time, and I would love, love, love to have an opportunity at some point to work with you all. So please, if at some point you really want to master the art of pitching and really have your pitch at a world-class level, then please reach out. But in the meanwhile, I want to encourage you to practice. When I was learning all of this, I had a laminated sheet in my shower of a structure of a pitch, and I had it laminated and inside the shower. And every day when I took a shower, I would just make up businesses and try and pitch them. And hey, you take a shower, you practice your pitch, you get smarter and hygienically clean. That's good entrepreneurship right there. So please keep practicing. By the way, if you have a day job and you need to present an idea, it's exactly the same structure. Every professional person needs to know how to pitch, and every entrepreneur needs to be a master of the pitch. So with that, I would just like to say thank you so much. An absolute honor to be with you and share this information. Really happy to, if you reach out to me on LinkedIn, if you would like to connect with me, follow me on Instagram at Brave Coach, see my travels. I'm having a great time being me and a great time being in Sweden with my beautiful wife. So thank you everyone for a great session. Naimul, I would love to hand back over to you. Really great interaction from the audience today. So big thanks to them, Tivo and Anastasia and everybody who is jumping on and interacting with me. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Malcolm. What a lovely presentation. The way I got hooked into that slide of yours, like beautiful innovation, Apple, like that level of simplicity. Like
that level of simplicity is freedom.
Yes.
But once you have that clarity, there's an old expression, clarity is power. And when you have that clarity that this is what our business does, this is what our startup does, we create commercial excellence at scale, or whatever it is, all of the products and services you can put around that, and a whole universe of possibilities, right?
Yes, exactly. Malcolm, thank you so much for taking time out and being here. And with this